streamed on the committee's YouTube channel, which means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until you're called upon to speak. The meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. In a moment, I'm going to have the members introduce themselves. Before I do that, I'm going to ask committee members just to keep your mic muted, if you will, until I call upon you. And also for anyone that's going to speak, panelists and so forth, if you would, please be sure that your name is up in your with your face in terms of the guest box. Makes it a lot easier for us to identify speakers. Okay. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the senator in Senate District 34, which is Acton, Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. I'll ask that committee members introduce themselves. I'll start with Representative Sylvester, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Sylvester. I am the state rep from District 39, which is the peninsula portion of the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the Fighting Islands of Casco Bay. And today I will be keeping the time. And so anybody who is going to testify today, I will be holding up my phone, which you will be able to see at that point with a timer on it. At 30 seconds, I'm going to hold it up again so that you can see the time clicking down. And at the end of 3 minutes, I will ask you to please conclude your comments. If you have your view, which is in your right-hand corner on gallery, you can see all of the committee, and including my handy-dandy little phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Guerin, please.
Good morning. I'm Senator Stacey Guerin, representing Senate District 10, which is 15 towns in southern Penobscot County.
Thank you. Senator Mermont.
Hello, Senator and members of the committee. I don't do this very often, but I'm Dave Mearmont. I represent Senate District 12, which is Appleton, Camden, Cree Haven, Cushing, Friendship, Hope, Iowa, Home, Matinicus, Muscle Ridge Islands, North Haven, Owl's Head, Rockland, Rockport, South Thomaston, St. George, Thomaston, Union, Vinyl Haven, and Warren. And thanks for having me.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Representative Dick Bradstreet from House District 80, and that's comprised of Vassalboro, Windsor, Somerville, and part of Augusta.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater.
Good morning. Representative Drinkwater from District 121.
Thank you. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tracy Gear, representing House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and the coastal parts of Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Thank you. Representative Morris.
You're muted.
How about if we come back to Representative Morris? Okay. How about Representative Pebworth, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula, which includes Castine, Brooksville, Brooklyn, Sedgwick, Surrey. Blue Hill.
Thank you. Representative Morris, how are we now? Can't hear you, sir. Sorry. Representative Prescott, please.
I'm Dwayne Prescott, House District 17, and that's Waterboro and part of Lyman.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Hi, I'm Representative Amy Rader. I represent House District 125, which is a portion of Bangor.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Representative Sophia Warren, and I represent my hometown, or part of it, Scarborough Coastal District 29.
Thank you very much. And Representative Morris, he might be trying to reboot or something. Okay, so also this morning, working as our clerk, you can see Alyssa Thompson. We're also joined by our analyst, Steve Langland, and potentially we have Lucia Nixon may join us as well as Rachel Trombley. Thank you for that. Also, just a reminder, please, committee members, if you would, just use the chat as needed. It's basically used for substantive discussion by anyone. Know that the chat window can be viewed by any person taking part in the meeting as a participant. Participants include members of the committee, staff, any member of the public during the time they have been promoted to participate for the purpose of providing testimony to the public. All questions of the persons testifying, please, will be made through the chair. And for each bill being heard today, I or the co-chair will call on sponsors, co-sponsors to speak first. When called upon, you'll be promoted from attendee to participant. There's going to be some lag time in doing that. It's not going to happen instantly. And as presenters and sponsors, co-sponsors, we'll call on you for those that have registered to testify. When you are called upon, I'll ask you to state your name, your place of residence, the organization you represent, if any, and after you are done speaking, and there are no more questions from the members, I or my co-chair will return you to the attendee and call upon the next person that's registered to come forward and testify. When you are called upon, please make sure that your microphone is not muted, okay? It would be greatly appreciated if when you are done, that you'll exit the Zoom room and you may continue to watch the hearing on the committee's YouTube channel. If you need to leave before being called upon to testify because of a lengthy wait or whatever, please be aware that you may submit written testimony at any time by accessing the legislature's testimony submission page on www.legislature.maine.gov. Just some final reminders that this is being broadcast and recorded on YouTube and can also be heard over the legislature's audio broadcast. Any testimony that you submit is public and may be posted on the legislature's webpage. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and we'll let you know when it's time to start. Again, please keep in mind the microphone and be sure that it's live when we ask you to speak. Today, today's agenda, basically, we're going to review 3 bills this morning, LD 213, LD 211, and LD 97 in that order. So I will now open the hearing on LD 213. Sorry.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, just want to make sure my mic was working now.
Oh,
I'm
sorry
good.
about that.
No, it was my fault. So
No, it's okay. I get my routine going. It's hard to change.
I just wanted to make sure I was set up now, so I appreciate it.
And would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore, House District 75.
Thank you very much, and my apologies again. So, I will. You'll have the 3 minutes as Representative Sylvester mentioned, and he will give you about a 30-second warning to finish up. Those that are sponsors or co-sponsors will give you time as needed. So at this point, I'd like to open the hearing on LD 213. And oh, of course, I set my bills down. LD 213 is an act to require coverage for female firefighters facing reproductive system cancer. And sponsor this morning, I'm not sure who's speaking first. I'm trying to get to that.
First,
I
we
believe
have
it's
Senator
Representative
Millett.
Millett.
Oh.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm going to go.
Good to go?
We are Representative Millett. Thank you very much. Sorry for the confusion there.
No worries. It's a whole new universe. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am State Representative Rebecca Millett, and I represent District 30, the community of Cape Elizabeth, in the Maine House of Representatives. It's wonderful to see all of you this morning, but a special shout out to my former education colleague, Representative Drinkwater. We miss you in education. I can't emphasize enough how strongly I feel about the merits of LD 213, an act to require coverage for female firefighters facing reproductive system cancer. And I'm grateful that I am presenting this testimony before you today. Firefighters tend to their communities during the most trying times. Whether it is a medical event, a house fire, or a vehicular accident, it is these women and men that risk their lives every day, putting the safety of others before themselves. They save the lives of Mainers like us. But the glaring reality is that firefighters, both women and men alike, can face dire medical consequences as a result of their work. Yet there's an inequity in how medical issues, specifically reproductive cancers, are covered for men as compared to women. Clearly, in 2021, it's time to make this right. The bill before you is about basic equality. By incorporating gynecologic coverage for females, it would allow for Maine female firefighters to get coverage that is comparable to their male colleagues, which they rightly deserve. The Maine Workers' Compensation Act of 1992 failed to include gynecologic cancer as a condition that can be attributed to the work of women firefighters. The Act, while including an extensive list of other conditions such as kidney cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer, neglects to address one of the most essential elements of women firefighters' health. Firefighters are 6 times more likely than the general population to be diagnosed with cancer, said Craig McDonald of the Alberta Firefighters Association after the Alberta government added ovarian and cervical cancer to their coverage. Currently, all Canadian provinces cover gynecologic cancer. This statistic is sobering, and even with this knowledge, the women and men that sacrifice their own lives each and every day to protect our communities continue their hazard. It is only fair that women exposed to the same dangerous and cancer-causing chemicals as their male co-workers receive coverage for gynecologic cancers as well. It is true that women make up less than 10% of firefighters across the nation. However, as departments continue to diversify, it is important to understand the extent of chemical exposures in the workplace and explore tangible ways to protect the health of women. In addition to this, adding female reproductive cancers to the benefit eligibility will strengthen the diversity of the profession. Treating female firefighters equitably will fortify their role in our firefighter workforce, thus enhancing the safety of our state. In the past, firefighting was a male-dominated profession. However, times are changing and we need to change with them. Hence the exigency, of LD 213. States across the nation have already implemented this coverage. Iowa, for example, offers firefighters coverage for ovarian cancer, cervical cancer, uterine cancers, among other diagnoses. Wisconsin covers many types of cancers as well, and specifically states that among the cancers covered, reproductive systems are vital. I have included a list of states that have incorporated this change to their laws. It is critical that Maine follows in the footsteps of forward-thinking states taking action and achieving this equity and coverage. It is now our time as a state to show our support for our heroes, women and men, just the same. LD 213, an act to require coverage for female firefighters facing reproductive system cancer, would strengthen the Maine Workers' Compensation Act by adding gynecological cancer to the list of diseases with required coverage for Maine firefighters. Provide firefighters the assurance that their needs will be covered. Resolve the gender inequality of coverage among Maine firefighters. We women and men alike must abolish this inequity regarding reproductive cancer coverage in female firefighters and continue to fight for these heroes as they do for us. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to working with you to pass this vital piece of legislation bill into law.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Representative Miller. This is a really important piece of legislation. I am curious if you could give me your perspective. I just happen to just have a close friend who kind of fits this description. So for those who are who might identify as trans and may just both have a need for these services, reproductive services, but just also just happen not to be a woman. Do you have a sense of, could you clarify the, maybe there's something about how health insurance works or, these sorts of technicalities here, but I'm just wondering for our LGBTQ kind of community, just again, because I was just thinking of someone in particular. So I hope that you could give me your perspective on that.
I will definitely look into that, Representative. I don't believe the way the statute is written currently would distinguish between anyone who would have any of these cancers, depending on sex. But I will confirm that, or sexual identity, I should say.
Thank you very much. Representative Bradstreet, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here this morning. I just want a little clarification is all. The current status does not necessarily exclude this coverage, but the proposed legislation would just create a rebuttable presumption. Is that correct?
That's right. It adds it. So right now there are a list of cancers that have a rebuttable presumption, and this would be added to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, and thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You as well. I believe next up is Senator Jackson.
Chairman Rafferty, Co-Chair Sylvester, members of Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is
Senator, if you would, we're struggling with the audio. Try that.
Go now.
To be clear, we can hear you, Senator, but not hear you well.
I'm thinking it could be because of the distance between him and.
He almost lives in Canada.
Little known fact, sound from the Allagash is brought by sled dog.
That's right.
about now?
Yes.
We're working on getting the video back up. You guys probably don't need to look at me. I'll start again. So, Chairperson Rafferty, Chairperson Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the honor of serving as President of the Maine Senate and of representing Northern Aroostook County. I'm here today to lend my full support to LD 213, an act to require coverage for female firefighters facing reproductive system cancer. It's on you. 12 years ago, as the Senate Chair of this Labor Committee, and I understand that somewhere along the line here, I'm going to have to bring tribute to the committee when we get back to a fully functioning legislature. I was privileged to hear LD 621, an act allowing workers' compensation benefits for firefighters who contract cancer. The bill gave Maine firefighters who risk their lives for their communities a rebuttable presumption that if they contracted cancer, it was likely due to carcinogens that they were exposed to on the job. The focus of the testimony was on toxins released during the fire itself and combustibles consumed in the flame. The goal is to ensure that our brave firefighters could get the health coverage they deserve, particularly for health conditions they develop due to the dangerous nature of their job. Since the Maine legislature passed the original bill in 2009, we have learned a lot about toxins firefighters come in contact with as part of their job. Firefighters use fluorinated foam while training and battling fires. This foam, aqueous film forming foam, is in the PFAS family. The U.S. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry has found that humans who are exposed to PFAS have increased cholesterol levels, increased risk of thyroid disease, decreased fertility in women, increased risk of high blood pressure on preeclampsia in pregnant women, and lower infant birth rates, and an increased risk of kidney cancer and testicular cancer. Now, we believe it's more than necessary to add gynecologic cancer to the definition of cancers protected by this presumption. I believe it's just the right thing to do. As you know, the way presumption laws work is that they assume a disease is linked to a specific occupation. This means the insurance company or employer must prove that the disease is not linked to the job, otherwise it's assumed. Still, Maine law includes a number of hurdles that firefighters must overcome when diagnosed with certain cancers. The firefighters must have had a previous medical test during their employment that indicated that they were free from cancer. The firefighters must have been employed as a firefighter for 5 years and regularly responded to fire calls. And the firefighters must sign a written affidavit declaring the diagnosed cancer is not prevalent in their families. And if a retired firefighter, the diagnosis must be obtained within 10 years if a retirement or before 70 years of age. To me, it seems a lot to ask when the science already shows that firefighters face an increased risk of cancer. It is well documented that firefighters have increased cancer risk due to their occupational exposure to the toxic products of combustion and other hazardous substances. Cancer, heart disease, lung disease, and infectious diseases are among the leading causes of death and disability for firefighters. And numerous studies have found that these illnesses are occupational hazards of the job. This is recognized by the 46 states that have enacted similar presumptive disability laws. Unfortunately, women are not included in most studies of firefighters' health. Nonetheless, based on those few studies in which women are included, women firefighters' overall cancer incidence is elevated. The United States Fire Administration conducted a report with links to the two studies that found that female firefighters might be at an increased risk for breast, cervical, thyroid, and bladder cancers. At this time, these findings are preliminarily due to the small sample size. Yet women firefighters are at an equal risk or an increased risk because some of the known carcinogens that firefighters routinely encounter, including endocrine-disrupting chemicals, may affect women differently. It's clear to me that our state laws need to be updated to better protect and care for female firefighters who put themselves at risk to keep us all safe. This is a matter of equity. The brave women who risk their very lives deserve this protection. They should not be punished because of the lack of testing of female firefighters. You may hear that this will come at an extraordinary cost to employers and municipalities. But an honest look at the situation tells a different tale. According to Michael Krause, president of the Professional Firefighters of Maine, of the over 1,000 professional firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics his organization represents, only 108 of them are female. This is certainly a situation where I believe the risks outweigh the costs. In closing, thank you for your time and attention. I'll attempt to answer any questions you have, although there will be others that have probably better knowledge on this issue than I do. I'd encourage the committee to please support LD 213 to help ensure that women firefighters have the protection that they deserve and need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Jackson. Any questions? You covered it all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll bring you that candy soon, hopefully.
Thank you. Any other co-sponsors want to speak? I believe Representative Sachs is here.
I am. Good morning. Thank you, Senator. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee of Labor and Housing. My name is Melanie Sachs. I represent District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. I am submitting testimony as a proud co-sponsor in support of LD 213, an act to require coverage for female firefighters facing reproductive system cancer. When then Senate Majority Leader Phil Bartlett introduced his bipartisan bill, LD 621, an act allowing workers' compensation benefits for firefighters who contract cancer during the 124th legislature, he noted, and I quote, that firefighters face an increased risk of cancer. Their occupational exposure to a wide range of cancer-causing chemicals contributes to this elevated risk. He further added that firefighters put their personal health and safety on the line every day they are on the job in order to keep us safe. They have earned the support that this bill provides. This risk, commitment, and sacrifice holds true no matter the gender of the firefighter. I wanted to give you some specific research as we're talking about covering reproductive cancer for females, some specific research around that. The 2018 report by the National Fire Protection Agency indicates that women represent 8% of all career and volunteer firefighters, which is an increase of 3% since 2015. So this is a growing part of our workforce. A presentation by University of Miami researcher, Dr. Natasha Schaefer-Sohl at the November 17th, 2020 conference, Women in Fire Conference, found in her pilot study that female firefighters in Florida face 5 times the risk of cervical cancer compared to female non-firefighters. At the same conference, Dr. Kenneth Kuntz of British Columbia reported on the results of his 2019 international survey of cancer incidence among female firefighters. His team collected data from over 1,300 female firefighters in 12 different countries, which he reports is the largest data set to date for this population. A startling 19% of female firefighters reported a diagnosis of cancer or precancer, with the top two categories being breast cancer at 21% and cervical cancer at 18%. Congress authorized the US CDC to institute a national firefighter registry beginning in 2021, in part because women and minority firefighters have been underrepresented in research, and they recognize the urgency of this risk. So in reviewing the testimony from the 124th, it is clear that the intent of LD 621 was to recognize risks involved for those who choose to serve as firefighters and to create comprehensive categories of coverage. Presumptive coverage for cancer involving the female reproductive system should have been included at that time, as it is in other states, as Representative Millett has given you that data, and is indicated by the scientific research. It is an oversight that you and this legislature can remedy. I urge you to join me in supporting LD 213, and I'm very happy to answer any questions. Within my testimony is embedded links to the research that I referenced today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please, of Representative Sachs? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Representative. We appreciate you being here. Have
Thank
a great
you so
afternoon.
much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Are there any other co-sponsors? I don't see names, but I don't think they're here. I believe then the next person up to speak will be Caroline St. Pierre.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning. Yes, thank you very much.
Good morning to the committee. My name is Caroline St. Pierre, and I live in the city of Saco with my family. I've been a firefighter for the city of Portland for the last 13 years. I'm also the chair of the Professional Firefighters of Maine Women in the Fire Service Committee. Myself and 6 other female firefighters started this committee over a year ago. We represent over 100 female firefighters in the state of Maine. Our priority is the health and wellness of these firefighters. Last year, we realized there was an oversight in our cancer presumptive law. Prostate and testicular cancers are covered, but the female reproductive cancers were simply left out. In our job, men and women do the same tasks. A fire doesn't care what gender you are. It is important that men and women in this job have the same protection. Every day, more women are becoming firefighters. Our job poses many risks, with cancer being one of the biggest. There are some weak points in our structural gear that cause firefighters to be exposed to certain carcinogens. One of the weak points is in the groin. Studies are showing that female firefighters have an increased risk of developing reproductive cancers because of this exposure. This could affect me and other women like me. I'm speaking today because I hope this bill will pass. I would like to see all reproductive cancers covered in our law for myself and for every other female firefighter in the state. I appreciate all of you for giving me the time to speak, and thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of Ms. St. Pierre? Yes, Representative Sylvester. You're muted, sir.
Thank you for being here, Ms. St. Pierre. We appreciate all of your work and your service, of course. I've talked to female firefighters in the past about the way that the gear fits, and that there's often just one kind of gear that might not be specific to particular kinds of bodies, and you squeeze into it, or it hangs off you. Can you tell us a little bit more about the gear and how that may accommodate different bodies?
Yes, absolutely. This is another issue the committee's been working on for our female firefighters in the state. There recently, within the last 10 years, there's been female structural gear made. I just recently found out within the last couple of years that that was even an option for me. There are more and more women coming into this job. It's still a newer thing. It's still male dominated. So in the past, there's been, one type of gear. Now we are getting women's gear to fit our bodies, because our bodies are very different. In the past, we've been wearing gear that may not be appropriately sized for us. So now we do have that option to have a different cut, a different fit. Our jackets, as you can imagine, our bodies are different, so our jackets need to be fit more to our body. Also creating a pathway for carcinogens to get up into our coat. So yeah, we're finding more and more about these different types of gear for women and men that just fit us more appropriately and keep us safer in our job.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here today, and thanks for keeping our city safe.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, I just lost my screen. This isn't good. Here we go. Panic set in. Lost my screen. I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Have a
time.
good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Next up will be Elizabeth Gagnon, followed by Michael Kraus.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Liz Gagnon. I work full-time as a firefighter paramedic for the city of South Portland, where I also reside. I have been employed full-time as a firefighter for the past 2.5 years, although I began my tenure as a firefighter 13 years ago as a volunteer. As Caroline spoke to just a moment ago, as a woman in the fire service, I am expected to perform the same duties, respond to the same fires and incidents, and risk exposure to the same carcinogens as my male counterparts. And again, as Caroline and Representative Sylvester mentioned, I have never been offered in the past 13 years the option of gear that fully fits me as a female firefighter. So I am risking the exposure to these same carcinogens with gear that doesn't offer me the same protection that it might offer my male counterparts. It is honestly quite disheartening that I have not offered the same protections for reproductive cancer as my male counterparts for this career that I've dedicated most of my adult life to. It's super exciting to be here and talk to you and have a chance to speak in favor of LD 213. And hopefully see the next steps in including us in this cancer presumption law to include our reproductive cancers. So thank you very much for the time. And again, I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Gagnon, please? Seeing none, thank you very much. And thank you also for your continued service.
Thank you.
Next up is Michael Kraus.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today in support of LD 213. My name is Michael Kraus, and I'm the president of the Professional Firefighters of Maine, and I'm here today representing the views of over 1,000 professional firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, and dispatchers, including the over 100 of our public sector female firefighters, EMT, and paramedics. My testimony has been submitted for your review, and this morning I would like to highlight a few facts that I believe are relevant to the passage of LD 213. First and foremost, as you've heard, firefighting is a dangerous and hazardous occupation. The fire service is comprised of both highly educated, skilled, dedicated women and men who put their lives on the line for complete strangers every day. Firefighters are still entering into uncontrolled hazardous environments regularly. Firefighters are exposed to a wide range of cancer-causing chemicals and substances in their work, which results in increased cancer risk that is not gender-specific. The concept of covering reproductive cancers for female firefighters under presumptive laws is not new. Currently, there are 33 states that have some form of undefined cancer coverage, while 11 of them have more specific language covering female reproductive cancers. In addition, our friends to the north in the Canadian provinces include female reproductive cancers in their firefighter presumptive laws. If LD 213 was enacted, it would not provide an automatic coverage for female reproductive cancers. The firefighters must meet several criteria. The firefighter must have been employed for 5 years. During the time of employment, the firefighter must have undergone a medically accepted test of evidence of cancer for which the presumption is sought, or evidence of the medical condition derived from the disease, which the test failed to indicate the presence of a condition of cancer. The firefighter must sign an affidavit declaring that the diagnosed cancer is not prevalent among the firefighter's blood relatives and has no substantial lifetime exposures to carcinogens that are associated with the diagnosed cancer other than the exposure through firefighting. In order to qualify, the cancer must be diagnosed within 10 years of their last employment as a firefighter or prior to the age of 70, whichever comes first. And last but not least, even if they qualify for the presumptions, it's a rebuttable presumptive, which means that the firefighter does not automatically win the claim, even if the firefighter meets the presumptive criteria, but instead the presumptive places the burden of proof on the employer to prove that the cancer was not caused by firefighting. Mr. Chairman, these are the facts and they're undisputable, and hopefully will be helpful as you and the committee continue to work on LD 213. Presumptive cancers in female firefighters has finally become accepted throughout the country and North America, as my testimony identified. It is time that Maine joins the other states and enacts this legislation to support our female firefighters who are on the front line every day and who develop work-related cancers. It seems only fair that female reproductive cancers.
Unfortunately, your time is up. If you could sum up your thoughts.
All right. It seems only fair that female reproductive cancer is specifically mentioned alongside prostate and testicle cancer to their male counterparts. As I said, firefighters is a dangerous job and has its unavoidable risk, and we look for your support with LD 213. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see some questions coming up. Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Cuddy, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Kraus. This question is maybe not necessarily just for you, but I just thought of it, so I thought this would be an appropriate time to ask it. Are there any studies that show that this type of cancer that we're talking about is more prevalent among female firefighters than among the female population at large? Thank you for your answer.
Representative Bradstreet, as Representative Sachs said, there are a few studies that are out there. I believe her testimony provided links to some of those, and I can provide that to the committee as well for your review and consideration, if that's helpful.
Yes, thank you. I actually stepped away for a few moments during her testimony, so maybe I did miss that. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty. Mr. Kraus, thank you very much for your testimony today. I appreciate you being here. This may not be a great question for you, but I wasn't sure who to ask it of. But I looking at the bill, looking at the list of cancers that have been granted this sort of stage of rebuttable presumption, I admit to not being totally up on what causes cancer. As an electrician, I'm not really good at medical things. But why is it that we have certain things that are rebuttably presumptive when you're just dealing with carcinogens? You're not dealing with, I noticed that lung cancer is not even on there. That seems bizarre to me. Is there a particular reason that particular cancers get picked out for this, or do you have a sense of that? Do you know?
First of all, I think the lung issue is covered in another piece of legislation. Our main firefighters are covered under heart-lung provisions for work-related exposure relating to those specific illnesses. So that could be why it was not specifically identified in Section 328 under the cancer presumptive legislation, because it was previously covered. But some of the studies that, again, Representative Sachs referenced and that are out there, there has been direct links to certain cancers and certain exposures to carcinogens and firefighters. And I have access to all of those that I can provide the committee as well, that have been the genesis of the presumptive laws over time, not only here in Maine, but throughout the United States. So there is scientific data that supports the causal connection between the illness and the occupation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer. And I think it also sounds like I need to just spend a little more time reading through that piece of statute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Prescott, sir.
Well, hey, thank you. Is there any other health issues that we should consider while we have this on our table?
That's a very good question. At the moment, that's the biggest one that's been brought to our attention over the last couple of years that we've been focused on is addressing the female reproductive issues. I think overall, this legislature here in Maine, we've focused on identifying those job-related illnesses over time that we have been able to identify for our firefighters. So in Maine, in comparison to a lot of folks, we're doing well for our firefighters, I think. But I'm not aware of any specific outside of the female reproductive issues that should be included. But it's a good question.
Thank you. A follow-up, Representative Prescott.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I'm on board. Why don't you look between now and the time we have a work session, if you think that we should put anything else into this while we're on it. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Kraus? Seeing none, thank you, sir, very much. And again, for your service. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Next up is Molly Hillman. Good morning, Molly.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. My name is Molly Hillman. I live in Fairfield and I work as a firefighter and EMS provider for Portland Fire Department. As a female firefighter in Maine, I just want to be here to show support and be another voice for the bill. I'm a relatively new member of the fire service, and coming in, we hear a lot about cancer rates on the job, how much of a spike we see for firefighters, and how much of a concern it is in our field. As it's been said, this is really well established. I've also seen how underrepresented females are in the fire service. I work at a department with maybe 9 other females out of 230 or so firefighters. And whenever I tell people that number, I hear, wow, that's a lot, which at 3 or 4% is clearly not a lot. So we know how underrepresented females have been in the fire service, and therefore how specifics pertaining to women's health in protective legislation could easily have been overlooked in the past. I'm really optimistic that we have a chance to take this step forward to get the same kind of protections men expect to have in this field as we do the same work and are exposed to all the same risks. Thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone who has been putting in time and work towards this bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Hillman? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here and for your service. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to hear from Morgan Harvey. And then Stephanie Richard.
Good morning, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm speaking in support of LD 213. My name is Morgan Harvey. I live in Brewer and work full-time as a firefighter paramedic for Bangor Fire. I've worked there for 5.5 years, and when I started, I was the second female to work at Bangor Fire in over 15 years. Now, 5 years later, we have 7 females. The percentage of females in the fire service is quickly growing, and we just ask that we have the opportunity for the same coverage as our male counterparts. Their reproductive cancers are covered, and we want that same privilege. As you've heard from many other speakers today, cancer is a hazard of our job. We take that very seriously in the fire service, and we do everything we can to prevent it. We just want to know that if our efforts fail to prevent these cancers, that will be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of Ms. Harvey? Again, thank you very much for being here, for your testimony, as well as your service.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Have a great day. Next up is Stephanie Richard. And then behind Stephanie will be Terry McGuire.
There we are. Good morning, board and senator. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to all the female firefighters out there. My name is Stephanie Richard. I live in Gray with my husband and my son. I'm a firefighter for the city of Portland, and I have been for the last 4 years. In the fire service, the males and females are held to the exact same standards of what is expected to us. We have to pass the same tests, hold the same physical expectations. We fight the same fires. We service our community in the exact same way. I was the only female in my drill school, and within the first week, they told us of our cancer risk and how we're at basically 250% more chances of getting cancer than the general public. We get refreshers on this annually because it's such a high problem. 63% of firefighters will get cancer in their lifetime. The only difference between me and the fireman next to me is that his reproductive cancers will get covered for him under the Maine workers presumptive law. We'll both go through the same hardships in our job. We'll fight the same fires, have the same stress, the exhaustion, the heartbreak, and the health concerns. But he will be the only one whose reproductive cancers are covered under presumptive law. This is blatantly unfair and unsafe for the females of this job, and I ask that you help approve this bill. Females in the firehouse are common sight these days. It's important that we're all protected from our risks as much as the males. I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us today. It's been an honor speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Ms. Richard? Again, seeing Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Richard, thank you for being here. I appreciate your testimony. And first of all, let me just say, as the timekeeper, that every female firefighter that has come has been at least a minute under time. And I appreciate that you come in, you get the job done, you get out, right? Because that's kind of the nature of the job. And I guess I was wondering, you mentioned the increase of female firefighters over time. Do you feel like, this sort of hole in the law, is something that would draw more female firefighters into service?
The worry over health concerns and our general safety is probably a big thing that keep people away from firefighting. So having, that backup protection, knowing that the law is on your side to help you out, I think would ease a lot of concerns of joining the fire service for the females.
Well, thank you, Ms. Richard, for your service and for keeping Portland safe. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Ms. Richard, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, have a good afternoon.
You too.
Next up, we have Terry McGuire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can all hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Committee of Labor and Housing, thank you for hearing us testify this morning. This means a lot. My name is Terry McGuire, and I'm here to testify on behalf of LD 213, a bill to amend by adding gynecologic cancer to the list of presumptive firefighter cancers. I'm 61 years old, and I've been a full-time firefighter in Portland for 27 years. The last 10 primarily on an engine company. As I prepare to retire, I face the fear that I may have experienced unknown exposure to carcinogens despite having properly used the protective equipment that was provided to me. I've seen an unprecedented increase in females joining the workforce in the last several years. I recently attended a conference in Boston for female firefighters in regards to cancer awareness with over 300 women in attendance. I heard their stories of contracting cancer from the job, and I heard their battles with coverage. It seems only fair that female cancers be specifically mentioned alongside prostate and testicular cancer. I've seen huge progress and change over my career in the way that we conduct ourselves in regard to exposures. Gone are the days of smoke eaters and dirty gear, wearing that with pride. We don't do that anymore. We are all more cognizant of the potential harm that our job entails. We are now diligent about decontamination, keeping our gear clean and repaired. And not only that, but we're more physically fit, eating cleaner, and getting our yearly physicals with cancer screenings. Firefighting is a dangerous job, and it has unavoidable risks for everyone, no matter their gender. Please consider supporting this bill to add gynecologic cancers. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. I see a question from Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Terry, for your service to our state and your city. My question to you, you mentioned about yearly cancer screening. Is this required through the department, or is this just something because of your age that you do on a yearly basis?
Well, the way I will answer that question is it became apparent to us, I can't tell you exactly when, but a few years back, when this sort of came to the forefront about how so many were getting cancer and the whole presumptive bill first, I think, was passed. We were given a form at work that it actually at the time that didn't include the female issues either, but it was sort of a generalized form to take to our physicians for our physical, and there was like some extra blood work and some other tests that could be done because we're firefighters. And just personally, I do that every year. When I go have my physical, I take that with me. We've added to it some of the things pertaining specifically to women, and I just think it's diligent to do. I think that I did read somewhere that since this is presumptive, like for example, if I were to retire, which I'm planning on doing in June, I'll be 62 in June, then I'll only be covered under this for the next 8 years. If I hadn't had any screenings prior to that proving that I didn't have cancer prior, I wouldn't be covered or even have a chance of being covered.
Thank you. Representative Gear, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. McGuire, for your long service and those years of experience that you're bringing to us here today. Really, really important to hear from you. Along lines of a question that was asked a little while back, I'm curious, as you've seen the evolution and the increase in women in the firefighting service, if there are other health-related issues that you would like to just take the opportunity to mention today, in addition to the gynecological cancers.
Well, I don't want to speak outside of my expertise, but I know that 25 years ago, I was one of the very first women at the Portland Fire Department to be pregnant and be a firefighter. And that was a challenge at the time. That just never had happened before. A couple of other women there at the same time. We had our kids around the same time. And it was just sort of a figure it out as you go thing. There were some things from the nationally that were being done. There were some, other departments that we could kind of look to see what they did, but we sort of paved the way. Obviously, if you're pregnant, you don't want to have those exposures. So we had to, figure it out. I know that you heard from Caroline St. Pierre in the beginning, and I know that she's working very hard on our policy now. But that's a big concern because it's different. Men obviously don't get pregnant. They don't have that particular exposure. And also after we have our kids, we're breastfeeding, many of us. So that's also something that needs to be taken into consideration. I'm sure we'll hear more about that in the near future.
Any other questions, Ms. McGuire? Oh, got a lot of feedback on that. Well, Ms. McGuire, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and speaking.
Thank you for having me.
And also thank you for your service. You mentioned retirement.
Can't wait.
Well, don't rule out, we're looking for good legislators all the time. So keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Just because I'm having a hard time seeing it, do we have any more folks as proponents of LD 213? I know there's some folks left in the waiting room, but I just don't want to overlook anyone. I see a hand up.
I have 4 people as neither.
I see one hand up as a potential.
I'm thinking that's more so a product of the portal then.
Oh, okay.
I just promoted Sarai Briggs.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Briggs.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So my name is Sarah Briggs. I currently live in Wyndham with my husband and our 3 little boys. I'm a firefighter paramedic in Saco. I've been doing it career-wise for over 11 years and originated in a volunteer call department for about almost 10 years before that. With Caroline, we went to a seminar in Boston and started talking about a year ago about all of the risks and exposures and things we'd like to see grow with the times in regards to firefighter health and safety. So with her, I'm the co-chair of the Professional Firefighters of Maine Women in the Fire Service. Here today specifically to talk about the cancer bill and reproductive cancers. I think it's been said many times, so I'll keep it short and sweet, but men's reproductive cancers are covered and women's are not. We do the same job. Just because we're fewer in number doesn't mean that we're at any less risk. We work hard and diligently to keep ourselves safe in so many ways. With those screenings, by washing our gear, washing our faces after being interior at structures. So it's only appropriate that if we're doing everything we can to keep us safe, that something will back us if by chance we become sick down the road. I think that there have been a lot of questions about other risks and hazards, and we're hoping as the Women in the Fire Service Committee to start addressing some of these issues and move forward with them so that future women in the fire service can be educated about all of these things coming in rather than learn as you go. So I hope that all of our testimonies today help you make your decision to support LD 213 and add women's reproductive cancers to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Briggs. I see a question from Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Briggs, for your service, 11 years. Congratulations on that. Does your department require, as part of your employment, a yearly cancer screening?
My department does not require it. Much like they spoke about it earlier in regards to Portland, we were provided probably 5 to 10 years ago with a list of potential tests to screen as a pre-cancer screening. Much of that list didn't cover women's health, women's reproduction. On that list now, we go to our doctors and they can run those tests. However, our insurance doesn't necessarily cover all of it at this point. Some of it's out of our own pockets. Mammograms, they're saying women should be having them at 35 instead of 40, just because we work in the fire service. So educating our doctors and doing all of that is something that we're currently working on as well, so that everybody can be informed about the risks that we face.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Prescott, please.
Well, thank you. You just said there's some things that aren't covered by regular health insurance. I just spent 6 years on that committee, and I'm pretty sure we went above and beyond. Do you have an example of what's not covered? Was there something we missed? Because generally speaking, healthcare that's current covers women on, I'm pretty sure I voted on everything to move that forward. Can you give me an example of what we missed?
I'm actually on my husband's insurance, so I don't know if that plays a role in the coverage that's provided. But for myself, taking the list that we were provided with the doctor's note to my primary care doctor, my mammogram wasn't completely covered because I had nothing requiring me to have it other than this recommendation because I was a firefighter.
Yes, sir. Follow up.
Thank you. I guess then again, you did say that was 10 years ago. Have you received the list lately over the last few years since there's been such a big push in healthcare?
They've been added to that list as coverage. However, as recommended testing. However, the coverage through my husband's insurance did not pay for the entire mammogram as a pre-cancer screening.
All right, thank you.
Representative Rader, please.
Hi, I just have a question about specifically the mammogram. Are they recommending traditional mammogram or ultrasound? And if so, if they're recommending ultrasound, is that covered on insurance? I know sometimes insurances don't cover that particular type. It is more comprehensive, but I just wanted to know what was recommended.
Traditional mammograms.
Thank you. Am I still live here? All right. Sometimes I feel like I freeze. Representative Prescott.
Well, thank you. I do know that we moved from traditional to a 3D. Of course, this is outside the scope of the bill, which is comprehensive workman's comp. I would suggest, though, you bring this issue up with the healthcare committee. They do very well at these subjects. If there's anything you feel isn't covered under regular insurance. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Ms. Briggs, thank you for being here today, and thank you most of all for your service. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes. We are, any other proponents? I know that, I think we had one come in past our timeline. I'm sorry if anyone came in after 9:30. You can send a written testimony if you would like to do so, or send that through our email system. So are there any, we don't have anyone speaking against the bill. So we will hear from Hannah Lafferty, and Hannah is neither for nor against.
I just realized I think she may have left, so that would make John Road next.
I'm sorry, John Road. Thank you.
Followed by Rebecca Kendrick, if she's still here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning, John. Yes, we can, sir.
All right, and there's my camera. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is John Rohde. I am the Executive Director of the Workers' Compensation Board, and I am here on behalf of the Workers' Comp Board to testify neither for nor against this bill. We are happy as an agency to try to answer any questions you may have and provide any information that you might need. And with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions now.
Yes, Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rohde. Glad that you're weighing in on this because obviously this is a very important topic.
Mm-hmm.
As a observer of listening to the testimony this morning, I'm trying to grasp around the idea of presumptive.
Mm-hmm.
Is this switching the burden of proof to the employer to prove that it did not come from a job or it was caused by your job? Can you just quickly go over the presumptive idea?
Sure. That is what happens when a presumption comes into play in workers' compensation. Normally, an employee has to prove that their injury arose out of work, they gave proper notice, and so forth. And the burden is on the employee to prove those elements. With a presumption such as this, the burden would switch to the employer to prove that it is more likely than not that the injury did not occur at work.
And Mr. Chair, if I just may quickly follow up.
Yes.
And that's something I lost my train of thought, Mr. Chair. If I may come back, I'll regain my composure. Thank you.
Sure. Representative Cuddy, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, and thank you, Mr. Rohde, for being here today. I'm going to pose the same question to you that I posed earlier, because I don't have a lot of experience around this. But you know, we're picking individual cancers to add to this list. And is there some particular reason for that? And I assume, as the gentleman from the IAFF said, that there are other places where, you know, certain cancers, like the fact that lung cancer isn't mentioned in this particular piece of statute, I assume that it's covered somewhere else. And he said that it was. But could you just give me some general information around why all cancers aren't covered? Why particular ones get this rebuttable presumption?
Sure. So starting in reverse order, this section of the statute we're talking about today is section 328-B. Section 328, which has been on the books for longer, as Mr. Kraus indicated, covers pulmonary and cardiovascular disease for firefighters. So it was already taken care of. In terms of the specific list of cancers, I'm going from memory now, but when the bill was introduced, I think it was more general about cancer. And through the process of working the bill in the committee, the list of cancers was narrowed down to those that I think there was a connection shown between some research and studies and so forth and that particular cancer in the firefighting community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I had Senator Guerin, then I'm sorry, Representative Guerin, then Representative Sylvester, please.
Are you saying Garen or Gare?
Oh,
Senator Garen?
Senator Garin, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Welcome, Mr. Rhodey. Nice to see you again. I wondered if you have any idea how many claims have been submitted that were denied for that, and what the cost would be for implementation. Do you have any idea of that?
Not off the top of my head for either one. So when you say the number of claims that were denied, meaning the presumption came up but was unsuccessful, just to be clear.
Yes, that they had assumed that would be covered because male reproductive was. Have you had that case or no?
You mean specific to female firefighters?
Right.
We'll look in. I don't know that we've had a lot of cases like that, but I don't want to get too far out in front of myself. So we'll see what we can find in our system. In terms of the cost impact, I can't say either. Normally, the National Council on Compensation Insurance is the agency that will give a cost estimate of the impact of any changes to a workers' comp system. It's not guaranteed, but oftentimes with a presumption, what they will say is, an indeterminate increase, because it can be hard to pinpoint exactly what the effective presumption will be.
I know those are both difficult questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Sylvester and Representative Prescott, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here today.
Sure.
In some of the testimony, there were some studies that were referenced, links to them. I looked through them briefly. They seemed pretty thorough. I wondered whether or not you'd had a chance to ever look at any of those, or if that's something that we might ask you to do before the work session and weigh in on, because I know the reason I'm asking this question is that in the 128th, when we had the bill about PTSD, and the studies were a big part in sort of coming to a unanimous conclusion on that. And so I was interested in your opinion on those studies, and you may not have that answer today.
Well, I haven't read them. It sounds like there are links to them in the testimony, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be available online tomorrow. So I can certainly take a look at those, and yep, we will read through them for sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Was there another part of the question? I'm sorry.
That was it. I'm easy today.
All right.
Representative Prescott, followed by Representative Drinkwater, please.
Well, thank you. As far as the word presumptive, I've heard yes and no about any kind of annual screenings. Should we put something into place? Would that help prove one way or the other if every year the firefighters, I'm sure they go for physicals. Should we add to it? That way we know what their health was for that year. Would that help or hinder this?
Well, just for the sake of completeness, when the statute was enacted back in 2009, it did include the section which requires, reading specifically from the statute, the firefighter must have undergone a standard medically acceptable test for evidence of the cancer for which the presumption is sought. There was some discussion as to what a standard medically acceptable test meant, so the board adopted a rule effective August of 2012, and that's in Chapter 1, Section 10 of our rules, which defines what will constitute a standard medically acceptable test for specific cancers. And it's a long paragraph, but it includes blood work for male firefighters 50 and older, prostate and colonoscopy exams, female firefighters for 40 years and older, colonoscopy. So the board went through and listed exactly what they thought would constitute a medically acceptable test for evidence of the cancer. So I suspect it's clear. I don't know if that would need to be amended based on this bill, but that's something we could certainly think about.
Thank you. Representative Prescott.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I just missed the part. Is this test annual every year?
Well, I'm sorry. So it says that the firefighter must have undergone a medically acceptable test during the time of their employment. So I don't know that it has to be annual, but I'm right. The more tests you have, the clearer your baseline will be as to whether there was or wasn't evidence of the cancer before you are diagnosed with it and after you fought a fire, potentially.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I came back up with my question. I've got some testimony in opposition to LD 213, which states that both cancers are already included in the 328B presumption for firefighters. So I've heard testimony that male reproductive is covered, female reproductive is not covered.
Mhm.
Is that a true statement? Is cancer
Yes.
covered under workman's comp?
Some, not all.
Is female reproductive cancer covered under workman's comp?
Oh, well, yes, but not with the presumption. So let me just be careful with the answer. So in other words, if somebody is diagnosed with cancer and can prove that it's related to work, the answer is yes, it would be covered with or without the presumption. The current statute does not include the gynecologic cancers we've been talking about this morning in the presumption section.
All right, so the debate here is not whether cancer is covered or not covered. The debate here is presumptive coverage. True or false?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. That cleared up a lot for me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Guerin, please, followed by Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Just trying to get back to this diagnostic test. Is that a test that diagnoses them with cancer while they are in service, or is it a test to say they didn't have it when they came in, but now they have contracted it?
It's the latter. So there's some evidence as to whether they did or didn't have the cancer at issue before they started their work as a firefighter.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rhodey, for being here. I'm also looking at that testimony that Representative Drinkwater alluded to before. It says here, the Centers for Disease Control notes on its website that there are actually three of the 6 types of reproductive system cancers are most often caused by the human HPV virus. I'm not sure if you're equipped to answer this or not, but this bill is presented. Would that cover all 6 of the types of cancer that it would be presumed to have been caused in the workplace?
So I guess I don't know if there's a generally accepted definition of the word gynecologic. So I can't be sure about that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Rhodey? Sure. Thank you very much for your help with us today. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
We have no more testimony from what I'm getting from Melissa. Just want to be sure. Is there anyone we overlooked? Okay, so there is, saying that there is no more testimony to be heard on question related to LD 213. I will bring this public hearing on LD 213 to a close. And we will begin our hearing on LD 211, an act to support emergency shelter access for persons experiencing homelessness. Do we have Representative Cloutier here, please, as a sponsor?
You do.
Good morning, Representative. Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning. So Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee, my name is Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here to present testimony in support of LD 211, an act to support emergency shelter access for persons experiencing homelessness. And just as a reminder to the committee, this bill was heard last session and it was passed out of this committee unanimously as LD 1909, introduced by Representative Gatine of Westbrook. Prior to the pandemic, Maine's homeless population had already reached a crisis point. On any given night, roughly 2,500 people experience homelessness in our state. We also know that people experiencing homelessness face a far higher mortality rate than sheltered people. Data suggests that 84% of unsheltered individuals report physical health conditions, compared to just 19% of sheltered individuals. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, Maine's rate of homelessness is nearly double the rate of other Northeastern states, including New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. As you are all aware, COVID-19 has exacerbated many of the challenges faced by those experiencing homelessness. The virus has not only increased their vulnerability due to a greater general exposure to people, but it has also made it more difficult to acquire food and supplies and to find places that usually provide a refuge to those looking to simply keep warm during Maine's harsh winters. Even once the pandemic is behind us, based upon current inventory, affordable housing will continue to be increasingly difficult to access, resulting in a rising number of Mainers becoming housing insecure. Additionally, Maine's homeless population is being impacted by the substance use epidemic. Currently, we do not have systems in place to adequately care for those in need of emergency response services. Instead, we're asking shelter staff members to provide these services to clients working to manage their substance use, in addition to providing a place of safety, warmth, and nourishment. In these unprecedented and dire times, we can and must do better to support one of our most vulnerable populations and to resource those caring for them. This bill would provide ongoing funds to the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program within the Maine State Housing Authority to support operations and capacity at emergency homeless shelters across the state. This bill not only provides overdue support to shelters and our homeless population, but it is also fiscally responsible. The substance use epidemic alone has significantly increased the cost of providing shelter, and yet budgets for Maine shelters have remained flat. Increasing access to emergency shelters is significantly cheaper than footing the bill for an emergency room visit or a response from law enforcement. This increase in funding will preserve state resources, but most importantly, it will save the lives of so many of our neighbors. To close out my testimony, I would like to make two requests for amendments to the current bill language in LD 211. First, I'd like to remove the phrase low barrier from the bill language. My intention was to ensure that low barrier shelters were included in the legislation, not to limit it only to low barrier shelters. And removing this terminology will ensure that all emergency shelters have access to the funding proposed. And secondly, I'd like to specify that the funding be delivered within the funding formula set forth in the Maine State Housing Authority's Homeless Solutions Rule, rather than outside as is currently in the language. Again, remaining within this funding formula will ensure that all emergency shelters, including domestic violence shelters, will have access to the funding proposed. This is also the preference of the Maine State Housing Authority, who will be managing and administering the funding, and they are available to answer any questions the committee may have related to that formula, both today at the public hearing and at the work session. And then lastly, I just want to recognize that there were several folks who came to testify in support of this bill today, but who weren't able to wait any longer in the queue. And I know that many of them also provided written testimony, and I know that you will also take that into consideration as you review this piece of legislation. So thank you all for your consideration today and for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. My apologies for anyone that couldn't wait, but we will be sure to consider their testimony. So thank you. I saw some hands up, Representative Cuddy, followed by Representative Pebworth, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, and thank you, Representative Cloutier, for bringing this bill back. At the beginning of your testimony, you pointed out that the committee had already moved this once. What happened with the bill in the last session?
A pandemic.
So this is one of the many bills then that was actually passed. It was moved through, but it died after we adjourned, sine die.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pebworth, followed by Representative Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Cloutier. It's nice to see you, and I appreciate this bill. I had two questions. We'll skip one. You mentioned that this is a less expensive way to approach people who are experiencing homelessness. And I wonder if you or somebody that you know who's coming behind you could give us some specifics on that. I am also often really taken aback by how there are less expensive options. And this, I think, would be one of them, funding it in this way. Thank you.
So I don't, and unfortunately I can't see who's coming behind me, but I'm sure that if there isn't someone who can answer that for you, that's something that can be gathered up for the work session.
Thank you. Representative Prescott.
Well, thank you. Quite a few years ago, it was under the Obama administration, the feds were spending a lot of money with the cities for exactly this problem. What I saw was not much getting built in the way of affordable or any kind of free housing for homeless, but rather high-end condos going up. While we already had a homeless crisis, Portland was actually busing even more people in that they couldn't afford to support. And those people got the beds that the other people had, and they got kicked to the street, and they're now living in tents. So where's my guarantee that if we cough up this money, something's actually going to get done this time? I think this bill needs to have checks and balances. I really need some guarantees to support this program.
So I think that there are some folks from Maine Housing Authority who can speak much more intelligently to your question than I can, and can sort of provide some clarity on the kicking folks to the curb statement. I'm not really sure how or how that happens, or how folks are lined up in a queue to receive services.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I should have waited. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier, thank you for being here today. Thank you for bringing this bill. My understanding is that this bill really allows flexibility both at the Maine State Housing Authority, but as well as in the individual shelters to be able to use the dollars in what the people on the ground see as the most prudent way to use those dollars in any historical moment, for example, a pandemic, or, I know that, right, and I'm sure that they'll talk about that as Maine State Housing comes up. But is that a fair to say that it's that flexibility that we're looking for to use it, what seems the most prudent way to use it?
Yes, it's flexibility, and then also this bill really expands upon operations and capacity. And so that would include costs of maintenance, minor or routine repairs, rent, security, fuel, equipment, insurance, utilities, food, furnishings, and supplies necessary for the operation of an emergency shelter. And it does leave the flexibility in the hands of Maine State Housing, but also in the hands of the individual shelters in terms of what they are applying to Maine State Housing to receive funding for.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So this would be sort of the red tape that always gets talked about, right? Where it might limit a shelter from being able to do something that it really needs to do right in this moment. And there'd have to be some administrative process to make it happen, and it might come too late. Is that a fair statement?
Yep.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy, please.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Sylvester's question around flexibility just got me to thinking, having been hit with the pandemic, we've seen an explosion in some places of homelessness, and this idea of some money could have been set aside from the previous session for emergency funding. It seems like the Maine State Housing Authority would have really been able to help in a much different capacity with some flexible money set aside. with your understanding of the bill, would it have been helpful had it been passed in the previous session and gone through and to deal with the pandemic difficulties we've seen?
I mean, absolutely. Here in Lewiston, we don't have a public housing shelter. And so we had to coordinate, Maine Housing had to coordinate services with a local nonprofit to open up a temporary shelter in our armory first. And then when that closed, at an area hotel. So we're really, a problem that was, large prior to the pandemic was exacerbated by a pandemic. And there was a lot of struggling and scrambling to sort of figure out how to meet the needs of this population. And if the funding had been available, I think that there would have been at least, a safety net in place.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions of Representative Cloutier? Representative, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it very much, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you. We do have another co-sponsor, I believe, Representative Lookner.
Hey, I'm here. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and other esteemed colleagues on the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland, and I'm here today to speak in favor of LD 211, an act to support emergency shelter access for persons experiencing homelessness. Yeah, in 2017, long before the pandemic, a staggering total of 40 of our neighbors in Portland experiencing homelessness perished. A single death for preventable causes is unacceptable in my view, and addressing the crisis of housing and homelessness has long been a top priority in the city of Portland. Sadly, the pandemic has proven just how horrendously inadequate our shelter system is for people who end up without stable housing for reasons often beyond their control. In 2020, during a global health pandemic, during which the primary means of staying safe from falling ill was and continues to be to stay at home, a total of 64 of our neighbors without housing died, an increase of 60% over the previous year, according to the Portland Press Herald. How can people without a place to stay at home? The answer is they can't, and many end up dying because of our collective inability and unwillingness to extend the needed aid. This is a human atrocity that is unfolding right under our noses, and this body has the obligation to do something about it immediately. While homelessness is the end cause of a myriad of policy failures at every level, and this legislature must invest extensively in affordable housing projects and enact other policies to prevent this tragedy from continuing to unfold. The matter before us is how do we help the hundreds of Mainers out on the street in the middle of a pandemic during the coldest months of the year? Do we turn our backs and allow more to perish, or do we extend aid to service providers and give them the tools they need to safely house our less fortunate neighbors? This expenditure will provide critical resources to the frontline workers who have been putting themselves in harm's way during these last 11 months to keep the crisis from getting even worse. I urge this committee to vote ought to pass on LD 211, and beyond that, to look at real solutions for Mainers in precarious housing situations and prevent more avoidable deaths in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. Do we have any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir, for being here this afternoon, and wish you well moving forward.
Thank you.
There are no other co-sponsors. Is that right, Alyssa?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then next up, we're going to hear from Representative Warren, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, and thank you to Chairs Rafferty and Representative Sylvester and fellow members, distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. So I want to talk about this from the position of being a Scarborough community member. For one, I think at a baseline, we all like to believe that human beings in Maine, they deserve and they need access to safe and dignified shelter. And we're at a moment of crisis in approaching the 1-year anniversary of this COVID pandemic. And at least for us here in our community of Scarborough, we've seen that this is a very dangerous environment for people just right here in our community experiencing homelessness. There's been incredible efforts, even right here in my own community, including Police Chief Rob Moulton, who have been working with different community partners, including the United Way of Greater Portland, to provide through the COVID-19, it's a community relief fund, different forms of care, and to I guess kind of lead that conversation and do what they can as public safety officials. And yet there's a need, there's a serious need. And I want to express from the position of representing my own community here that we're doing all that we can, but even one of our public service members here in Scarborough mentioned at the time, in trying to do all that they can with private partnerships and through their own services, that this is from Dipinski Martin here in Scarborough, that, and I quote, "This is certainly no long-term solution to the growing homelessness in our town," meaning Scarborough. So that they're hopeful that in the efforts that they're making, that they can, and I quote, "have a genuine dialogue, helping to figure out other unmet needs and possible longer-term solutions." So, and I think that this is one of those needs. Even before I was elected, got just report like every week that local Southern forecaster that there's this increasing need, and this is our Police Chief Rob Moulton right here. This is just absolutely a crisis, and increasing double in calls and in responding to incidents that are happening in public safety here in Scarborough. So I just, I think that there's been tremendous leadership that's been taken here by Scarborough, particularly public safety, and also our town council has helped to meet the unmet need in helping to provide temporary shelter through a local hotels here in the greater Portland area. And yet I think that just there's many things that are being done and it is not enough. So I want to commend those efforts and say that this is the next step, and I think they need us to act in this way. So I think it's a common sense solution. I think also, I think it's fair and true that this would help us to not have to bear the additional burden onto other social services and our healthcare systems in this incredibly difficult time. And I think also I always want to come back to what that really means is the immense amount of human suffering that will have to have occurred and potentially creates even more threat to public health if we let it get that far. So it's both good economic sense, and it's also, I believe, what is right and just. And I want to bring both of those elements into this discussion. I think both are true. It's and I appreciate your consideration of this request. I commend the efforts of my community on this issue, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Any questions of Representative Warren? Thank you very much for testifying. We know you will have an opportunity to work with us later, so thank you. Next up is Sean Yardley, and Sean is going to be followed by Alicia Ray.
Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing, My name is Sean Yardley. I'm a resident of Bangor, and I am the CEO of Community Concepts in Lewiston. And I am here today to testify in favor of LD 211. I previously served as director of the City of Bangor's Health and Human Services Department, where I administered separate shelters for men and women and served on the original statewide homeless council for over 10 years. In late March last year, the City of Lewiston, Maine Housing and DHHS approached Community Concepts and asked if we would establish a time-limited 60-bed wellness shelter to house homeless with the goal of reducing the potential spread of the COVID-19 virus. We operated that shelter through mid-July, serving nearly 140 individuals, and only had one COVID positive case that we quickly got under control with no further spread. That same July, we were asked to operate a shelter for COVID positive individuals, not necessarily only homeless, which we continue to operate to this day, serving 67 individuals since we opened. In November of last year, we once again were asked and agreed to open a 28-bed wellness shelter, which we will operate through the end of April, having served 49 individuals since November 15th. Community Concepts' work over the last 10 months has clearly demonstrated the need for a publicly funded shelter in Lewiston. We have operated at full capacity most of the time, frequently having to turn away people who are homeless due to the lack of beds. We have successfully connected people previously homeless with housing vouchers, leading to more stable housing, and have demonstrated the benefits of a wellness shelter in our community, including better outcomes with planned discharges from the shelter, reduced costs to the community for emergency services, including law enforcement, hospitalizations, emergency medical costs, and emergency motels that will provide shelter without essential services. Last summer, a guest at the shelter went to the Lewiston City Council and shared during the public comment portion of the meeting. I'm just going to read a small piece of that. While staying at the Lewiston Wellness Shelter, I started work at Hannaford. The shelter staff fully supported my recovery, and today I am 33 days clean. I attended NA every evening, and I am in treatment and have sessions 3 times a week with my recovery team. I have even been blessed with a housing voucher through the BRAT program. My recovery, simply put, and without exaggeration, would not be possible without the Lewiston Wellness Shelter and the great city of Lewiston. This shelter has provided me a safe, clean, and above all else, a friendly place to recover and begin laying the initial bricks that will provide the foundation of my new life. But one of the many individuals
Mr. Yardley?
At the wellness shelter. Yes.
Unfortunately, we are at the end of our time. If you could wrap up your thoughts, and perhaps someone will ask you to read the rest of the letter in the questioning.
That's fine. My last thought is that shelters are necessary, unfortunately. They're not the answer, but they're a pathway, and they will make a difference in people's lives, but also in the well-being of the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Yardley? I see some Representative Prescott, followed by Representatives Drinkwater and Sylvester.
Hello. Hey, that story you just told about the person who recovered and got on their feet, that's just what I'm looking for. I got to stand my ground about just throwing out a wad of cash and walking away. I'd like to see more line items, how much expansion of beds, how many people are actually recovering. And could you tell me more about planned discharge?
Yes.
What's exactly I mean?
So the first question, there have been a couple of main studies done in the last 10 years that show the cost of housing someone in the shelter versus them being on the street. And furthermore, getting permanent supportive housing. I can refer you to those. I'm guessing that other speakers after me will have those studies. They were done both in the city of Portland as well as in rural areas of Maine. And it's pretty dramatic. I share your concerns. I think it has to be done well. What we do is we bring case managers into the shelter, connect them with the people while they're there, so that when they are discharged or they choose to leave or they find housing, they have a better chance of being able to be stable and maintain that. So it's really addressing people where they're at and helping them to make sure that they have the supports to be able to safely and productively live in permanent housing.
All right, thank you.
You're muted, Senator.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Sorry about that. Representative Drinkwater, Sylvester, and Bradstreet, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yardley. Listening to your testimony, you've had quite a lot of experience with these shelters. And the focus of this bill is to support emergency shelter access for persons. And you were talking about opening up such things as we evolved into this pandemic. So in your experience, is Maine Housing doing an adequate job to help you open up these emergency shelters?
I have to say, and this is not playing to the audience and playing to Maine Housing, my experience working with Maine Housing and these emergency shelters, I've been in public service for 40 years. My experience working with Maine Housing, Steve McDermott is my contact there for this program, has been the most positive, supportive experience I have had in my career.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Sylvester and then Representative Bradstreet, please.
He's on a Zoom, but let me hold.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley. It's always great to see you again. And when you're certainly one of the people who come forward with ideas and suggestions and problem solving. So we appreciate you being here testifying today. My question is, when we heard this bill before, a lot of the conversation was about people sleeping out on the ground in the winter. It was about ground covers. It was about mittens and hats and being able to provide winter gear. And now clearly, the focus has shifted to this pandemic, but I am assuming it hasn't gotten any warmer out there in the Maine winter, and that those sorts of things that we looked at this bill the first time are still life and death in the same way that the pandemic is.
Absolutely. And I think the difference and why we agreed as an agency to stand this shelter up, because that is not our primary line of work, was the need not only to protect individuals that are experiencing homelessness, but frankly, to protect the entire community. I have a long background in public health too. So this was really a proactive public health step to be able to daily check for symptoms. And when we found them, test, and then when we found positive, isolate and do the things we needed to reduce the spread. With prevention, you never really know what you've prevented. You have to believe that it makes a difference. And in the case of that one person who was positive and the 4 people that we identified as close contacts, we immediately got them into isolation and quarantine, and there was no further spread. And I think that was a testament right there of the value of this, not only for those people that were receiving the service, but to everybody in the community that may well have been impacted in a negative way with the spread of this disease.
Thank you, sir, and for all your work as always.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Bradstreet and Representative Drinkwater to follow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Yardley. Appreciate all your work. A couple of my questions have already been answered regarding how your goal is to get people, I guess, into permanent housing, and I commend you for that. And I hope that we can come up with some type of design and protocol that encourages that. We always have a finite number of beds, and anytime we can move people into permanent housing, that's a great thing because it frees up more beds for people who truly need it. I also like to commend you on how you handled it during the pandemic. It shows that even in the midst of the pandemic, you can do things successfully with the right protocols, and talking especially about social distancing and all that you were forced to do. But the question I have is, you mentioned several times that you had different spans of time where you operated and then you ended and started again. Was it because of lack of funding or an end of funding that you stopped and started again?
So that was part of it, Representative Bradstreet. But we really went into it from an agency perspective, making a hard, fast commitment that we hope that someone would step up after us and fill the void. And so that hasn't been the case. There hasn't been anybody that has stepped up to do that. And so this time, the wellness shelter side, we are committed till the end of April. And my thinking was that we were being a bridge for the community to come up with a more permanent solution. There are shelters in Lewiston, but they have criteria for acceptance to go in, and that's a barrier. So you can have a bed, but if it's not an available bed, then it doesn't meet the full need in the community. So Community Concepts, we do many different programs. And before I came to the agency, they had provided homeless services, and we just didn't feel it was in our wheelhouse to do. And so when we were approached, I reluctantly brought it back to our board, and they supported us doing it. And we did the same thing through the winter. And frankly, the 28 beds at times, especially in the recent cold snap, is not enough. We're not meeting the entire need, but we're doing the piece that we can do, and continuing to advocate for others to step up and meet the need. And I think it's a statewide issue. It's just not, the service center communities. And I think that's a challenge that you as legislators and the government needs to address, because it forces people to go where their services, and then you get into, well, they didn't come from here. But we primarily have served people that have a connection to the Lewiston-Auburn area.
Thank you.
Appreciate your answer.
Thank you. Mr. Yardley, if I could, please. I don't see any other hands up, so I'd like to ask one. So what would the likelihood be that if a homeless person at 6 o'clock this evening needed a bed in Lewiston, what's the likelihood that they would, A, get one, one would be available, and B, what would they have to do to secure that?
So unfortunately, there would be no bed available through our shelter because we've been at capacity within 3 days of reopening in November. What we would try to do is try to refer them some other place, depending on the challenges they presented. We would probably take their temperature, because if they had a temperature, we probably would then try to direct them to get a rapid test. And then we would work to find that if it was a positive, we'd work to find either in our COVID positive shelter or with other resources in Portland and Bangor, we would find and transport that person, if we believe them to be positive, to get them out of the community in a safe place where their symptoms could be monitored and we could reduce further spread.
Thank you very much. Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just help me understand that what this bill is proposing to do to what we're already doing? Am I hearing that we just don't have enough beds and therefore we need to support this bill? I wasn't here in the 129th when this passed unanimously. So I guess I need some understanding on what this bill's proposing to do versus what we're already doing.
So I think there'll be others that speak after me that can better answer that. But from my position, I think it provides additional resources to support municipalities in making sure that the people that are living in their communities have a place to go, and that it's a shared responsibility with the state as opposed falling on the taxpayers of the local community. That's an oversimplified answer. It's more complex than that. And I do expect that others will be able to speak more directly to that that question, which I think is a very important one.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley.
Any other questions for Mr. Yardley? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir, for being here, testifying, and we hope you're accessible to us moving forward if we have any additional questions.
I'm ready to be available. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Alicia Ray. And Alicia will be followed by Tracy Hare and Katie Spencer White.
Thank you so much, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Alicia Ray, and my pronouns are she, her. I serve as a Lewiston City Councilor representing Ward 3. This is one of the poorest census tracts in the state of Maine, with many folks at risk of losing their employment or benefits leading to homelessness. Additionally, as a member of the Lewiston School Committee, I am gravely concerned about our unhoused youth navigating our school system and the school committee's work to help students stay on their educational path. In 2020, the Lewiston City Council voted unanimously on our goals, including a goal to develop a plan for the homeless population and enhance shelter availability within Lewiston. As we look to move forward with this goal, our community would greatly benefit from the adoption and funding of LD 211, expanding funding for the operation of emergency shelters. I will also note my colleague, Councillor Sophia Khalid, representing Ward 1 in Lewiston, also planned to testify but had to depart for a work commitment. You should have her written testimony in your submissions as well, and we stand together in support of this bill. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the city of Lewiston has hosted 2 wellness shelters, as well as a COVID-19 positive shelter where individuals could quarantine, and Mr. Yardley just spoke to that. Through these experiences, the city has essentially witnessed a case study in the types of support unhoused individuals from our community need. The idea that folks utilizing this shelter would just need some help with paperwork to get their vouchers and find housing was an incorrect assumption, dispelled by that first shelter effort and seen through the continuation of this current experience. The guests utilizing the shelter are almost entirely local to the Lewiston area, working to find the right support that will help them find and maintain their housing. State government can help here by laying the groundwork for long-term solutions with this bill. Through LD 211 and others in this session, the state can play a role in this regional and municipal solutions that support communities in a multifaceted manner. In addition to the pandemic factors, we are currently experiencing that time of winter in Maine, where I sure am glad to be working and governing from home, a privilege you all are afforded currently as well. Emergency shelters provide life-saving services in one of the most predictable parts of our year, the cold, harsh winter of Maine. Access to emergency shelters can mean the difference between life and death for our most vulnerable community members, and building resources to assist these shelters is critical for future success. Going forward from this pandemic, there are quite a lot of things that I know I would like to leave behind: the isolation, physical distance, the illness and death of many of our fellow Mainers. I ask that you make sure unhoused individuals are not one of those things we leave behind as well. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ray. Are there any questions for Ms. Ray, please? We appreciate you being here today and sharing that information, and thank you for your dedication. You're very busy, it sounds like, between your school board and city council, a lot of work. Thank you. So next up we have, is it Tracy Hare?
Yes, hi.
Thank you.
Senator Rafferty, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Labor and Housing Committee. So my name is Tracy Hare, and I'm the Executive Director of Home Incorporated. We manage 4 homeless shelters in Hancock County, and one of the few homeless shelters that provides homeless services for families with children. I also bring the perspective of a person with lived experience of homelessness. So thank you for the opportunity today to testify in support of LD 211. So on Monday, just this past Monday, I was alerted to a crisis unfolding here in Bucksport. A local hotel, home to an estimated 80 low-income people, has just been deemed a dangerous building by code enforcement. While this event is unfolding as we speak, it has the potential to push dozens of people into homelessness at a time when our shelters today here in Hancock County are 3 beds shy of capacity. It's an enormous challenge. Shelters continue to be called upon to solve crises that are beyond our staff or budgetary capacity, but this is our work. Home's been doing this work since 1970. I've been at Home since 2004, I think going on 17 years. There was a time when our shelters, all 4 of them, did not need overnight staff, and staffing patterns did not call for intensive skill to keep our shelters safe. This isn't the case today. So a steady increase in the opioid crisis and trauma has called us to pivot to a 24-hour staffing pattern across all of our shelters. We don't see this changing anytime in the near future. The shortage of affordable housing, lack of mental health and substance use disorder services, and COVID-19 have permanently changed the way homeless response systems are delivered in Maine. As the public health crisis forced our shelters to serve smaller numbers across scattered sites, our staff began spreading out shelter guests and creating quarantine spaces. For us, this included renting a house in Ellsworth, an apartment in Bucksport, and securing hotel rooms here in Bucksport, as well as closing our daycare and craft store and turning them into a quarantine space with cots donated by Maine Emergency Management. We built walls out of plastic to separate spaces. Before the pandemic, we experienced a 38% increase in people coming to us for shelter with substance use disorder. A 50% increase of guests presented with mental illness. And the pandemic has only exacerbated this crisis, and unfortunately, we lost 1 guest to suicide. The following example outlines best the complex needs the shelter system addresses. In 2019, an elderly man came to our shelter who was found close to freezing to death following a fall. Soon after, we learned he had significant health challenges, which left him incontinent and at times incoherent.
Ms. Hare,
yes.
I'm so sorry. Your time is up.
Okay.
I'm sure that folks will have questions, and perhaps somebody will ask you to if you have any further thoughts that you'd wanted to share from your testimony.
I do want to end on a positive note. Last year, more than 50% of our guests left for permanent housing. So it's clear that the Maine Shelter Network, it's the most cost-effective, positive solution to ending homelessness in our state. It works. And I submitted written testimony that's also much longer than me just speaking. So I encourage you to take a look at that, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Ms. Hare. Any questions? Well, we appreciate you being here, and mostly for the work you're doing and continue to do. Good luck to you moving forward and serving as a resource for us should we need you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Let's see, we have Katie Spencer White, please.
Hold on, I'm wondering if maybe she left. Oh, no, I got her. Okay.
Thank you. And I think Allie Smith will be behind her. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here. I'm just turning all my systems on. All right. Good morning, Chairman Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished committee members. My name is Katie Spencer White. I'm a resident of Brunswick and the Executive Director of the Mid-Maine Homeless Shelter and Services in Waterville. I'm also a doctoral student and researcher at Northeastern University studying poverty and homelessness. I come to you today to ask you to support LD 211. This funding will support emergency shelters to ensure that we continue to provide essential emergency shelter for people in crisis. Last year, I testified in support of LD 1909. I spoke of the work we do, how critical it is, and then a pandemic hit and everything changed. The last few months of this pandemic the first few months of the pandemic were indescribable. We made it up as we went along and trusted that we could meet whatever challenges came our way, and we were right. Despite having fewer staff, we now serve 33% more people than we did pre-pandemic. Not only that, where other services dropped off, we stepped in. We've supplied food to people placed in hotels by general assistance, which is an increase of 25% above what we would prepare for our own guests. And when our local food pantry closed its doors due to the pandemic, we expanded our food pantry services. I'm extremely proud of the work our team has done and what we've achieved together. But private nonprofit shelters cannot compete with state agencies to provide and what they provide to their workforce. Our shelter is a small business with less than 30 employees. Our pay, vacation time, and other benefits are uncompetitive. And in a crisis, being mission-driven will only take you so far. Staff need to know that they can pay their bills, take time off to care for their kids, or recharge their overused batteries. This year, we learned some important lessons. The first of which is you can't respond to an emergency unless you have a strong team. Our workforce is our most important asset. And with the passage of LD 211, the first thing we would do is invest in them. We would offer better terms and conditions and training in core skills required for crisis work. Importantly, we would invest in leadership. By necessity, we have a flat leadership structure, which limits the range of products we can take on. Case in point, we operate a FEMA-funded hotel in Waterville that provides 29 hotel rooms to people in crisis, and we were offered the opportunity to run one in Augusta. We had to pass on Augusta because we don't have enough staff and we don't have the mid-level leadership that would make that project successful. But make no mistake, we need more shelter beds and it takes qualified staff to run them. We've demonstrated that we are essential to meeting the needs of vulnerable Mainers. General assistance has been crushed by the weight of need during this pandemic, and many municipalities have far exceeded their allocations by tens of thousands of dollars. Hundreds more vulnerable Mainers who don't qualify for GA are able to find shelter with us. I would love to say we're close to ending homelessness, but the sad reality is we're not. There is hope, however. This funding will go a long way to ensuring high quality emergency housing with compassionate and skilled staff is available to every vulnerable Mainer as soon as they need it. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. White, for what you do. I live right in the Waterville area, so I'm familiar somewhat with the work that you do. Appreciate it. I'm wondering if how many nonprofits are we talking about here that would share in the money? And assuming this passes, is there already a formula decided upon how the money would be allocated?
Yeah, so I think based on what I have heard at the beginning of the testimony for this bill, there are approximately, and I could be wrong, give or take a shelter, approximately 36 shelters that are funded through the Emergency Solutions Grant. And I think it would be dispersed according to the Maine State Housing formula that disperses that particular grant fund. I think that this funding would be dispersed according to that same formula. So for example, we serve in Waterville 5% of the state's homeless population. So we would expect a 5% share using that formula.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I have Representative Prescott, followed by Representative Gear.
Well, hi. What kind of guardrails can we put into this bill to ensure this money will go to increasing staff? As you said, we need some extra people, more boots on the ground, let's say.
Right.
Which is kind of what I've been getting at about where we're spending the money. Can you give me anything to go on? Some help?
Yeah, so I think one of the things to understand is that homeless services is funded by HUD, and there are a lot of guardrails put in place by the federal government, and that is all overseen by Maine State Housing. So we're audited annually. Our finances are audited independently and also by Maine State Housing, and we've really got to account for every penny and dollar. And so as we're looking strategically at how we can expand services and where we would allocate those funds, of course, the first line of defense is our board of directors, which is made up of community members. So I think, more so than most small businesses, we have a lot of eyes on what we do. All of our funds are publicly reported. And where there's a strategic need to expand services, that's certainly where every responsible shelter is going to allocate those funds. I don't know that that's directly answered your question. I don't think you can put a line item in it, because one of the things we have to acknowledge with homeless services in Maine is that there are distinct communities and populations. So Waterville, the needs that we have to serve are going to look different than the needs in Portland or Bangor, or as Tracy Hare talked about, in rural parts of the state. So we need that flexibility because it's not a one size fits all solution. We also serve families, and we have it as our strategic goal to create a second site to serve just families. Currently, we have to serve them in one site. So it's that flexibility that allows each individual community to do that needs assessment and figure out how those funds are going to best meet the local need.
Thank you. I have Representative Gear, followed by Senator Guerin, and Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Spencer-White, for all this good information. I have kind of a two-part question. One is, when you look at the additional funding, are you primarily thinking, and I've heard you mention both things, are you primarily thinking about sustaining current operations or being able to expand on some of the opportunities that you identified? Then I'm also curious as to how then you're also measured and or are measuring yourselves on moving people out of the shelters into the sustainable affordable housing situation. So, because I can see this, if where you put the money and where you measure isn't necessarily solving the bigger problem, which is getting folks into actual permanent housing.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I guess I'll start with how we measure. Speaking for shelter directors across the state, we have a couple of key metrics that we all look to. The key one, well, we have two: average length of stay in shelter, and then positive discharge from shelter. Average length of stay changes based on a number of factors. One of those being, what does your local housing market look like? So in Knox County, for example, they have a very tight local housing market. There's not the demand far outstrips the supply. They have one of the lowest, or they have one of the highest lengths of stays because it takes a long time to identify appropriate housing. The second criteria is positive discharge from shelter, and that means 6 months after a household leaves shelter, are they still in a permanent housing situation? Again, it's very locally based on a number of factors and the wraparound services that are provided. One of the things that we do in a number of shelters across the state is we provide something called targeted case management. And we also have housing navigation, and we follow folks for a year after they leave the shelter and go into permanent housing. That helps us. Now I'm speaking for Mid-Maine Homeless Shelter. We have the best record in the state in terms of positive discharge from shelter. 85% of our guests are still housed after they leave 6 months after leaving the shelter. So those are two of the key metrics that we would use. Now, sustainability. We both need to sustain services, high quality professional services. And we're talking about, training in behavioral health. We're talking about really localized knowledge in terms of working with landlords and making sure those housing placements are successful. We're talking about crisis services, substance use disorder, making sure that our staff are able to manage those things so that we don't have long lists of people whom whose shelters are unable to serve. Remember, we have to serve everybody. And for a lot of people, what they come into the shelter with beyond crisis and trauma, substance use disorder, mental health, et cetera, requires very specialized training. So we need to get that in place so that we can sustain these positive outcomes for our most vulnerable residents. But it is also the case that pre-pandemic, we were only able to serve on any given month 20% of the people who called looking for service. So we've known since before the pandemic that we need to expand bed capacity. But what the pandemic has unequivocally taught us is that without a strong, right-skilled, right-staffed organization, you can't do that work. 80% of our budget is payroll, and without the boots on the ground and the leadership to guide them, you cannot add more beds into the system. So we want to focus on that. We call it core stability. We need to have that solid foundation of best staffing and best practices, and then we can work on lowering those length of stays and increasing those positive discharges from shelters while we work on some of the other big, hairy, audacious goals, like increasing the volume, the housing stock of affordable housing here in Maine.
Thank you. Senator Guerin and Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and I thank you for being here today and for the noble work you do. I know it is very challenging. You made a comment about you unlike small businesses were watching every, I think, maybe line item or expenditure. Struggling small businesses are surely watching every line item too. That's the reason we have to carefully look at every taxpayer expenditure to nonprofits who may be able to tap into other revenue sources. I was wondering if you had been awarded any PPP money or CARES Act money.
Yeah, great question. And let me reiterate, my comment was we have a lot of oversight from external folks watching what we do and reviewing our books, et cetera, right? So we've got a lot of oversight up and down the chain of command, whether it's from HUD or Maine State Housing, our own board, or independent auditors. Yes, we did successfully get the first round of PPP money. We did successfully get a PPP loan, thanks to the Herculean effort of our local bankers, who I can't sing the praises enough, of Kennebec Savings Bank. They watched our back every step of the way. And we were able to use those funds. Those funds were critical in the early days of the pandemic. I think we lost 2 staff people because they had either a caring issue or they had a particular health need that meant that they could not return to work. But we were able to keep everybody on staff who wanted to stay employed, and we were able to end our fiscal year not in a loss, but pretty much breaking even for this year. So that was really successful for us.
What was the amount of your PPP award?
It was, and I'll within give or take 1,000, I think it was in the region of $147,000.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Sylvester, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate all your work, Ms. Spencer-White. And my question really is for Steve. If for the work session, if you could present to us our options for being able to get a report out to the committee on the progress and success of this bill, on being able to get report out or to get options to be able to have further presentations in terms of homelessness and perhaps suggestions that come out of the folks who might use this legislation should it be successful, as well as to have the committee sponsor legislation to act on those recommendations, should it be successful. So if we could just see all of those options so that we could look at the committee also having some oversight over the success of this bill, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Steve, and appreciate your work, Katie.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for your work, for your availability today, your testimony, and again, as we move forward and we need anything from you, we'll, thanks for your availability.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Have a good day. Next up, we have Allie Smith, and Allie will be followed by Anna Brewer.
Hello, can you all see me and hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for allowing me to testify today. My name is Allie Smith. I'm here today as a member of the City of Lewiston's Housing Committee. We're a municipally appointed committee of Lewiston citizens and service providers who are tasked with advising the City Council and the municipality on issues related to housing in Lewiston. I was appointed to the committee as a resident of Lewiston and an owner of a multifamily home in the downtown here, though I do also work as a service provider to homeless and at-risk youth at New Beginnings, which has been serving that population in Maine since 1980. I thank the other service providers who have outlined the need related to additional shelter resources, and I'm going to focus my testimony today on the situation in Lewiston, as Sean Yardley initiated in his testimony. So as he mentioned, the City of Lewiston is currently without a public shelter for adults. There have been temporary shelters created by Community Concepts, and there are currently beds at the Ramada, but there is no longstanding public shelter available in the community here. And I would like to speak about the loss to communities if these shelters do not exist. So the Housing Committee has sought feedback from a diverse range of providers in our community to understand the scope of services that are available to here and where the gaps are. And what we found is that in Lewiston, the only overnight shelters in our community are privately operated by religious organizations. And I don't mean in any way to demean the intentions nor the faith that drives these institutions. However, these shelters are not simply born out of religious ideology. They also require religious observance from those who utilize their services. I have no doubt there are many folks who are happy to receive services with this stipulation, but there are others, specifically members of other faiths and members of communities who have experienced alienation from religious environments, especially some members of the LGBTQ community who are unable to receive services from these organizations without consenting to a fundamental denial of their identity and their basic human dignity. With these shelters as the only service providers who offer overnight shelter to adults in our community, many people who experience homelessness in Lewiston are placed in an untenable position of choosing between their self-respect and identity and their immediate physical safety. So for me, that takes on particular significance as I reflect on the overrepresentation of LGBTQ+ youth among young people experiencing homelessness. I've documented some of the statistics regarding that in my written testimony, and I'm not going to dive too deeply into it here, but estimates state that LGBTQ youth are anywhere from 2 to 13 times more likely to become homeless than their peers, and that they experience higher rates of violence, physical and mental health degradation and exploitation, and that the most common reason that these young people become homeless is because of rejection of their sexual orientation or their gender identity by their families. So it strikes me as particularly cruel that these young people, after finding they cannot abide by the erasure of their identity in their own home, may go on to experience the same debasement from the service providers in this community because they're the only ones available. Yes.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your time. I wonder if you could summarize and
yeah, certainly. I've known young people who have had this experience and chose to remain homeless rather than staying somewhere where they had to pray to a religion they didn't subscribe to every night. And just quickly, these private service providers do not contribute to HMIS, and they do not participate in the point in time survey. And because of that, that impacts the resources available to individuals in Lewiston, such as housing vouchers that are reserved for the chronically homeless in our community. And it is also my understanding it impacts resources for the municipality. Thank you. I'm happy to take your questions. Sorry I spoke so long.
No, that's okay.
Representative Prescott, please.
Well, hi. So you're saying that people are being denied services because of their personal lifestyles?
What I'm saying is that when there are only private providers, there is not accountability. And what I'm saying is that, you know, I believe that people who are receiving services like this deserve to be treated with dignity and deserve to be respected. And what I'm saying is that people don't feel that way. And I understand that there are people who believe that if you need these services, you should be willing to take them in any form that they come. But I would say from a practical standpoint, if you are delivering services in a way that alienates the recipients of those services, then you're not going to have the same positive long-term outcomes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of?
That's a thinker.
Any other questions, please? Again, then, Ms. Smith, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here and your testimony. And good luck to you moving forward. And I believe next up we have Anna Brewer.
Is it me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay, sorry. I reloaded. Okay, thank you. Good morning, members of the committee, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Anna Brewer. I'm the Homeless Voices for Justice team leader at Preble Street, but I'm testifying today on behalf of Portland's Emergency Shelter Assessment Committee, also known as ESAC, in support of LD 211, an act to support emergency shelter access for persons experiencing homelessness in Maine. ESAC is a collaborative of homeless service providers, funders, advocates, and people with lived experience working to ensure the safety and well-being of people who are homeless in Portland. Through planning, coordination, and advocacy, we promote a continuum of care and support for individuals experiencing homelessness. The United Way and the City of Portland initiated this group in 1987 to act primarily in an advisory capacity. LD 211 would provide ongoing general fund appropriations in the amount of $3 million per year to the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program within the Maine State Housing Authority to support operations and capacity at low barrier emergency shelters across the state. This bill specifies that funding is supplemental to the Maine State Housing Authority's Emergency Shelter and Housing Assistance Program, also known as ESHAP, ESHAP, and is to be delivered outside of the funding formula set forth in the Homeless Solutions Rule. And this may have been updated. I know Representative Cloutier was speaking to some changes about that earlier. So throughout state fiscal year 2019, which ended June 30th, 2019, 5,886 people experienced homelessness in Maine. Let me read that number one more time. 5,886 people experienced homelessness in Maine. Of this group, 102 people were long-term stayers, or people who have experienced 180 or more days of homelessness in that 12-month period, 83 of whom were single adults and 19 of whom were members of families. Though we have made significant progress housing the longest stayers in homelessness, emergency shelters across Maine continue to be full or overflowing. Emergency shelters depend on a variety of funding systems, some of which are unpredictable, and all of which do not meet shelters' financial needs, especially as the numbers of people sleeping outside has continued to climb. Other states across the country have experienced precipitous increases in people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And it's important that Maine have the capacity to address this vulnerable group of people before it faces a similar crisis. And I would argue that we're in an unsheltered homelessness crisis in this moment. In order to accomplish this, it's important that we continue to have a robust shelter system, and doing so necessitates additional emergency shelter operating funding, which LD 211 would provide. I would specifically ask that you please ensure that funding for the Shelter Operating Subsidy Program does not come from the Housing Opportunities for Maine or the Home Fund and remains as a general fund budget item. Please support LD 211 so that we can ensure emergency shelter access across Maine continue to provide critical services to people experiencing homelessness so we can all work together to end homelessness in Maine. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to comment.
Any questions of Ms. Brewer? Seeing none, then thank you very much. We appreciate you being here, your testimony, and the work that you continue to do.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Yes, thank you. If I have this right. Alyssa, do I have, it's, I think it's,
Andrea Musso, followed by Carolyn Silvius.
thank you very much.
No problem.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Andrea Mancuso. I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in support of LD 211. We serve a membership of the 8 regional domestic violence resource centers across the state, as well as the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine. Our programs together operate a network of 11 emergency shelters throughout the state. In 2020, these programs together provided shelter to 612 individuals, including 245 children, every one of them having experienced some form of acute or chronic trauma. Though less than 5% of the more than 12,000 people that are served by our programs in Maine each year ever come into the shelter program, our shelters are a vital and life-saving yet resource-intensive service, and one that has been particularly impacted by the opioid crisis and the universal lack of mental health crisis resources. Our shelters are to be safe places for survivors of domestic abuse and violence and their children, supportive environments that also offer comprehensive services to help survivors meet both their immediate needs for safety and stability, and also to help survivors address the trauma experienced and achieve long-term safety and stability. This is what we strive for, but the reality of sheltering in Maine today often falls short of this ideal. Every day, our shelters are functioning more like de facto emergency rooms or multi-purpose triaging centers, and the picture in rural Maine is particularly bleak. We've provided some examples in written testimony, but to summarize, our shelter advocates are often dealing with and trying to support folks that are experiencing active mental health crisis. With the unavailability of affordable housing in Maine, we also are experiencing survivors in our shelter for longer periods of time, and capacity is a concern. Recognizing this effort in the 129th legislature made it through the committee unanimously. MCDV and our member programs ask you to support LD 211, with Representative Cloutier's offered amendments directing Maine Housing to use the shelter operations piece of the funding formula. Additional operating funding is critically needed for all of Maine's emergency shelter programming. It's so much more than providing a warm place to sleep. We're continuously called upon to respond to greater and more complicated needs, and the resources have not kept pace. COVID has exacerbated these challenges. You've heard some of that today, but the challenges existed before COVID, and they'll remain when the pandemic is resolved. While every shelter within our network has unique funding challenges, the common thread is there just isn't enough to support survivors in the ways that they need. And even a small increase in operational funding can make a meaningful difference and can help fill the gaps where other funding just doesn't stretch far enough. I've outlined some of the needs that were easily identified by the programs, some of the things they would do with increased operational funding in our written testimony. At present, none of our shelters are able to achieve full on-site 24/7 coverage. Staff coverage is particularly impactful for survivors. The feedback that we receive is that the nights we're able to have staff stay at the shelters later into the evenings, they feel safer. Last year, our shelter program served 245 children with no designated funding to address the need for specialized programming or specialized supportive services for children. These are children who are living with trauma. More resources are necessary to appropriately attend to their unique needs. Not one of our programs can exist solely on the funding that currently comes in through Maine Housing's ESHAP program. It takes a patchwork of resources, which are often purpose restricted, and it's a constant struggle with overloading under-resourced staff and outdated facilities. Our staff are constantly called upon to be nurses, childcare providers, employment coaches, counselors, administrators, the list goes on. The supplemental funding won't change that reality, but it will provide additional dollars to help us better enable survivors to meet the needs of survivors. So thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mancuso. Any questions? I see Tracy Gear, Representative Tracy Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mancuso, thanks for being here and for your testimony today. I'm curious, given the focus of your network on survivors of domestic violence, are there specific needs? Again, so you mentioned a few things like not necessarily having physical shelter beds to offer, but being able to locate folks elsewhere in your written testimony. I'm just wondering if there are things specific to survivors of domestic violence that you would be able to address with the additional funding.
It really varies based on region. I think, Katie really spoke to it beautifully that with sheltering, we really do try to meet the needs in each individual community. Our shelter in the Mid-Coast area does not have a brick and mortar building, but the COVID pandemic has really allowed them to explore unique ways to meet the needs within that particular community using non-communal hoteling and moteling to keep folks in their community and connected to their existing supports, employment, childcare, to try and position folks to move on more successfully. I do think that, we're constantly trying to achieve that 24/7 staffing and moving closer and closer, because that really is something that survivors want us to be able to achieve to best support their needs. And we also address the reality that sometimes it comes down to choosing between fixing the broken toilet seat or the heating element in the dryer. And it really is a cobbling together of all the resources to try and figure out what things from the very important list the funding can be stretched to cover. I also think, children's programming is something that our programs would also love to be able to do some really thoughtful, better programming around addressing the trauma impact on children of what they've experienced with their time at the shelter.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Ms. Mancuso, thank you very much for being here today. Your testimony is very helpful, and we hope that you're available for us should we need any help in our work session.
Most certainly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Carolyn Silvius.
There we go. Am I here? Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay. Start my video. There we go. Okay. My name, good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Carolyn Silvius, and I live in Portland, and I am an advocate with Homeless Voices for Justice. I am here today to testify in support of LD 211, an act to support emergency shelter access for persons experiencing homelessness in Maine, which would provide more funding for emergency shelters to increase their capacity. For 10 months in 2016, I experienced homelessness. I was lucky enough to find emergency shelter at Florence House, and I believe that being there saved both my sanity and my life. However, others are not as fortunate. Some find a place to get out of the elements during the night, but not in the daytime. It is just as easy to die from exposure during a frosty day as it is to die at night. Others are unable, for various reasons, to access any shelter at all. Many are unaware of their options that would take them out of the cold and snow and need to be informed, and in a few cases coached to take advantage of these life-saving facilities. However, many shelters struggle to sustain the funding needed to provide this outreach and keep the front door open. As it stands now, the shelters that do exist are brimming over. Those in need are straining resources that are already in place. Recognizing your duty to your constituents to let no person suffer needlessly or die from lack of shelter, I implore you to vote in favor of LD 211. This bill would increase the funding to those shelters and warming centers that currently exist, allow some shelters to increase capacity, and to take some of the burden off cities to which those from towns without shelter options travel. Already this year, we have had community members die from lack of shelter, and there is still much inclement weather left before winter is over. In our climate, shelter is not only a human right, it is a lifesaver. Please vote in favor of LD 211. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvia. Yes, thank you, Ms. Sylvia. Any questions? I see Representative Sylvester.
Yes. Unmute.
You're muted, sir.
Ms. Silvius, it's great to see you. And for those who don't know, when I was first running, Ms. Silvius spoke at when there was a housing crisis at that time and taught me more about the housing crisis in Portland in 10 minutes than many folks have since then. And so I always appreciate when she comes in front of the committee. I'm wondering, since you do have sort of an on-the-ground sense of how housing has gone, there's been some questions about, whether or not people are on the ground are trying to do enough for homelessness. We know that there aren't the resources to do enough. But what's been the experience of folks in this pandemic, from what you've heard, in terms of the staff trying to help?
I do know that the Oxford Street shelter had to go to like half capacity in order to achieve the social distancing and prevent the spread of the disease. I do know that we've had to rent hotel rooms at great expense to the city in order to shelter those who don't fit in the Oxford Street shelter. Preble Street will be opening a 40-bed shelter, but that's only half of the 88 people that we assume are sleeping outside on the ground. So it's not going to take care of the deal. We need more money. We are doing everything we can. People at Homeless Voices for Justice, people at the City of Portland, and also private shelter providers are doing everything they can, but the money just is not there to do enough to get the numbers of people off the street, out of the snow, and out of this horrible cold that we've been having the last few days. So we need more money to save some more lives.
Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate that. It's always great to see you, as I said.
Thank you very much. Good to see you too.
Representative Prescott.
Well, thank you. Hey, quite a while ago, a few years ago, there was a big push in Portland to build a new place for housing. And because I remember, they picked a couple places and the people are up in arms about it, and they finally landed on a location. Did that ever get built?
Not yet. They're still working on it. There was a meeting, the city manager proposed that private developers design and build. We're still several years out from that being open. And there's also been a very large change on the city council, which may affect, depending on how the new people vote, the location, the size, all these things, and we just don't know yet, but it is an ongoing procedure. And the COVID has shown us that smaller shelters are probably much more practical and safe. So we don't know exactly what is going to happen. There was an update meeting for those new counselors very recently, I think 2 weeks ago. But there has been no change and it's still moving forward.
Thank you. I believe Representative Prescott, you have a follow-up, sir?
Yes, thank you. How many years ago was that project first proposed, and have they been receiving any money towards that project?
It was 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
4 or 5. either one. There was money available at that time, which is no longer available. And this is why they're going out to a private developer or maybe going out to a private developer to build it and rent it back to the city for forever. Okay. But the point of the matter is that this money that we're talking about today under 211 may be part of the money needed to go forward on the shelter or on whatever shelter they decide on.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Ms. Silvius, I don't see any other questions, but thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here and the work you're doing.
Thank you for allowing me to say my piece.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Next up, we have James Gertminian, and James will be followed by Riley McNeil. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester and members of the committee. I am, oh boy, got the video going here too. I'm the Reverend Dr. James Gertmanian, a resident of Cumberland Foreside, and I also live in the summer on Great Cranberry Island. I'm testifying in support of LD 211. I speak as a pastor who's worked extensively in the field of homelessness over 25 years, including chairing an 80-person commission that created a 10-year plan for ending homelessness in the city of Minneapolis. But I also speak now as a Mainer who believes firmly that the values of our state's people demand that we do everything possible to bring our unsheltered brothers and sisters in from the cold, in from the night, and in from the experience of homelessness. It's not every day that you have an opportunity to save lives, but you have exactly that opportunity today in supporting this bill. The mortality rate of unsheltered people is 3 times that of their sheltered counterparts, as Representative Cloutier said to you. LD 211 will literally prevent some men and women, Maine citizens, from dying on our streets and underneath bridges and huddled in doorways. It's not every day that you have an opportunity to reduce the burden on public funds, but you have that opportunity today because we know from extensive experience that it costs the state more in police time, emergency room visits, and other services to care for unsheltered individuals than for those who are sheltered. And I posted a couple of articles that support that finding in the chat. It's not every day that you have an opportunity to create both a short-term and a long-term solution to a problem at the same time, but you have that opportunity today with the passage of 211. While the ultimate goal for our homeless citizens is for them to have permanent housing, the provision of temporary shelter is an important step, not only because it speaks to an emergent need, but because people in our shelters receive the assistance of trained workers who can help them access long-term housing. Now, those are pragmatic arguments, but the real question before you today is really one of values. Every religious tradition we know of has as part of its belief system the understanding that we're responsible for one another. The measure of a nation, of a state, of a community is in how it treats those who suffer, those upon whom fortune has not smiled, and yes, even those who may have made some unhealthy choices along the way. They belong to us. They are our fellow Mainers, our kin. I am certain that you and the people of Maine do not want to be put in the position of shutting the door in the faces of those who have nowhere to go tonight. None of us wants to be in the position of saying to them, we're sorry, we have no room for you. This doesn't need to be. We have the resources to answer the need, but we must summon the will. I urge your support for LD 211. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony, being available today. We appreciate it. Sorry for the long wait.
Okay.
And have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks for your continued work. I believe next up we have Riley McNeil. And Riley will be followed by Josh D'Alessio.
Okay, so I'm running into a bit of a Zoom problem in that this is the first time. I'm going to try allowing him to talk and see if that works.
Okay.
I've never, apparently I can't promote somebody that's calling in. Riley, can you try to unmute yourself and see if that works?
Afternoon, Riley. How we doing there, Riley? Any luck?
It is on behalf of Jim Devine. I'm correct, right?
Yes, you are correct.
Hello, this is Jim Devine.
Oh,
Okay, I promoted both because I thought he was coming as the number.
that's what I understood as well.
There we go.
Thank you all for your patience. So good morning. My name is Riley McNeil, and I'm an intern with Homeless Voices for Justice. Jim Devine was here, but he could not stay any longer. So I'm here to read his testimony. Good morning, Representative Sylvester, Senator Rafferty, and distinguished members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jim Devine, and I am an advocate with Homeless Voices for Justice. Homeless Voices for Justice is a grassroots organization organized by people who are or have experienced homelessness. We seek to empower people experiencing homelessness and poverty whose perspectives are often excluded from the development of policies that affect their lives. I am speaking today in support of LD 211, an act to support emergency shelter for persons experiencing homelessness, which would provide an additional $3 million in funding to homeless shelters in Maine. I support this bill because homelessness is a problem throughout our state. For example, every day in Portland, I see people who are in need of emergency shelter. Many of these people are currently sleeping outside in the cold and in places unfit for human habitation. People experiencing homelessness are at risk of death and illness due to the elements of winter in Maine. Everyone deserves a place where they can rest, stay warm, and access casework services. In order to provide adequate and dignified emergency shelter, we need additional funding. Funding for emergency shelters is an essential ingredient in addressing homelessness and helping people obtain life-saving shelter. In addition, COVID-19 has created more barriers and challenges to obtaining shelter. There are capacity limitations because of social distancing and an increase in people experiencing housing insecurity. Now is the time to address these issues before they grow. I myself have experienced homelessness, and I appreciate the help I have received in the past. I would not be here today if it weren't for that help. I support LD 211 because everyone deserves shelter, and I urge you to support LD 211 as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Riley. Any questions of Riley? Seeing none, thank you very much, and please pass our thanks along to Mr.
Jim Devine.
Devine as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Have a good afternoon.
You too. Take care.
Next up is Josh DeLassio, and then Kimberly Cook.
Hi, folks. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Josh DeLassio. I use he, him pronouns, and I am here to testify on behalf of LD 211. I'm a legislatively appointed member of the Statewide Homeless Council. I am the current co-chair of the Continuum of Care. I'm the director of the Hope House under PCHC in Bangor. We're a 66-bed low barrier shelter. We have a community health center embedded in it. We have a 48-unit transitional housing program, a slew of external housing support programs and outreach programs, and we're currently managing the 100-bed facility at the Ramada to manage the population health needs due to the pandemic. I'm going to speak quickly and extemporaneously because I know I'm burnt out on listening to all this. I imagine you are too. But I'd like to just hit 3 highlights of my testimony. And if you have an opportunity, my testimony is long, but there's 3 or 4 bulleted points in there that are bold, and I encourage you to check those out. Firstly, I'd like to say on a given day, you couldn't pay me or bribe me to support this bill. This is my second time testifying for it because this is an important one. And normally you couldn't encourage me to support this bill because I am not a fan of increasing shelter beds. As a rule of thumb, increasing shelter beds, the science has shown us, does no good. All the studies around the country will point to that same thing. In this case, this is a coordinated effort. And this coordinated effort is based on science and analytics and the technical assistance we've received through the Corporation for Supportive Housing for the past year since we spoke last. And this bill is important. I'd like to dispel one other myth that's gone on here today too, and that is that there's an explosion of homelessness. There hasn't really been an explosion of homelessness. There's been an uptick steady, which has resulted in the need for this bill. And then of course the pandemic, but the pandemic funds are being handled by other funding sources as temporary and not ongoing and permanent towards the science to ending and preventing homelessness. Where we're at now, if you can picture, and I don't know how much time I have left, but picture your favorite river. I'm picturing the Penobscot River here in Bangor, Maine. Oh, so close. I'm picturing the Penobscot River here in Bangor, Maine. Now imagine your favorite river, you stick the Hoover Dam right in the middle of it, right? It's not that your river, your favorite river banks can't handle the flow of water going through the river. It's that you've stuck a dam in the middle of it. In a good year, we handle about 750 people coming through our shelter. We don't have an adequate supply of safe and affordable housing, which is why everything is spilling out to the other side. I encourage you to read my testimony, please, concerning why we need these funds. Thank you for your time, and I can take questions if you have any.
Thank you, Joshua. Yes, I see that Representative Drinkwater has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, you folks are really the gold standard. I live up in the Old Town area, and you folks are the gold standard for the Bangor area. So Josh, thank you for everything you do for the citizens of our area. You mentioned in your testimony, which I've read, that shelters are now the community emergency room and more. Could you just touch on that and what you mean by that and why this $3 million wouldn't even cover what you're advocating here about emergency rooms and more?
Absolutely, and I'll be brief. You know, a decade ago when I was working as a shelter attendant, the preponderance of people struggling with homelessness were struggling with alcohol use disorder, at least in our shelter. And you didn't need a degree to work in a shelter. At worst, you might help somebody stumble into bed. We would help about 750 people a year with a warm blanket and a meal and assistance filling out, you know, a shelter application and say, you know, good luck. I hope you get housed. And we were pretty good at doing that. Those days are long gone and behind us. Today's shelter attendant is dealing with overdoses. Heroin, opioids have become the #1 drug in our facility, surpassing alcohol 1.5 to 1. It's not the same thing. When you're dealing with the trauma of overdose reversal day in and day out, when the person that you're serving is not only struggling with substance use disorder, but they're struggling with having just held a body that's turned black and purple. And Narcan, one administration of Narcan is no good anymore with these new fentanyl analogs. It's 6 or 7 or 8 shots of Narcan to reverse somebody. They're talking about the weight of the body that they're holding. That's a lot different than working with somebody who's sleeping off a hangover and just trying to get him connected to main care or a housing application. In today's day, our shelter attendants need to be emergency room experts. They're dealing with people with severe and persistent mental illnesses who are in crisis. They need to be able to recognize the signs of detox, hypothermia. They need to be able to reverse people who are overdosing. They need to be skilled in motivational interviewing, trauma-informed care, rapid resolution, and rapid rehousing, and all the other things that go around that, in addition to making sure that people have a safe place to be for the night. So what's transformed is we used to feel good about the work that we did. Here's a blanket, here's a meal. Check with me in the morning after you've had a shower, and we'll work on some housing. That's not the case anymore. To keep the greatest number of people safe, we need our front door, our boots on the ground, to be trained like they are at the emergency room to recognize a heart attack and deal with it in real time. And that's not a minimum wage job anymore.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please do. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Having spent the holidays out in California, particularly the Los Angeles area, I saw a tremendous amount of homelessness, and that's an expansion upon what I witnessed the year before. So the theory has gone that if you provide more housing and services, you're going to attract more homelessness and the problems associated with the people that are homeless. Can you debunk that, or is that what you're seeing in your experience?
That's a question. It's a relevant question. The question is posed frequently that if you build it, they will come. I don't think that there's anything further from the truth. We have a tendency to remember the one person who came to us from Ohio or pick your state, because they heard Maine had a fantastic program. In this day and age, nobody chooses to become homeless. It's not a choice. When you're in a shelter, you have to sleep on your valuables if you want to keep them. And we can provide, I think we provide like the greatest shelter on the planet. But when you're sleeping, next to a whole bunch of people with smelly feet and farts, and you want to make sure that no one's taking your wallet, that's not a comfortable place to be. It isn't on any stretch of the imagination. And I don't believe for a moment that people come far and wide just because we have services. That being said, our zip code distribution is wide and varied in Bangor. It is in Lewiston and Waterville and Portland too. We're not just serving the needs of our immediate community, we're serving the needs of the entire population in our area that doesn't have a shelter. Only 35% of the people from in our shelter are from Bangor. The rest of them are from outside Bangor.
Thank you.
Very few from out of state though.
Any other questions of Mr. DeLisio? Sir, thank you for joining us today, for your testimony, your knowledge. We appreciate all you're doing and continue to do so. Thank you very much. We have Kimberly Cook coming up next, followed by Lado Ladoka. Probably didn't enunciate that right. But.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Kimberly.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester and members of the committee. I'm Kim Cook, and I'm here today on behalf of the Mayor's Coalition in support of LD 211. The Mayor's Coalition, so you all are familiar, is a nonpartisan group that was formed back in 2012 and currently includes the mayors of 9 main communities, including Augusta, Biddeford, Lewiston, Portland, Rockland, Saco, Sanford, South Portland, and Westbrook, with a combined population of about 250,000 people. The coalition advocates for state and federal policies that recognize the important role that Maine cities play in providing vital services to Maine people all across our state, and the positive impact that our cities play in our economic strength as a state as well. The coalition seeks to work in partnership with Maine's state and federal elected officials to meet the needs of all Maine people. Our communities, like so many around Maine and around the country, were struggling to meet the need of affordable housing and emergency shelter before the pandemic, and the situation has only grown more dire, as you can imagine, over the last year. The Mayor's Coalition has made addressing housing and homelessness one of its top priorities this year. And we thank Representative Cloutier for sponsoring this bill and bringing it back, as well as a separate bond measure that she sponsored to address this urgent need. This legislation, together with a number of other bills that you and other committees will be hearing this year focused on housing and homelessness, will go a long way towards addressing this crisis. Providing additional resources to fund both shelter operations and housing stabilization services is much needed, as is funding for additional low barrier services. And with that, I'd mention that we were aware of Representative Cloutier's proposed amendments and fully support her vision for this bill and the way that the committee actually adopted the amendments last year as well. We urge the committee to work and address both affordable housing and emergency shelter throughout our state for both rural and urban areas. And we want to thank you for your time and consideration. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have and be available for your work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Do we have any questions of Ms. Cook? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you for being here today and for your willingness to be available for our work session. That's going to be very helpful to us. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
This week I'm okay other than.
Next up, we have Lado Ladoka and then Mark Swan.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafty, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Lado Ladoka. I'm here to testify in support of LD 211 on behalf of the Immigrant Housing Coalition. The Immigrant Housing Coalition is a not-for-profit organization that supports affordable housing policy through education and advocacy. For some of us who are not born here, we choose to live in Maine because it's recreational options from the mountains to the rivers, forests, and the ocean. The winter is a little bit longer than some of us would like to admit, but it's a small price to pay. One thing that people of Maine struggle with is affordable housing. We have an older housing stock, which costs more to maintain. Our demographic is also changing. Our population is aging, which present a different challenges to the policymakers. Shelter, by definition, are supposed to be temporary to address an immediate need to give policymakers an opportunity to address their problem long-term. The truth is shelters are now fabric of our community. Imagine volunteering to serve your country and returning home to struggle with the challenges of your overseas experience, unable to get the help you need, and ending up unhoused on the streets in Maine. How about working a minimum wage to find yourself in an emergency room? A month later, you are behind on your rent and no way of catching up. You self-evict because couch surfing is harmful, it's shameful. How about the struggle with the substance abuse, losing your house and find yourself on the street? Whatever the reasons, homelessness is a symptom of failed public policy rather than individual responsibility. The number one reason for people to be on the street is lack of affordable housing. According to Mainwire, 54% of the household in Maine could not afford to purchase a median home in 2017. Maine policies are starkly out of line with the rest of the nation. An analysis by the Cato Institutes show that Maine ranked 44 for the land use out of 50 states, a position Maine has held since 2000. Let it be known that no one chooses to be homeless, regardless of the challenges they might be facing in life at any given time. While on the street, unhoused people are exposed to physical harm, limited opportunity to be employed, exposure to unhealthy habits such as substance abuse. Our economic system is set up to support people who are housed, not unhoused population. Although homelessness is a result of policy failure, it is left to the social workers and advocates to figure out and address the need of unhoused people.
Mr. Ladoka.
Yes.
Unfortunately, your time is up. I wonder if you could summarize the rest of your thoughts, and we may have some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. We need to start funding the affordable housing at the scale of the demand to stop the pipeline to homelessness. You need to pass this legislation to help the people who are living on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. Lodoco? Sir, we thank you for being here today. I appreciate your comments and information. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
I think next up, we have Mark Swan, followed by Megan Hannon. Good afternoon, Mark.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Swan. I'm the Executive Director of Preble Street and a resident of Portland. And thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak today in support of LD 211. The critically important role of shelters, I don't think has ever been more evident than it has over this past year. Last February, Preble Street was responsible for 64 shelter beds, 64 people. Today, we're responsible for 235 shelter beds with 40 more on the way. 275 beds, 275 people, up from 64 1 year ago. Last March, when the pandemic hit, the state called us and asked us to immediately open up a 50-bed shelter on the USM campus to help spread people out from very overcrowded shelters where social distancing was impossible. We did that. 2 weeks later, the state called us again and asked us to open a quarantine shelter, which we did immediately. That started as a 20-bed shelter and is now 80 beds. Last April, the Veterans Administration called us and asked us to provide emergency housing for veterans and their families throughout Maine, which we've done. Last night, for instance, we housed 72 families in 10 different counties across the state of Maine. And then in December, the state called us again right before Christmas and asked us to open yet another shelter as soon as possible, which we've also done. And I would add these efforts, by the way, have taken place while we've almost doubled our emergency food programs to the point we're providing over 100,000 meals per month compared to about 65,000 meals per month pre-COVID-19. And all this work and this incredible level of activity to quickly respond to community needs, it's not just happening at Preble Street. As you've heard, all over Maine, shelters have been called on repeatedly to step up, to expand, to do more. The state has called on us, as I've described. Local hospitals have called on us. The behavioral health systems and corrections has called on us. Our quarantine shelter, for instance, has served far more non-homeless persons than it has homeless persons. People who live in extremely crowded housing situations, people from group homes and their caregivers, and people being discharged from incarceration. As of January 15th, almost 40% of the clients we served at the quarantine shelter are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. This pandemic clearly shows how important having a sustainable and professional shelter system in place is to ensure communities' health and well-being, not just the health and well-being of people at the shelter. For decades, shelters have been seen as do-gooders, working valiantly, doing God's work, keeping society's forgotten people sheltered, cared for. Frankly, I think we've been taken for granted and have had very limited public funding. I'll wrap right up, Representative.
Okay, appreciate you.
We've had very limited public funding available. Most shelters over-rely on bake sales, car washes, and other fundraisers, and thus operate with highly unpredictable revenue streams. That needs to change. Emergency shelters are clearly an important component of the public health infrastructure in the state and deserve to be treated as such. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swan. Any questions of Mr. Swan? I see some hands up. Representative Drinkwater and Representative Sylvester to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mark, for your testimony. We heard earlier from the, I think he's the director from PCHC out of the Bangor area. He's saying that shelters are now the community emergency room and more. What are you seeing in Southern Maine? Is he correct in his statement?
I couldn't agree more. To give you a quick example of where we're getting referrals, we're getting referrals from Maine Medical Center, from Mercy Hospital, from Greater Portland Health, the FQHC here in Portland, from Catholic Charities, from the Y, from Goodwill. I think the shelters have become kind of the catch-all for all kinds of societal issues, problems, and gaps in services. I can't tell you how complicated and complex the work our caseworkers are going through, which Josh and Katie White and others have already described.
He went on to say that he doesn't feel that this $3 million is even the tip of the iceberg for what we need. Would you agree with that statement?
I would agree that that is not enough. It's a step in the right direction, but $3 million spread around 36 shelters is not a lot of money, considering how important the work is and how expensive the work has become, as we've all had to go to 24-hour staffing for sure. Shelters are expected certainly to feed people. Shelters are dealing with the opioid crisis, as Josh mentioned. So this is just to sustain us. I will tell you, I've been around a long time, and I sat here in Portland and I watched the Salvation Army close a shelter, and Catholic Charities close a shelter, and the YWCA closed 2 shelters, and Ingraham and Youth Alternatives. Who am I forgetting? I keep a list here. Youth Alternatives. I mean, we had 12 shelters in Portland 20 years ago. We have 6 now. The reason they closed is not because the need disappeared, and it's not because they were bad agencies. It's because there's not enough funding. We're being asked to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars a year after year, to run these programs, and it's unsustainable. So you see all these shelters closing, and you heard Sean Yardley. I have great respect for him, and clearly all of you do as well. I mean, the fact that it's really challenging for a nonprofit to step up in Lewiston to take on a shelter, I think speaks volumes. The need is so clearly there. Everybody's articulating that. But to run a shelter, the politics are terrible. The neighbors don't like it. And the funding is wholly inadequate. To run an emergency room, if you asked a hospital to run an emergency room and said, we'll fund it, half of what it costs to run the emergency room, I don't think we'd have that many emergency rooms and within the healthcare system.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Representative Sylvester, please.
Mr. Swan, always great to see you. Obviously we've been working in Portland to try to, put together all these pieces and monitor it. And I just want to commend you and your staff and the work that you've done, not only with the guests in the shelters, but also in the communities, where you've housed these temporary shelters as they've moved about and grown in place. And I appreciate all that. My question is specifically on this bill. Well, there was money attached. I'm also interested in the flexibility piece of it, the ability to make decisions on the ground. And I'm wondering if you can give us a sense of how, either at the caseworker level or at your level or Maine State Housing, how that flexibility might help you day to day.
Sure. Thank you for your kind words. About 90% of our budget is personnel costs. So that's really where our funding goes and where we need our funding. I'd also echo what Sean said earlier. Working with Maine Housing in the last 10 or 11 months has been extraordinary, along with DHHS and the CDC, I might add. I think the relationships with state agency have never been stronger between shelters and the state. And we need to work with Maine Housing to ensure that there's as much flexibility as possible. As Katie described earlier, I heard her answering a question. When we do get funding, there's often lots and lots of restrictions to it. So having as much flexibility as we can to move quickly, to respond in the moment is really important. I have a lot of I have good faith that would work with this funding going through Maine Housing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you kept being here today and the wait, and thanks for everything you do.
Any other questions of Mr. Swan? Sir, thank you again for being here. Again, sorry for the wait, but we appreciate all you're doing, and we know that you'd be a great resource for us in our work session should we need it. So thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Megan Hannon, followed by Molly Feeney.
Oh, I just realized I was muted on my little thing. Megan left, so I promoted Molly, and then we have Paul Schofield next.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. As we said, my name is Molly Feeney. I'm the Director of Social Services with Knox County Homeless Coalition out of Rockport, Maine. We run hospitality, house, shelter, and serve outreach services to over 500 individuals right now. I'm pivoting from my testimony and really encourage you to take a look at the personal story of some of our clients that I've shared on that, but in respect for so much depth that has already been shared in this hearing, I thought it'd be more helpful to just share in the time that I've been in this queue. I've had about 6 emergency calls, one from a lieutenant at a jail who is looking for housing for somebody re-entering the community tomorrow. Another community member who's concerned that her friend has just fled DV and has nowhere to go. A single father with 2 kids who's run out of motel money that will end on Friday morning. And the list goes on. And yet one of the hardest phone calls I just had to make was to a case manager to say, what are the chances that you have the capacity right now to be able to help me in one of these situations? And so I want to share that, I just want to put a very clear exclamation point on so much of this testimony from Katie with Mid-Maine and Josh and Mr. Yardley, and then of course Mark Swan, who just spoke. The personnel need and support is more important than ever right now. And shifting back a little bit to just kind of shed some light on this programming and processing, individuals and families reach out to homeless shelters to ask for support in finding a safe place to sleep, but more significantly, a stable place to live. However, accomplishing sustainable living options means tackling the obstacles that stand between these individuals and families first. For some, this means seeking rehabilitation for drug use. Others, it means debt payment plans with CMP, or coming to terms with past evictions and learning how to advocate for readiness to rent once again. It might mean finding a safe place to flee with your children at the risk of abandoning all natural supports and material goods. It's deciding between the extra night of the motel or fixing your 1990 Windstar. It's figuring out ways to meet basic needs while living out of a vehicle on a 0-degree night in the middle of a pandemic when Walmart can no longer serve as a warming center due to the risk on public health. Shelter is more than a safe place to sleep. It is the most critical variable in effective care and a necessary component when achieving sustainable housing. When individuals and families know where they will rest their heads at night, it creates a place to problem solve. So if we're talking cost, let's talk about ways to break these cycles. Let's talk about long-term fixes, and let's amplify our shelter programming so that years from now, we're scaling back beds due to fewer people experiencing homelessness. To those of you who waffle a bit on this expense, I challenge you to consider the math within the larger scope of care, realizing that shelter access is also a direct pathway to barrier removal and sustainable outcomes. So please consider the notion that we cannot afford not to support this. That might have been too many knots.
That's okay. It was only one knot over your time, so we appreciate it.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Feeney? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Ms. Feeney. I just wanted to take a moment and just say thank you for your show of emotion, because I really, to just think about the stories that we're dealing with here is just really, really important. And I do appreciate that. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that also. Your jobs are not easy in all of this, but we appreciate the consideration and this notion that there's more support to come.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Feeney? Well, again, thank you very much for your patience, but most importantly for the work you're doing and continued dedication. So we appreciate it, and would hope that should we have any more questions, we'll reach out to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Paul Schofield, I believe, is up next.
He left, so we have Rob Liscord and then Sam Bullard.
Thank you very much. So we'll take Rob and then Sam.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Rob Liscord. I am a policy advocate with Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid organization working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. I'm testifying today on behalf of Maine Equal Justice in support of LD 211. As you've heard, LD 211 provides crucial additional funding support for shelter operations across the state of Maine. The pandemic has underscored the need for stable housing and strong shelters as a part of Maine's public health system. Maine Equal Justice supports this bill as a crucial piece in the effort to strengthen Maine's housing system for the long economic recovery from COVID-19. Shelters are a crucial component to our housing system that catches individuals and families who fall on hard times and cannot find or access other supports. Job loss and reduced work hours created by the pandemic have increased the risk of eviction across Maine. Estimates suggest that 20,000 to 40,000 Maine households have fallen behind on their rent and now risk eviction. Many of these households could avoid homelessness if they had timely access to rental assistance, case management services, and legal assistance. However, these resources are limited in Maine, and thousands of tenants facing housing instability, eviction, and homelessness will not receive these supports when they are needed most. Given these shortcomings for the households that fall into homelessness, Maine shelters ensure that these individuals and families can stabilize in an emergency and try to rebuild their economic security. Together with robust rental assistance program, case management services, and legal services, the shelter funding provided by LD 211 is a critical piece in protecting Maine's most vulnerable people from the horrors of homelessness. I also want to add that Maine Equal Justice has been fortunate to work with Maine shelters throughout the pandemic. And as you've heard today, public health and housing officials counted on Maine shelters to be there with their doors open from day one and relied on them to stretch Maine's capacity to address the housing and homeless crisis that the pandemic worsened. The shelters were well suited to the task of responding to the public health crisis of COVID-19 because homelessness is a public health crisis in its own right. A commitment to expanded ongoing state funding for shelter is crucial to ensure that Maine shelters are there for Mainers as we face a slow economic recovery from the pandemic and for the next crisis and next crises that the state may face. To conclude, everyone in Maine deserves a safe and affordable place to call home and the opportunities to fulfill their potential that come with it. Investing in housing stability for Maine people is the foundation to help Mainers rebuild better from the COVID-19 pandemic. As Maine looks to strengthen its housing system and provide the continuum of solutions, some of which you've heard of today, that are needed to help all Maine families achieve housing stability, shelters are a crucial part, and that's why Maine Equal Justice supports LD 211. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to address any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lescord. Any questions, please? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate your testimony as well as your patience and look forward to speaking with you again. And have a good afternoon. We have, next up, there's, is Sam Bullard, followed by Scott Hammond.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Sam Bullard. I use she, hers pronouns, and I'm here as a resident of Bangor, the co-program director of the Peace and Justice Center of Eastern Maine, and a member of the Greater Bangor Housing Coalition. Today, I am testifying in support of LD 211 because I believe that providing for our houseless community is an essential duty of our government. Affordable housing is one of the most basic needs of any person, and when these needs are threatened, it is our duty as a community and as moral agents to step up and help. During these unprecedented times, it's a challenge to find and keep stable housing, which means people rely on resources like shelters more than ever. However, many of these resources are currently struggling to meet these needs. In Bangor, there are fewer places to keep warm during the freezing winter days, no public restrooms whatsoever, and not nearly enough funding to provide the aid we are asking of our counselors. Groups like the Greater Bangor Housing Coalition are doing our best to confront these issues. We provide warm meals, we help find housing, and we uplift the voices of our houseless members. But without our towns receiving the proper funding that they need to help their community, there's only so much that we can do. What we need now is our leaders to step up and take meaningful action. It should also be noted that even where resources may seem available for use, they aren't always accessible to those who need it the most. Many shelters aren't safe for our members who are queer, disabled, and/or people of color, as they often face discrimination in these spaces. I have personally met some individuals who have endured so much abuse within the shelters that they feel safer facing the elements than the people indoors. Those who use substances are also very quickly rejected from most spaces and are left with few options to get back on their feet again. This only puts people in dangerous and inescapable situations, and we are putting their lives on the line when we allow it to happen. It is for these reasons we ought to put funds towards strengthening and diversifying the options we give when providing shelter to those in need. In summary, Maine needs to prioritize supporting their houseless community. Our resources are already stretched thin, and we can't solely rely on the efforts of nonprofits and the charity of individuals to fix the issue. We need to build stronger and more inclusive housing resources, and the first step to achieving that is providing your support to these people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Bullard, please? Seeing none again. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate your testimony and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Scott Hammond and Thomas Longstaff, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name's Scott Hammond. I'm a resident of Knox County, and I'm a former legislator, having served on this committee back when it was called LCRED, as well as 2 terms on the Health and Human Services Committee. Both of these committees address the needs of Maine's most vulnerable, HHS from a healthcare and basic needs standpoint. And this committee, of course, oversees Maine Housing, who is an integral leader in the effort to end Maine's public health crisis of homelessness. Just as leaders like Mark Swan, Mr. Yardley, and Ms. Hare are delivering services on the front lines. I want to thank the committee members for your service during this unprecedented chapter in our history. While many of us have been fortunate to be insulated from disaster over the past year, we know that's not the case for everyone. Our economic security disparities have widened as our most vulnerable neighbors have been disproportionately impacted by this tragic pandemic. And I witnessed this firsthand as a case manager working with families experiencing homelessness, which is why I'm testifying in strong support of LD 211. Homelessness was a problem before COVID. Homelessness worsened during COVID, and homelessness will be a reality after COVID. As Maine rebuilds from this crisis, we have an opportunity to shape our society and strengthen our economy in a way that reflects our values and our obligation to those in need. With regard to food insecurity, for example, we want to ensure families don't go hungry. And that's why the 129th legislature put ongoing funding in the budget to support the food bank network. And that was the right thing to do. When it comes to homelessness, just as an emergency room is a critical line of defense to stabilize those facing a life-threatening healthcare emergency, a strong shelter network is the key to stabilizing those facing a homelessness emergency that is also life-threatening. It moves people indoors so they can work towards permanent housing stability with the support of case managers and housing navigators. As I mentioned, homelessness was a problem before COVID, and I recall working with a client in 2019, who I'll call Steve. Steve was in his mid-40s, and he lived in a tent in the woods with his 70-year-old mother, a wonderfully salty woman who I'll call Helen. Steve's a good guy who had a rough life, and he spent years sleeping outdoors. I met Steve and Helen in January of 19, began working with them on a plan to get them housed, frequently transported Steve to the emergency room for illnesses and back pain related to sleeping on the ground in the winter, and I eventually learned to appreciate Helen's dirty jokes. But then that April, sadly, Helen passed away. She died in her son's arms in the tent where they lived together behind a strip mall. People say that housing is healthcare, and sometimes that can feel like an abstract concept, but in Helen's case, the cause of death was directly related to the fact that she was living in a tent. If she had a shelter to go to that night, it's very likely she would be with us today. And homelessness has only worsened during the pandemic. This funding is a vital step to ensuring the safety net
Mr. Hammond,
most at risk.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your time, but I'm wondering if you can summarize your thoughts, and I'm sure we'll have some questions for you.
Absolutely. This funding is a vital step in ensuring the safety of those most at risk, folks like Helen and Steve, or a mom sleeping in a car with her kids, or a woman escaping domestic violence. So I urge the committee to vote to pass LD 211. Let's invest in keeping Mainers safe and sheltered. Let's invest in building a stronger post-COVID society that doesn't leave Mainers out in the cold. And in terms of the fiscal note, let's acknowledge that housing is healthcare. And if we continue to fail at prevention, then we'll continue to pay on the other end with higher main care spending and on avoidable emergency room visits, and placing a disproportionate burden on municipal budgets and property taxes. And last, I just want to quote prior testimony from Carolyn, and I didn't get her last name, and she said very directly, and this is the bottom line, we need more money to save more lives. And I think that should be the takeaway as you work through this in the work session and ultimately vote. And I urge you all to vote not to pass as amended.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. I see a hand up for Representative Sylvester.
It's always good to see the Honorable Mr. Hammond, and I see you have now you retained your ability to make 10 seconds into 45 seconds in legislative time, and that's
I did.
That's fantastic. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked about the flexibility. since you're someone there working on the ground with people, briefly, because it's been a long day.
Yeah.
How does that flexibility help you in terms of being able to have a little bit of money? Because we were talking about ground covers when this bill came up before.
Yep. Yep. Thank you for that question. That's the part I had to admit from my testimony. The current way that we would, a case manager would move somebody who's ESHAP homeless, like the client I talked about sleeping outdoors, to move that person into safe shelter for the night. Typically, the way that would work is you would go to the general assistance office, apply for general assistance. You get, say, a night or a week or whatever the funding is to keep them out of the sub-zero temperatures. And that burden is obviously on the municipal government, and it's clunky and inefficient. So I remember it was March 23rd because it was my mother's birthday last year, early in the pandemic. And I had a client who was sleeping outdoors, and we were jumping through all kinds of hoops trying to get GA funding for a hotel room for him right after there was a stay-at-home shelter-in-place order. He didn't have a shelter to shelter in place. And I appreciate your efforts, Representative Sylvester, helping to navigate the levers of government to get some solutions in place. And eventually, Maine Housing really stepped up to the plate and met the moment, opened up some hotels, got people sheltered so they could stay safe. And the existing shelters that were operating, those sort of makeshift hotel shelters, that was on top of the work that they were already doing. And so that funding was critical to be able to do that. And it's a resource problem. It's poverty, it's a resource problem. And with more resources, then they'll be able to do their work more effectively. There was a previous question about accountability. And I think Representative Sylvester, you're going to look at options for a report back or something along those lines, which was exactly what I was thinking. In HHS, we would continually put out funding, not sure if it's going to be effective, and then we would get a report back. But I would add to that, before asking for the report back, it sounds like there's already measures in place, like length of stay and other sort of standardized measures that Ms. Hare mentioned and Mr. Yardley mentioned. I'd recommend pulling together a work group if those measures aren't universally agreed upon, and decide what to measure, so you know how to measure that success. Because I think it's Representative Prescott, I think, was the one that asked the question. I've always been an advocate of measuring results with any of these programs, see what you can do to deliver services more effectively. Representative Drinkwater had a question about, is Maine Housing doing enough? My opinion, I think they're doing the best they can. They do a remarkable job with the resources they have. And I have no doubt that if they had more resources, they'd manage those funds with similar efficiency and effectiveness at meeting.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate you being here today. And as always, appreciate your work. It's always great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Any other questions?
And by the way, as a former member of LCRAD, I wasn't sure if a tribute was required. But if it is, when I testify in person, then I'll be sure to bring a big chocolate cake or something for the committee.
We'll definitely hold you to that.
Please do. Thanks for your work.
Thank you. So I believe that Scott was our last proponent. There are no opponents here to speak. And I think that we have Eric Jorgensen is not for nor against, so he'll be up next. Good afternoon, Eric.
Eric.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
You're hearing me now?
Yes, sir.
There it is. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And it's been a really, I think it's been a really good hearing so far on this bill, and I really appreciate it. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Eric Jorgensen. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Maine State Housing Authority, which is also known as Maine Housing. And I had some prefatory materials about Maine Housing that I was going to talk about, but you know about that, so I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'm very aware of Representative Sylvester's phone, which is going to tell me when I need to stop. So I'm going to do that, but I'll just say that Maine Housing enthusiastically supports the additional homeless shelter funding proposed in LD 211. We urge its passage. We also support Representative Cloutier's proposal to amend the bill to apply it to all of our state's shelters, not just the low barrier ones. What we're less enthusiastic about is the proposal that funding be provided outside of our funding formula that's included in our homeless solutions rule, and that's something that sounds like it's been brought up too. Maine Housing currently funds homeless shelters from 3 different pots of money. We use $2.5 million currently from the general fund. We use $1.3 million from HUD through their Emergency Solutions Grant Program. And then we also use $3 million from Maine's Home Fund, which is up from $2.4 million. And we combine those funds together to create the Emergency Shelter and Housing Assistance Program, or ESHAP. And the program is governed by the Homeless Solutions Rule, which you should have received. I was a little discombobulated with all the weather and everything yesterday and sent it out differently. So you should have a copy of that. But there's 3 components of the funding formula that I want to make sure you know about. First of all, 45% of the funds go to the shelters based on their capacity. So that's for operations, which is to say that it's the number of the beds they have available. The 5 low barrier shelters, which serve 41% of the state's homeless population, receive a 25% boost in the formula because the population they serve is more challenging. The second 45% of the funding goes to housing stabilization. And that pays for staff to provide housing first, rapid rehousing, and housing stabilization services to the clients. Those services aren't necessarily limited to people staying in the shelter, but this gets at the issue that Representative Prescott was talking about you know, how do you provide some guardrails and some other programs to keep the services on track. Finally, the last 10% of the funding is an incentive payment for shelters who help keep their actual clients from returning to homelessness. And for the first 6 months of 2019, all 36 shelters qualified for the bonus. I don't know how it happened, how it went over in 2020, but I think it's the same. A key reason for including this component is part of HUD's adoption of housing stabilization metrics, which means that it becomes a factor in how much federal funding we get, making sure people stay out of the shelter system. So how much time, Representative Sylvester?
You just ended your time.
Oh,
so if that was the end of your comments, it was perfect. But if not, you can summarize your closing comments, please.
Well, I'd just say that the stabilization formula we do feel is important. We adopted it with input from the field. But I think the thing I just leave you with is that you've heard from all the people who are actually on the ground doing this work. And it's amazing what these organizations are being asked to do, much more than anything I could say. And we just are standing by to be available for the work session, to answer questions, any of that, to help make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your availability as well. But I do see a couple of hands up. Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen, for being here. I appreciate it. I have a question about the overall focus of Maine housing as it pertains to homelessness. Given the all the testimony we've heard here today, and the fact that COVID has really exacerbated the homeless problem, is Maine Housing able to provide any flexibility in their current programs and provide more funding for this particular program? And I guess that's the gist of my question right there. And particularly the home fund. I think there's been increase or a pretty healthy amount of money put in there through the transfer tax because we've had such an active real estate market. Do you think there's any chance of that?
Well, here's what I would say about that. certainly we are putting more money from the home fund into these programs now. And the home fund is grown because of the real estate transfer tax. I would just say that anything that comes out of the home fund for new programming like this gets taken away from creating a permanent housing that we are using most of the home fund money for. So I would say that's the trade-off you have to make. But I would also say that right now we do have federal money that's come into the shelters that have provided some of the resources for some of the new stuff they're doing, some of the wellness shelters, the various emergency programs that we've been hearing about today. A lot of that has been paid for in part by COVID ESG money from HUD and the CARES Act. And that's been supported operations. It's paid for some new approaches that they've had to take this last year that you've heard about. So I think shelters are doing a lot more, and they're currently being paid for it. The problem really comes in as at the end of this COVID period, when that federal money goes away, the fundamental lack of funding that is we've heard about all along will come back, and that'll still be an issue. So I guess that's just, right now we're probably doing okay in a lot of ways with some of this federal money coming in, but it's really going to be a critical issue when that money goes away. One last thing I just say about that, I do want to mention something that a couple of people talked about in their testimony, and that was Representative Cloutier has another bill in, which is a bond issue for shelter construction, and that's one area where we are completely the infrastructure of shelters in the state there's no place to get the funding to build them, and a lot of them are really falling apart. A lot of them are really not adequate for modern use, and they need to be rehabbed and need capital expenditure. And this bond issue that Representative Cloutier has put in is another way to look at that. So I would say we need the operating money, and we also need this capital money. So, but that's a separate bill. I don't want to go into that, totally derail this conversation.
Thank you, sir. Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You basically touched upon my question, which was COVID federal funds. Can you share with us that what kind of money is available for these homeless shelters towards the federal COVID funds? And what are the steps that you have to take if it takes the governor's approval that you have to go through to steer this in the right direction?
My understanding on that, and again, I can get this information more clearly and maybe an accounting for you for the work session if you want. But my understanding of that is that the COVID money is pretty flexible within the structure of our current program. So as you've heard from other shelter operators, if they have a need, we work with them and figure out how to meet it. And so the money's got some pretty tight boundaries on what it can be used for, but within those tight boundaries, there's flexibility about what you can do with it as long as it's in the cause of homelessness.
Yes, I would appreciate that information for the work session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Representative Bradstreet, please.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Jorgensen, last week we approved the nominations of 3 more people to Maine Housing's Board of Commissioners. One of the questions I asked one of the new members or tentative new members was if he had any ideas about addressing homelessness. So I'm just wondering if you could go back to the board and given the changing landscape that we've seen in the last year, if there's any way that Maine Housing can perhaps reprioritize some of what they do with more focus on funding homeless shelters, as we've seen such a big need for here today. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about that a little more, but I'd just say that I think the key to solving the homeless problem on a permanent level is really going to be the issue of what's known as, I think, as rapid rehousing or housing first. These elements that take people out of their crisis and give them space and safe, housing in order to work fully on addressing the problems that made them homeless in the first place. And I think that's really the kind of stuff that has to get figured out and has to get funded. And that's one of the reasons why we have this sort of 3-way formula. We have the formula just for operations, but also it provides these supports that help people actually get out of the shelters and stay out of the shelters. That's something when I was in the legislature, I worked on a program like that. It was amazing when you look at some of these successful programs that have happened around Housing First, and you see the dramatic reductions in emergency room visits. You see the dramatic reductions in usage of ambulances and police calls and all these other things that really cost money. Once you get people stabilized, you can really work on those problems and maybe move them into a much more permanent place. So I think the issue really is, it may not be just providing more beds. Those are probably needed too, but it really comes down to, I think, providing the services to help people get out of shelters. And I think there's certainly modern shelters would provide the space needed to maintain that kind of work.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Jurgensen, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate your testimony and information information shared, as well as your availability for our work session down the road.
Thank you. And if anyone has questions, just reach out to me anytime. And I realize you're right near a screen, so I'm sort of looking up at you all, but I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alyssa, to the best of what I can see, I don't think we have any more folks testifying.
That is correct.
So folks, having received the testimony for those present today, I'm going to now close the public hearing on LD 211. And I'm looking at the clock. It is about 2:12. How about if we be sure to mute our mics, and I would suggest shutting off your video, and let's reconvene at 2:30 sharp, please. Looks like we're trickling in. I used to think that teachers had a short lunch period.
The people's work does not stop for burritos.
No.
That would be especially true the days I had cafeteria duty. Eat standing up with my tray.
Yeah,
And agree that teachers do have a very short lunch period.
I think the one year ours was 18 minutes. That was like the worst thing. I have no idea how we even arrived at that. Like, how do you, that's not a lunch period, you know? Huh?
That would be called a food inhaling period.
Exactly.
It doesn't even let you get to all the tater tots or all, all of the rectangular pizza.
No. Hey, Howard, huh? How you doing? My dog patiently waiting for me to, I'm like,
Show and tell, Senator Rafferty, show and tell.
Howard, come here. Want to come say hi? Come here. Come on. Come over and say hello. He's wicked being shy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'll let you this time. You'd jump if I didn't want you. Well, just to give you, I'll try to turn my camera, but he's gone from 8 pounds. We got him back around, I think it was December 12th. He was 8 pounds. And he went to the doctor last Friday. He was 39 and a half.
Wow.
Oh. Howard, he's destroying my house right now, just so he, where are you? Are you there? Oh, here you are. Come on. Come say hi. Come say hi. No. He's not going to cooperate. Come here. Come on. I can do it. I can pick you up. Let me. Oh, here we go. Huh? Can you say hi? Huh? Can you
what a pretty.
say hi?
He looks like a Howard.
He's a definite Howard. Thank you. I'll be done. We'll play later. Here's your shoe.
Representative Buckingham, how are you?
I'm on here.
Excellent. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Been a long day. I know we're just regrouping here, and let me make the most important thing. Alyssa, are you good?
I am ready when you are, Senator.
Okay. Okay. All right. How are you gonna? Well, good afternoon and welcome back from that quick lunch. I'm just gonna call us back in session here for LD 97. And Representative Fockingham is the sponsor. Sir, we're gonna give you the floor.
Okay. Before I proceed, and I've thought about this before today, but today really was a straw that broke the camel's back. I just want to go on the record and object to the way we're holding these proceedings. Everybody working from their home. Decorum is completely out the window. People have their beds in their background. I mean,
Representative.
I just want to raise objection to this.
I don't think that this is the time for that. We're here to listen to LD 97, and I want to focus on that, please.
Well, I'll get to that, but we had the Senate president on here this morning that couldn't even present to this committee I was watching loud enough for you guys to hear it without having an aide fix his technology so that he could do it.
Sir, we are adjusting. I think we've started every meeting with that same statement, but we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, well, the best we can would be to come to Augusta and go to work. So I wanted to go on the record. I can't do it down in Augusta, so I have to do it from here. So there it is. So good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Representative Billy Bob Fauconham, and I am here to present LD 97, an act to ensure the right to work without payment of dues or fees to a labor union. Many states and local governments are considering right to work laws. These laws make union dues voluntary. Without them, union contracts make paying dues a condition of employment. While most Americans support the concept of right to work, union leaders argue strenuously against them. However, most of the arguments against right to work have little basis in fact. Some say right to work laws prohibit unions. The truth is, right to work laws make union dues voluntary. Without right to work laws, unions negotiate contracts that force workers to pay dues or get fired. Right to work laws protect workers' freedom. The National Labor Relations Act also protects the right to work in right to work states to unionize. Unions currently represent 4.4 million workers in 24 right to work states, including highly unionized Nevada, Iowa, and Michigan. Some say right to work laws undermine unions. The truth is, right to work laws make unions work to earn their workers' support. In the long run, this could strengthen union locals. Without right to work laws, unions can take their members' dues for granted and provide them lower quality representation. Gary Castile, the Southern Union Director for the United Auto Workers, explains, "This is something I've never understood, that people think right to work hurts unions. To me, it helps them. You don't have to belong to it if you don't want to. So if I go to an organizing drive, I can tell these workers, if you don't like this arrangement, you don't have to belong, versus if I get 50% of you, then you all have to belong, whether you like it or not. I don't even like the way it sounds because it's a voluntary system. And if you don't think the system's earning its keep, then you don't have to pay." Some say right to work laws allow non-union members to free ride on the benefits of union representation without its cost. The truth is, unions voluntarily represent non-union members. The Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled that the National Labor Relations Act allows unions to negotiate contracts covering only dues-paying members, as Justice Brennan wrote in Retail Clerks vs. Dry Lion Goods, 1962. Members-only contracts have long been recognized. Unions represent non-members only when they act as exclusive bargaining representatives, which requires non-members to accept the union's representation. In that case, the law requires unions to represent non-members fairly. They cannot negotiate high wages for their supporters and the minimum wage for non-members. Unions can avoid representing non-members by disclaiming exclusive representative status. Some say representing non-members costs exclusive representative unions a lot of money. The truth is, unions often spend little on representational activities. When unions choose to act as exclusive bargaining representatives, they often spend relatively little on processing grievances and negotiating contracts. Often union contracts have employers cover those costs by allowing union stewards to do union business while on company time. As a result, many union locals spend very little representing workers, either members or non-members. Federal filings reveal that in 2013, United Auto Workers, Local 2164 in Bowling Green, Kentucky, spent just 2% of its $560,000 budget on representational activities. Boilermakers Local 107 in Wisconsin spent 5% of its $2 million budget on representational activities. Machinist Lodge 2515 in Alamogordo, New Mexico spent 23% of its $645,000 budget on representational activities, almost all of which payments to its officers. Some say right-to-work laws provide no economic benefits. The truth is, companies consider right-to-work laws a major factor when deciding where to locate. Organizing victories brings in a lot more money for union and jurisdictions with compulsory dues. Consequently, unions organize more aggressively in places without right-to-work laws. Companies in turn want to know they can avoid being targeted by union organizers if they treat their workers well. Right-to-work laws make that more likely. Economic development consultants report that roughly half of all major businesses refuse to consider locating in jurisdictions with compulsory dues. Bureau of Labor statistics show that between 1990 and 2014, total employment grew more than twice as fast in right-to-work states as it did in compulsory dues. Some say right-to-work laws lower wages. The truth is, workers have the same or higher buying power in right-to-work states. Opponents often deride voluntary dues as right to work for less. Average wages in right-to-work states are indeed slightly lower than in non-right-to-work states. This occurs because almost every southern state has right-to-work law, and the South has lower cost of living. Studies that control for differences in cost of living find workers in states with voluntary dues have no lower and possibly slightly higher real wages than workers in states with compulsory dues. Some say right-to-work laws divide Americans. The truth is, Americans overwhelmingly support right-to-work laws. Recent Gallup polling finds Americans support right-to-work laws by 71% to 22% margin, better than 3-1. Independents support right-to-work laws 77% to 17%. Republicans support them 74% to 18%, and Democrats support them 65% to 30%. Polling also shows that union members themselves support voluntary dues by 80% to 17% margin. Voters also reward politicians who support voluntary dues at the polls. Not a single Michigan legislator who voted for right-to-work laws in 2012 lost in their next general election. Right-to-work laws remain controversial primarily among union officers, not the general public. The argument against right-to-work laws does not withstand scrutiny. Right-to-work laws give workers a choice over where their money goes. This freedom forces unions to earn their members' support. It also attracts businesses and jobs. The law should not force anyone in America to pay union dues as a condition of employment. Thank you. I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. Any questions for the representative, please? Representative Bradstreet?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Buckingham, for being here. I'm looking at the summary of your bill, and it talks about notwithstanding any state law to the contrary, this could be enacted. Is there something at the federal level that's been decided within the last couple of years that lends support to your bill? I'm thinking of the Janus decision. I'm not sure what that is, but maybe if you could shed some light on that would be helpful. Maybe if somebody coming behind you could do that.
Right.
Thank you.
I believe probably someone with more of a legal scholar could probably do a better job of answering that than I could. But there was a Supreme Court ruling that said that right-to-work laws were constitutional.
Okay. I guess that's what I look for. Thank you.
Representative Sylvester, please.
You're muted, Representative.
Well, some people like me that way. You had mentioned, that that dues should not be compulsory. And as we're talking about the private sector and right to work laws, since Janice is talking about public sector workers, I was just curious, are there any states where exclusive representation is mandatory, where the state makes employers have exclusive representation contracts in their contracts?
I'm not really sure about that. I'm not aware of that. But I know that dues are compulsory among certain unions for employment.
I see. And maybe that's something we can have for the work session. And then, so in a private employer who's entering into a contract with a union, how does the employer decide whether to have an exclusive representation clause in their contract? Like, who decides for the employer that they'll do that?
Who decides for the employer?
Right, because the employer is going to sign the contract and they go over all the clauses that are in it. So does the employer decide that? Does the union decide that?
So basically you're saying if someone is an employee and they sign the contract to be in the union, that they're making the choice to sign the contract and agree to the agreement. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if I'm the employer and my employees unionize and we're negotiating a contract and the exclusive representation clause is in there, do I decide on that as the employer that it's okay for that to be in there, or does someone decide for me, or how does it get in there from the employer side? Because I have to sign it as the employer. I have to agree to it at some point.
So you're saying that the employer has to sign off on what the employee union it puts forward? Is that the question?
Well, I'm just saying, right, like I'm going to put stuff forward, they're going to put stuff forward. At the end of the day, I'm going to reject some of theirs, they're going to reject some of mine. We're going to end up with a document
right,
that we both agree to. And so am I agreeing as the employer, am I agreeing to that in good faith, right? Which is what the law, that this is okay for me that it's in there, even though I might not love it, right? But I'm going to sign a document legally saying that I agree that that's the contract. Just like as if I was buying tractors.
So I think you're talking about our arbitration and the negotiation that goes on between employers and the employee union. Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's okay. It's just I mean, to my understanding, the employer agrees to it willingly, that all of the clauses that are in the contract that they're willing to live with and abide. And so it's the employer who makes the choice but maybe again, that's something we can have for the work session. Appreciate you, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Representative Pebworth, followed by Senator Murmont, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Nice to see you, Representative Buckingham. And I wanted to apologize when it comes to decorum and puppies or also cats. I don't do very well, and I apologize for that. I too appreciate the decorum of being in the State House.
Just for the record on that comment, I'm not blaming it on you or any other representative when you're forced to work out of your house. I mean, I'm working in my bedroom. I've had to keep my wife out of here all day because I've had 2 bill presentations and a work session, and this is her house too. But I'm working from here. Your cats live in your house. It's not your fault that you're working out of your house. We're forced to do it. So that's my objection.
Thank you. I had one question on your testimony, which is, I think, looking for data for the work session. You mentioned a couple times that businesses consider right to work laws when considering where to locate. And I very much want Maine to be a place businesses want to locate. So I would be interested to have more data behind that suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Murmont, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've lost the video, but
I can see you and hear you fine.
You can, good.
Yes.
All right, and now you're back. Thank you very much. Hello. Representative, how are you?
Good, all things
Hey.
considered.
Good. So one of the things that I know that the courts ruled that the non-union workers in a shop that's not closed have to receive the benefits of the negotiations. It's the workforce can't be divided. And there's not many people who would argue that you shouldn't pay for something you receive. So this sort of says the courts have said you're entitled to something, and there's a cost to getting that something, but you feel like that should be given free to a certain group of workers for some reason. I didn't quite understand that part.
So my objection is forced union dues for a line of work, and
well, they don't have to pay union dues. They only have to pay the cost of the
situation
fee to negotiate.
Yeah, the situation that happens a lot is the only certain lines of work, the only avenue to pursue that line of work is through a union when unions are getting exclusive contracts, and people may have certain profession where that's their profession, that's their line of work, and the only job work available is through union contracts, and the members may be forced to pay dues with an organization that they don't particularly agree with.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Prescott, followed by Representative Cuddy, please.
Well, thank you. It's been my understanding over the years that the people who are non-union, the only thing they benefit from negotiations is the amount of money they receive. They do not get the representation when there's a conflict with the employer, which is where the union dues comes in. Your union dues is like having an attorney on retainer. And that's the way I always understood how this works.
Yeah, sure. And on that line of thought, there's a lot of instances where certain people gain the benefit of something that they weren't a part of or a participant in, and that's that's just the way it goes. When people achieve a certain level of whatever it may be, income or freedom or liberty, other people that also see the benefits of that.
Representative Cuddy, please.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Thank you, Representative Fockingham, for being here today. In your testimony, you presented some numbers around the number of union members that would prefer to not have to pay an agency fee or something along those lines. And my question is, if the numbers are that high, why haven't those members of the union voted to negotiate the union security clause out of the contract? Because if that clause gets removed, then they don't have to pay the agency fee. If you are a member of a union and you don't have that clause with your employer, then essentially the workplace itself is a right to work workplace. The person can receive the benefits of the contract. The person can receive the representation that the union has to give because of the duty of fair representation and pay nothing. And if the majority of members, as you were saying, want to do that, they could certainly vote to remove that from their side of the contract, and then they would have to have that agreed to in the negotiations. Or if the numbers are that high, they could even vote to just decertify the union, yet neither of those things are happening. Do you have any idea why they're not happening?
It's a good question. And there's also 22 states that are right to work states that have successful unions. So I haven't dug deep into the comparison on where those percentages came from. So it's an interesting question that I'll probably look more into myself.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Gear, followed by Senator Guerin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fockingham, I found myself in listening to your testimony and in reading through the written testimony, and I don't know if you're a first-time legislator, but I certainly am. One of the things I'm trying to discover in reading is what is the problem you're looking to solve with this bill? That was something that I had to kind of really think through in the things I was proposing back in December. And I'm just curious to hear what is the problem? What are you looking to accomplish with this particular bill?
For me, this is just a simple question of liberty. This is a liberty issue. I think people should have access to work without being forced into union dues. And it doesn't, when I get into that sort of vein or that train of thought, for me, there doesn't necessarily need to be a problem present or existing to address an issue that it is what I consider to be an issue with liberty. So I just want to make this state a state where you do have the right to work without being forced to pay union dues, and then move forward from there.
Thank you. Senator Guerin, please.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, and welcome, Representative Fockingham. And I do agree with you on the downfall of our Zoom meetings. I am anxious to get back into the State House. I used to be a union member, and I would much prefer to have not have been. I worked really hard, and I wanted merit pay in the contract for people who stayed longer, worked their lunch, worked late, came in early. I thought I could negotiate a better contract for myself than the union ever was able to, because they had to shoot for the middle there. And I wondered if that's the type of person you are hoping to free up to do their own thing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's a good point, and that's why I feel that people should have the liberty to participate in a union. I believe that strong unions are good for workers, but I also believe that people should have the ability to, if they feel that they could represent themselves better individually than the union represents them, then they should be able to pursue that as well.
Thank you.
Any other, excuse me, any other questions of the representative? Thank you, sir, for your testimony. We appreciate it, and we look forward to hearing more from you in terms of our work session.
Thank you, Senator.
Have a good afternoon.
You as well.
How about any other co-sponsors with us here today, Alyssa?
No other co-sponsors.
And do we have anyone in the audience speaking for LD 97?
We have John Kalb, who I will promote right now.
Thank you very much.
Yep, he is our only proponent for this bill.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Chairman Rafferty and Chairman Sylvester. My name is John Kalb, and I'm the Vice President of the National Right to Work Committee. Just to answer a couple of the questions that came up, I'm not going to catch them all, so if I miss you, please feel free. To answer Representative Bradstreet's previous question, the U.S. Supreme Court's Janus decision in 2018 said workers have a First Amendment right to opt out of union membership. And to answer Representative Sylvester's questions about exclusive representation, it is not a negotiated item. If union officials can get a bare majority of workers to agree to exclusive rep, it's mandatory for all the workers as well as for the employer. It is not a negotiated item. And then any state law I've ever looked at contemplates exclusive representation. Remember, state law only covers the public sector, not the private. Now continuing into my main testimony, on behalf of our tens of thousands of members and supporters in Maine, I'm here to speak in support of LD 97 and the freedom of association it advances. This bill would protect every individual from being compelled to pay union dues or fees in order to work for a living, making Maine the 28th right to work state. Unfortunately, under current Maine law, a union can unilaterally can impose monopoly bargaining on workers and taking away the individual right to negotiate for himself. And then they then demand the authority to extract dues or fees from that unconsenting worker. It's just plain wrong. This bill would guarantee workers the right to decide for themselves whether or not a union deserves their financial support, same as any other private organization. You see, without right to work protections, there's little incentive for union officials to offer good service for their members because they can compel people to pay either way so long as they retain a bare majority of support. The fact is, good unions don't need forced dues and bad unions don't deserve them. Additionally, it's clear right to work would help Maine's economic outlook. From 2009 to 2019, the number of people employed in Maine grew 5% compared to 16.9% in right to work states, more than triple Maine's number. Yeah, it's no surprise because as PHH Fantas found years ago and others have confirmed, roughly half of businesses automatically rule out relocating or expanding to states that lack a right to work law. And when you adjust for cost of living, residents of right to work states enjoy roughly $4,500 more in disposable income than those in forced dues states. Clearly, not only is right to work morally right, it'll also help Maine's workers and the economy, which is what you should be doing after COVID-19. Therefore, I urge everyone to support LD 97, and I'm happy to answer any and all questions.
Do I have, I see a couple of hands up. Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Sylvester, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing that testimony forward. I live up in a town, Old Town in particular, where the paper mill closed, and it was for a while it was a domino effect of paper mills closing. A Chinese company bought our paper mill, thank goodness, in Old Town, and they've opened it up, and it is a non-union mill, and they've made it clear that it will stay that way or they will walk away. Are you saying we're in competition like in New Hampshire, where they have an advantage over the state of Maine?
Well, so at least on the right to work issue, there's no contrast between Maine and New Hampshire. I mean, obviously, there are a number of factors that influence site selection decisions. You're not going to, they're not going to get lobster in North Dakota, for example, even though the state has the advantage of being a right to work state. But yeah, I mean, obviously, a state's overall economic picture, and then how good it is for certain things. Right to work gives you a leg up. In terms of attracting jobs, whether or not, again, any company deciding whether it's willing to have a union, whether it's, again, threats like that, we have no position on whether or not workers should join a union or not. That should be a worker's individual decision. But yeah, I mean, obviously it does, right to work law does give a state a leg up in attracting jobs.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kalb, I just had a quick question. Have you ever negotiated a first contract either on behalf of employers or on unions or?
No.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I have negotiated several first contracts of newly employed and newly organized workers. And in the process of doing that, you had said that union representation clauses were not negotiated. But in fact, the union put that on the table to be negotiated, and the employer countered with what's called a management rights clause, which is the right for, which also is in most contracts, which allows the management the right to supervise, direct, and even sometimes break the contract in emergency situations, right? And so those two things are often traded. So I guess the question was the employment lawyer and myself wasting our time negotiating over those things if it just automatically appears that the union can put it in there? Because I know that we fought tooth and nail over those clauses for usually days and days. And so I'm just curious why you would say that that wasn't a negotiated item.
So what you're saying, okay, it sounded like you were asking a different question previously. The question it sounded like you were asking was whether or not exclusive representation, that is representing all workers in a bargaining unit, was a what was an item. If you win an NLRA election, you represent all the workers as a union. I mean, there are a number of other things that do get negotiated. Yeah, I mean, they put all sorts of different stuff into those, but I was simply, talking about that one very narrow thing that it sounded like you were asking about.
I see. I don't see any hands, Mr. Chair. Can I ask one more follow-up? I'd be happy to cede to anybody else who has a question and come back.
Is anyone? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, Representative Sylvester.
Okay, thank you. Because in the exclusive representation, one of the things that it says is that obviously that they will represent all workers, but it also talks about things like how it'll collect dues, will the employer take the dues out, what can, and how exactly, those dues will be collected,
Point of order.
etc. And so my question to you, sir, is all of those things are negotiated. And at the end of the day, the union members vote on them, just as the employer signs off on the contract. And so it's a matter of an employer making an employment choice and the union members at the time voting on the contract. And which would be everybody in the union. And a first contract, you wouldn't be a member yet. So everybody gets to vote. And so my question is, are you advocating that the government should overturn private employment choices by private companies and the democracy of all the workers in the workplace?
So my question is, who protects the workers who don't want? I mean, what you're saying is that the employer should be protecting those workers who do not want to join a union by refusing to negotiate a forced dues clause from the wishes of the bare majority of workers. I mean, look, let's just be real here. For union membership does not necessarily, or union representation does not necessarily represent, does not necessarily benefit all workers. I mean, for example, I remember back during the Great Recession, something like 250 New Hampshire state employees were laid off as a direct, because they refused the governor's offer of furlough days.
Sure.
And I mean, so those workers were laid off as a direct result of the union officials. As the union officials negotiating.
That's public workers. My question is for private workers.
For anyone. I mean, it happens all the time.
Should the government come in and void a contract that an employer has agreed to? Because that seems to me to be a dangerous precedent.
I mean, look, I'm sort of happy to hear about your concern for free market economics. I mean, suddenly, look, just frankly, it's wrong to force workers to pay union dues. There is no one who protects those workers who do not wish to join a union in this process. And so, yes, we should protect those workers. They're already forced to accept union representation they don't want. We should not add insult to injury by forcing them to pay.
Thank you very much.
Glad to help you.
Representative Cuddy, please.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Culp, for making the time to be here today. In your response, your original response to what you thought Representative Sylvester was asking the first time, you talked about the representation not being, the exclusive representation not being negotiated, that it occurs, it happens. And I'm trying to square that with what I read in Representative Fockingham's testimony that members only contracts have long been recognized. He says, quoting from a case called Retail Clerks versus Dryline Goods. So, and my understanding of it has always been that once you achieve a majority, that the union exists, and it could be a closed shop if you have a union security clause. But it seems that the testimony you're giving is contradicting what Representative Fockingham said. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding?
Not at all, sir. So the union officials can abandon exclusive representation if they so choose. For an example of that would be during the last NFL lockout. I forget if it was a lockout or strike, just if I'm honest. But at some point during the negotiation, as a negotiating tactic, so that they could file an antitrust lawsuit, the NFL Players Association decided to abandon exclusive representation. A union, the union hierarchy can do that at a moment's notice and simply negotiate on behalf of members only, but it's at their exclusive prerogative. Yeah, no, there's no contradiction between what Representative Falkingham and I said.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to answer your question.
Any other questions, folks? Mr. Kelb, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. And
Have a great day.
It's been a long day waiting, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other folks speaking for. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Prescott.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't on the list, but I'm going to speak in favor of this bill if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem. I'm sorry. I was hoping I don't overlook you there.
Is everybody ready for a shocker? I am a union member. I'd like to point out that I want all union members to understand, don't pass a good union that you work for as they are all like that. It doesn't work like that. You can have different branches in the same union. One will be great, one not so much. I have friends who brag about what their unions do for them. I have seen firsthand a union do nothing. I've watched people get fired and the union was nowhere to be found. And what this does is it forces everybody else into a very poor quality union. I understand that the good unions and the members who love that stuff, I see where you're coming from. But you need to broaden your horizon and start taking a look at other places because it doesn't all work like that. I've also discovered that if your union steward doesn't like you, you're no better off than if the employer's picking on you. Because then, there is outs, you can go above and beyond above their head and whatnot, but it's still a hassle. As far as negotiations, somebody made a comment about whether non-members should be voting. I disagree with that. They should not be voting. You're not a member, it's none of your business. And I'll stand by that one. Let's see if I covered all my bullet points. Well, that would be negotiations. I had a problem with the contract, but that's between the unions and the employer. So in short, for as far as union members are concerned, this is actually a great bill. Who's going to do a better job fixing the roof on your house? Someone who's going to get paid by law, even though it leaks, or someone who's going to get paid by customer satisfaction? I think you put this in place, and when your union negotiators and your union leaders have to worry about members dropping off, I think they're going to work harder for you. And that's why I'm in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, if we could, I think it's Representative Sylvester up next. You're muted, Mike.
No, you can go ahead and complete your thought, Mr. Chair. I think I'm all set. I think you might be about to say what I was about to say.
Well, I know it's tough sometimes, I think, in these situations that we get a little emotional because it strikes at our core sometimes. But so I would try to do as factually as we can. I would give anyone an opportunity to speak, happy to do so. Just do it as factually as we can. Thank you. Representative Sylvester, keep to the facts. You have to have a microphone.
We were not reading each other's minds, as it turns out. So, so I was just going to say that I apologize to the representative that we let the folks go. Well, he was wanted to ask a question and all that. But I just remind folks that the work session is really the time for us to kind of go in and talk about how we feel about this bill on top of it. And there's a lot of folks waiting, and it's been a long day. So I just wanted to make sure that we were asking questions of the folks who are here to present their knowledge, and we'll all tell each other how we feel about it at the work session. And I appreciate everybody in your long day that you've all been here. And welcome to the Labor Committee.
Well, thank you. Anyone else in terms of questions? Okay, so I, again, don't believe that we have any more proponents. We do have some folks that were requesting to speak in opposition. I believe there's at least 2 that I can see. Jason Shedlock will be followed by Adam Good, please.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Shedlock.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for having me. I'm tempted to deviate from my remarks given the proponent's comments, but I'll resist that temptation here. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jason J. Shedlock, and I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and the Southern Maine Labor Council, and a resident of South Portland. I appear before you in strong opposition to LD 97, an act to encourage the right to work for less without payment of dues or fees to a labor union. We know from these warmed over generic cookie cutter efforts from across the country, right to work laws such as the one before you today lead to depressed wages, poorer healthcare, and unsafe work sites. The numbers do not lie. Workers in right to work states make about $5,300 less a year than workers in free bargaining states. In right to work states, 28% more people lack health insurance. The rate of workplace deaths is 36% higher in right to work states. The numbers don't lie. I asked the members of this committee, are you willing to gamble with the entirety of your constituents' health, safety, and pocketbooks, just so that a select few can save a few scant dollars in their fair share of union dues? Dues, by the way, that help secure those good wages, safe work sites, healthcare, pension, training, fair representation, and more. I'd like to take a moment to talk more about the training aspect, because I think that often goes unaddressed in this conversation. At our regional facility in Hopkinton, Massachusetts, the Laborers International Union trains on average 2,500 men and women each year in 60 different building trades disciplines, each of which are third-party accredited. This top-notch training and education is accessible and utilized by our 300 plus members and apprentices in Maine because of their union membership and labor management partnership that has been established. Right to work laws such as LD 97 would severely weaken this relationship and limit the ability to deliver this much needed training to Maine's workforce. So when proponents of right to work legislation also talk about their advocacy of shop class, trade schools, and on-the-job training, one must wonder where the disconnect is between this proposed law they are trying to pass and the priorities for real measurable workforce development strategies, such as the one that the Laborers International Union implements year in and year out. On a more personal note, those who know me know that I'm not only a proud union member, I'm also a proud father of a 9-year-old girl. And that's relevant here. It's an objective fact that right to work laws undo the major gains in gender equity that unions have made in closing the wage gap between men and women's pay. While the nation's overall gender pay gap is 32%, it's 5% and shrinking among men and women who are in a union. This is also something for this committee to consider as they vote on this piece of legislation. For all of these reasons, coupled by the many more that my sisters and brothers after me may testify to, I urge you to defeat this effort to weaken Maine's health, safety, and economy. Please vote ought not to pass on LD 97, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Questions? I see Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Pebworth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question, you mentioned about the training, which obviously is very good. I have relatives that are in the electrical unions and it's helped them tremendously.
Great.
Do the union dues pay for that training? You mentioned about the training that they go to Massachusetts for training.
Yeah.
Do the union dues pay for that, or do they have to pay that separately out of their own pocket? And my second question is, It seems to me that union dues paying for political activities. Do members have a right to say, don't use my money for political activities?
I'll take, thanks for the questions. I'll take your second question first. That's a voluntary checkoff for political activity. So a union member does not have to pay for political activity, or if she or he does not want to. Your first question is the training aspect comes from all different sources. That's a labor management partnership. We also have training in Maine. It's not just in Massachusetts. We have satellite courses for the laborers. I know that one of your fellow committee members does training all over the place, including in Maine. Representative Cuddy is a member of the electrical union, and I work closely with him as well. So that comes from dues, but it also comes through labor management apprenticeship training and journey worker training partnership. So it's part of your union membership, and that's accessible to not only apprentices, but ongoing and continuing education for journey workers as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pebworth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Shedlock. I had a question about some of the statistics that you gave us, and I looked quickly for your written testimony and didn't see it. One, do we have your written testimony? And two, does it cite sources for the facts that you gave?
I certainly can send that along. I sent it late. I was this is my first hearing that under the new system as far as submitting testimony. So I emailed it and I didn't send it through the portal. So I'm happy to send that to the committee with footnotes on those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, folks, for Mr. Shedlock? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today and your accessibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Next up, I believe, is Adam Good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Adam, just hang on just a second. I see Mr. Representative Sylvester. You have a...
There was some conversation in the chat about how many were in the queue. And so I wondered if we could just get a count of how many folks are in there from Alyssa, because it seemed like there were a lot of people waiting.
Including Adam, we have 12 people in the queue. I do notice that there are a couple people who I believe signed up after the cutoff. So that would be at the discretion of the chairs.
So we'll allow those folks opportunity to submit some written testimony.
You could let those folks know, Alyssa, that that if they could submit their testimony in writing, that'd be great.
Thank you. Mr. Good, sir, good afternoon. You have the floor.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Adam Good. I serve as the legislative and political director at the Maine AFL-CIO. I think that my written comments address many of the arguments that the proponents of these bills have made. So I'm going to try to do a greatest hits version and get in under 3 minutes. First off, current law is a compromise under which no worker is required to join a union, but unions are required to represent all workers in a bargaining unit, regardless of whether they are members or not. This requirement falls under the duty of fair representation legal doctrine. So just bear with me here. Union membership is voluntary in Maine and in every state in the country. Under federal and state law, there is a duty of fair representation. That means unions are required to represent members and non-members equally, without preference or discrimination in dealing with their employer. A union operates under this legally enforceable doctrine. It means a union cannot discriminate or act arbitrarily towards any employee due to their nature of the relationship with the union. That means everyone gets the fruits of the union's bargaining, wages, benefits, just cause, arbitration, all that stuff. Private sector employer has no legal obligation to recognize or deal with a union that doesn't represent a majority of its workers. There have been some confusing questions today related to the exclusive bargaining agent. My understanding is that that is
the way that the employer is forced to recognize and bargain with the union. So it's very important. Wanted to jump ahead in my testimony and do a little bit of history and the origin and motivations behind right to work laws. These laws originated in the South, pushed by white supremacist discriminatory organizations that sought to weaken unions and preserve the Jim Crow South. The fear at the time from the elite was that if unions could unite Black and white workers, they could undo the racially segregated political economy in the South. The present day motivation behind these laws is to drive down wages and weaken unions, undermine bargaining power, and the union's ability to effectively operate. There's a simple analogy. I'm surprised it has not come up today. Every town has a fire department. Property taxes are mandatory. Property taxes fund fire departments. If we made it so property taxes were optional, we all know what would happen. A chunk of people would decide to not pay their property taxes. The fire department would get worse, and people would still expect to have the fire trucks and the firefighters come to their house and put out the fire. That's effectively the scenario that you are setting up here. A lot of studies have been cited. We cite in our testimony a study that is, I think, the most rigorous regression analysis done. It factors for 42 different factors in other states' economies. We find that these laws make it so workers on average earn $1,558 less per year, have less likelihood of having health insurance, less likelihood of having a pension. The other stuff that was
good. I'm afraid that is the bulk of your time, and I was trying to manage the queue, and so of folks asking questions, so I didn't give you your 30 seconds. So if you could wrap up your thoughts, please.
Yeah, my last point is just this site location stuff. I have citations in my testimony around whether or not businesses move certain places because of right to work laws. Area Development Magazine, completely non-political publication of the site location industry, has conducted a survey of manufacturers asking that exact question. When they ask that question of these decision makers, right to work isn't even ranked in the top 10 regularly. So, I think there's lots of citations around that stuff, and we find that the great benefit that right to work seems to deliver to states is not borne out by its own industry. So happy to answer any questions, and I'm glad to be a part of this discussion.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
And I hope that you're not alleging that anybody who's in favor of right to work is some sort of racist. That's just not the case. I'll leave it at that. But I do have one question for you, and I think you said workers in right to work states average $1,500 or so less per year income. And I thought I heard somebody else say earlier it was about $5,300 less. I may have misheard that. I'd just like you to enlighten me. Thank you.
So those are great questions. I appreciate you bringing up both of them. The number that we're using is $1,558 less per year per person, and that's a regression analysis. Not an economist here, but I think the study that we're citing is the one that accounts for the most broad amount of factors for different states' economies. So I believe that Representative Falkingham cited, cost of living things being different. This should take into account that information. And then, to your first question, I want to be very clear that we are only talking about the factual history of right to work laws, which did originate from white supremacist organizations in an earlier era in American history, with the goal of making sure that white workers and people of color did not bond through their union, and that would disrupt the political order at the time. Now there's, I think, very different motivations and interests for these, but the labor movement has a complicated and confusing history with race, and we think it's important to be explicit about this, and that there have been many instances, especially in the New Deal era in America, when workers were divided based on color, and we hope to right those wrongs, and we want to be very aware that it is a strategy to divide workers based on the white working class and communities of color. So I don't put those comments in our testimony to signal out anybody in present day support of right to work, but do think that it's a part of the history of the origins of that policy.
I see another hand. Representative Drinkwater, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goody, you mentioned earlier in your testimony about they don't have to pay dues. They don't have to join the union. Who are you referring to? And if what you said is true, which I'm assuming you know what you're talking about, how does one withdraw from paying union dues?
So this has come up a lot. Representative Sylvester has mentioned this in his questions around unions negotiating with the employer a union security clause, that unions are required to represent all of their members, and that a union member does not have to pay for the political things, does not have to pay for all of the things that tend to be controversial, but for the things related to negotiating the contract and enforcing the contract and the benefits that you get in the workplace from being a union, that people do have to pay for those aspects of the work. It's the analogy that I'm making with the fire department, where you have to pay your property taxes to have the fire department come to your house. And if you're going to have the benefits of the union, whether it's arbitration or just cause or the wages and all the protections in the workplace, then you do have to pay for that part of the union. So, whether you're a member of the union in the deeper sense is up to you, but whether you are paying for the cost of the contract that you're benefiting from is not up to you.
All right, so apparently it's from my lack of knowledge on how, union shops work. There's the private sector and there's the public sector.
Yep.
So in the private sector, if I do not want to join the union, do I have a choice in a closed shop?
You're a union member in your workplace, but you're not like joining the union in terms of paying for all of the things that the union does.
So in a closed shop, I can withdraw from the union?
You're a union member, but you cannot pay for the same answer that Jason Shedlock gave. You cannot pay for all of the political things and the other things that tend to be controversial outside of the nuts and bolts parts of the contract. But the union security clause, if it is in your contract and negotiated by your union, then you have to be a part of the union and pay the union security clause. It goes back to the citations that Representative Falkingham had around 70–80% opposition to right to work from union members. And Representative Cuddy's question was a very good one. If these unions have such large membership that oppose union security clauses, they certainly would have the votes to take those out of their contracts and not have to be governed by them. So any workplace in the private sector that has this stuff, it's been negotiated by the union and probably has like some level of majority support because it's in there in the contract to begin with.
Okay, so and I'm sorry to prolong this, Mr. Chair, but I'm just trying to get an education on how this all works. So if I belong to a closed shop and I don't want to have any of my dues go to political activities, is that amount, how is that amount come up, and does it reduce my monthly fees or yearly fees?
I'm not sure the answer to that, but I know it's an option. I don't know how they decide all the numbers. I'm sure there's an accounting. I mean, we have audits done at the state Fed regularly, and there is a deep and long history of accounting and keeping track of all that stuff. So I don't have that information because I'm not at that level of the union world, but I'm certain we can get information for you if you like, and that there's a process that is set in stone around that stuff.
Well, again, it's for my education, but thank you.
I think we have Representative Prescott, followed by Representative Sylvester.
Well, hello. You referenced the federal law. Do you have that offhand?
Not a lawyer. I'm happy to take a stab at it. Also want to recognize that by during your first term, I wouldn't bring this up, Representative Prescott, but I believe by testifying in favor of the bill, you forego your opportunity to ask questions. So I'm trying to answer the question.
All right, I got you. Actually, I was going to be pro-union this time.
Sure, now you say that. I knew when you testified that you were going to try to ask a question later, so I was glad.
All set. Representative Guerin, and did she put her hand down? I think she did. Appears,
Senator
Yes, I
Guerin
did.
was next if she wanted to go.
yeah, I
No,
don't,
my hand's lowered.
oh, it is. All right, Representative Sylvester, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the work session again, or perhaps for some speaker who's coming after me, not wanting to make a speech about it, but wanting to, certainly educate folks on how this all works. If someone could talk about the Beck decision and or have that for the work session, that would be fantastic, because that answers all of those questions about what union members have to pay.
Any other questions of Mr. Good, please? Sir, thank you very much for being here this
You're
afternoon.
done.
Availability, and we look forward to hearing more from you.
Bye.
I believe our next proponent is Carl Anderson, please. I'm sorry, he's opponent.
There's been a request to have Representative Rader go next.
Oh, I missed that. Please do so, Representative Rader.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and my esteemed colleagues, I've chosen to forego my question period so I could present a little testimony here. I want to speak to a couple of things. You have my written testimony, but I want to give a couple of updates that recently happened. In the past, I worked at a workplace that was non-unionized. We were faculty members at the Second City, which was unionized under a different contract for different employees. And just yesterday, all of the faculty got together and created a union. And this was necessary because Second City, which is a multi-million-dollar multinational company, was doing things like artificially holding jobs at part-time status so they could avoid paying benefits to all of the faculty. There was a 20-hour-a-week commitment for, it was determined that all of the directors of various parts of the faculty center were part-time jobs, when my colleagues were working upwards of 40 hours a week on that. And they were put on a salary that meant that they didn't get overtime. It meant that they didn't get benefits. They just unionized in order to rectify that. And to the point of an individual being able to decide whether or not their union is doing a good job, that sounds a little bit to me like the situation that was present in my primary union before the union, or my primary profession before the union was in existence. It sounds a little bit like an employer should be able to pay my wages if they feel like I'm doing a good job. And actors, way back in the days before Actors Equity over 100 years ago, they would be fined for blinking wrong, for talking to someone when the producer didn't want it. The producer had ways of taking the wage away step by step by step, because there was no rule book, there was no contract, there was no codified steps there. And I have seen that the power of union is not just in the union representatives, it's in the individual, because I was on a contract in a right to work state when the producer tried to fire someone for going to his mother's funeral. Why? Because all of the rest of us covered his job duties, and they decided it would be better to save less than $5,000 rather than bring this gentleman back. The only reason he didn't lose his job is because our union stage manager said he'd leave. And he asked if the rest of us union members would do so as well. And we said yes. He kept his job, he kept all of his wages, and he wasn't punished or penalized for having to go to a funeral. And so I'll end that there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Representative Rader? Thank you. And I think we're good for Mr. Anderson now. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Carl Anderson. I reside in the town of Warren. I'm currently the district vice president with the Professional Firefighters of Maine, representing approximately 1,000 full-time career firefighters, EMTs, medics, inspectors, dispatchers, mechanics, all across the state of Maine, who all belong to the International Association of Firefighters. I'm also a 10-year veteran of the Rockland Fire Department and the union president of Local 1584. I'm testifying today against LD 97 Right to Work bill. First off, I want to make sure that we all understand that the term right to work does not mean what it says. This bill does not protect any worker against any unfair labor practice or guarantee any job acquisition. This bill is a hindrance for the entity that is actually trying to protect and work for the employees. That is the unions. Making it illegal for employers and employees to agree that all workers who benefit from a collective bargaining agreement share the cost of collective bargaining and representation is a direction we cannot go into. Imagine this concept. You're a homeowner and a city resident and have the option of not paying city taxes. But regardless of that non-payment, you're going to receive your child's education, police, fire, road plowing, all free. I'm not a very educated man. I'm just a lonely fireman, but I can say we'd have some pretty bankrupt cities in a very short time. Presently, when it snows, like we all know that it does here, your hardworking public work departments have assignments to plow the streets. These directions have a step system of importance, with certain streets getting plowed first and more often than others. Now, does that mean that the people who reside on the less plowed streets pay less than the ones that live on the main road? No, they don't. So why would you pass a bill that states that you can get certain advantages without any compensation? We at the Professional Firefighters of Maine are proud to say that when this issue was put to our organization and organizations around the country, we were not really affected because we have darn close to 100% participation. I do not need to come here and wave the pro-union flag and explain what it is that we do to help the employees, because those things speak for themselves on the front line, as well as in Augusta and DC. Employees have fortunately chosen to stay with the union and pay for the benefits that they receive. This right to work bill will also hurt our economy. Workers in the states with these laws have a consistency lower quality of life than other states, lower wages, higher poverty, less access to health care, poorer education for children. And that's according to data from the U.S. Department of Labor and the Census Bureau. I hope that this education that all of you have had and will receive on this topic will solidify the importance of LD 97. I am against LD 97. I'm always willing to help. So if anyone would like to discuss this further, you can reach me anytime. And I would also like to say that I actually do like the dogs and the cats in the background. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
I
sir.
believe you're muted, Senator.
Any questions, please, for Mr. Anderson? Sir, thank you very much for your service. Thanks for being here today and your patience and getting an opportunity to speak. Have a good
Anytime.
afternoon.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, committee. Appreciate it.
And I'm looking to see. Let's see. I don't see. We have up next, Alyssa.
Carol Sanborn, who I just promoted, followed by Grace Levitt.
Thank you. I got it now. Is it? Good afternoon, Ms. Sanborn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. My name is Carol Sanborn. I am a resident of Dresden and a paralegal working in Topsom at a law firm with a statewide practice in representing workers. I've been there 37 years doing this work. I'm also president of Machinists Union Local S89, which has 8 bargaining units in 4 of our counties. I've submitted written testimony, but I'm going to abbreviate my oral testimony so that we don't cover ground other people have already covered. I have the unique experience of having worked for the same employer, both without and with union representation, and I know the difference. I'm happy to pay dues, which are a little over 25 cents an hour. That 25 cents amounts to the cost of a couple of trips a week through a Dunkin' Donuts drive-in. Yet in exchange, I receive regular pay increases, pension increases, less expensive and better quality health coverage, and a workplace structure that ensures employees will be treated fairly. It's really a no-brainer. The sponsor of the bill said this is really a liberty issue. Like union dues, property taxes are not compulsory. Union dues are not compulsory. We can choose not to own property. We have the right to rent housing if we don't want to assume the responsibility that comes with ownership. Similarly, we already have the right to work in a non-union environment. When we choose to own property, we're choosing to support municipal services. When we choose to work under the terms of a union contract, we're choosing to receive the benefits and representation derived from that contract. My workplace organized through the Machinists Union 9 years ago. I attached to my written testimony an op-ed I wrote in 2014 describing our experience. To be honest, some in our firm were not initially enthusiastic about our effort to organize, but by the time we concluded negotiation of our first contract, they realized they had given up nothing and gained much. They retained full management rights, gained better health insurance for staff at a reduced cost to the firm, and reduced administrative time spent on issues that were now pre-resolved by the collective bargaining agreement. With unionization, both employee morale and external business relationships improved. As we learned to communicate more effectively, we developed better approaches to our work. Productivity actually improved to the point where they laid off our HR director because she had virtually nothing left to do. The firm saved the cost of the wage and benefits package of a salaried employee. When companies and workers understand the rules and when those rules apply equally to everyone, communication is improved to the point where problems are resolved through conversation. Businesses save money and produce a better product when their employees are union. The so-called right to work legislation does not give us. Yes.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your time. I'm wondering if you could summarize the rest of your thoughts.
Yes. Right to. You have my written testimony. And in closing, I'd like to remind you of the lesson we learned as children in the story of the little red hen. If you don't help tend the garden and make the bread, you shouldn't get to eat it. And I urge you to oppose LD 97 and invite you to use me as a resource at any time if you think I can be of help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanborn. I see a hand up, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It occurred to me that you might have an answer to this. Were you part of the first contract that you negotiated there? Were you part of the negotiating team?
Yes, I was. I'm also a shop steward. Sorry.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I don't see any other hands.
I don't either, but I like to ask. When you negotiated that first raise in your first contract, did you take into consideration the dues? Because I know often when I negotiated a first contract or help members negotiate a first contract, if the dues were 25 cents an hour and the raise was 75 cents an hour, right? That sort of covered that dues for workers going forward, and any raise after that sort of was on top of that, so that the dues was already covered in the base wage scale. Is that the sort of thing that happened with you? Did you negotiate more than what your dues were in your first contract?
We did negotiate more than the dues were, but we didn't organize about money to begin with. We organized because we wanted a disciplinary policy that applied the same to everyone. And I mean, we're a diverse employee population. We have different beliefs, but the one thing we all were united on always was that we wanted one set of rules that applied the same to everyone. So we did partway through the negotiation process is when we realized how unfair the pay scales were. We realized that market adjustments hadn't been made and some new hires had come in at $4 an hour more than someone who had been here 14 years. It's not anything that was malicious. It was just, everyone's busy doing their job and not paying attention to it. And management didn't necessarily realize, and until we found out and laid it out on paper, they didn't really appreciate it. And neither did we, to be honest, until it was all in front of us.
Well, we certainly appreciate you being here today, Ms. Sanborn. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always, Carol.
Any other questions of Ms. Sanborn? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your help and testimony and availability. Yeah, thank you very much. Next up is Grace Levitt. And Grace will be followed by Jeff McCabe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a high school Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High, and while serving as president of the Maine Education Association. The MEA has nearly 24,000 members, faculty, and staff in our pre-K-12 public schools, our institutions of higher education, and many dedicated retired educators. I'm speaking on behalf of our members in strong opposition to LD 97. LD 97 is simply another attempt at attacking unions. I have testified against such proposals before, and I will testify against any such proposals each and every time one comes before our legislature, always. Anything that would undermine any union in any way is a threat to all unions. My union has been, is, and always will be essential to my being able to do my job the best I can. During this pandemic, this could never have been clearer. It is my union that has sought measures to keep educators as safe as possible. It is my union that has provided information to keep educators as safe as possible. And it is my union that has provided support for educators to keep teaching and keep students learning as much as possible in this most challenging time. It is my union that is there, not just now, but always, to see to it that employees are treated fairly and equitably, as the previous speaker also mentioned. It is my union that is there for me to see to it that the employer cannot manipulate or disrespect or harm my colleagues or myself. It is my union that gives me a voice to speak up if something's not right. It is my union that keeps employers who might prioritize profit over the well-being of their employees, or who might succumb to political pressures, even when it negatively impacts their employees, from taking actions that could result in unsafe working conditions. One of the MEA's core values is collective action. We believe individuals are strengthened when they work together for the common good. When we work together, we improve both our professional status and the quality of public education. That is what my union does. That is what unions do. I strenuously urge you to vote in opposition to LD 97. Thank you for your time. I know you've had a long day because I've been here the whole time too. Appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you being patient enough to stay and passionate enough to speak. So thank you. Representative Drinkwater, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello again, Grace. It's so nice to see you. And
good to see you.
Just to say a little bit about Grace, my grandkids went to her school district, and I've got to tell you, in a grandfather's experience, that's the best school district. To all you other teachers in the state of Maine. Listen, having served on the school board in my hometown, union membership, optional or mandatory for teachers?
It is different, as you've heard, for different unions, private sector, public sector. Membership is not mandatory, but certainly we do have the duty of fair representation, as you've also heard about.
And also, I asked a question previously about if I didn't want any of my dues go to political activity, do I have a right as a school teacher to say, don't spend any of my money for political activities?
We only use voluntary contributions. Again, you heard the answer to that previously as well, for supporting candidates that we've endorsed. We can only use voluntary contributions for that.
Thank you, Grace, and it's always nice to see you.
It's good to see you again, too.
Any other questions of Ms. Levitt? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here, and we get into our work sessions. We may be looking for your help.
Thank you for your time. Take care.
Have a good day. Next up is Jeff McCabe.
Good afternoon, folks. Sorry for that little technical glitch. It's always a little bit different depending on the committee, and I think I was shutting my camera off as it was being turned on automatically there, so my apologies. As I said, good afternoon, Chair Rafferty, Chair Sylvester, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jeff McCabe, and I serve as the Political and Legislative Director for Maine Service Employees Association. We are the union that represents around 13,000 workers here statewide, retirees. We are mainly focused on the public sector. We do have some smaller private sector units as well. And I just wanted to start off just to clear sort of the air and to let everybody know that I'm a big fan of cats and dogs, and I appreciate when I do see them on Zoom. So just clear the air with that piece. But in the current moment, you know, our state is reaching the 1-year mark for the first recorded case of COVID-19, a pandemic that has shown the nation and this state that essential workers and first responders have been on the front lines. This bill does nothing to improve our state's response to the pandemic or to protect workers. Also, I would like to draw the committee's attention to the fact that in 2020, Maine has seen an increase in union membership and an increase in those looking to organize within their work site. That's across private sector and public sector. When you see my written testimony, you'll see a link to an article in the Bangor Daily, and you'll be able to follow that and read for yourself. Workers across the state are seeking a collective voice. They are seeking improved health, safety, benefits on the job. This legislation is designed to weaken unions, drive down wages, and allow workers to benefit without paying dues. I'm not going to get into a whole bunch of my testimony since it's already been hit on by other folks, but I did also want to let you know when you see that written testimony, you're going to see 2 pieces of testimony from MSCA members who have a great deal of history and experience, and it's worthy of the committee's review. These are folks who testified back in 2014, and these are 2 of our most senior members at MSCA. One of them actually goes back before collective bargaining was in place in the state, and you'll be able to read about his history. This past testimony was delivered in past attempts to weaken collective bargaining rights and voices. And those past attempts actually failed by bipartisan votes in both the House and the Senate. I would respectfully ask the committee to vote ought not to pass on this bill and move on to the work to address urgent health and safety and hunger and housing needs for the Maine people. I have to say, I feel a little bit like I'm part of that movie Groundhog Day, except the only difference now is that the cast has changed a little bit. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. I see a hand up, Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You obviously represent a large union here in the state of Maine. And from what I understand, because it's a public employees union, do you have numbers on how many of the union members have chosen not to pay dues?
Yeah, I could get that number for you for the work session, an estimation. There is a number of folks that have chosen not to pay dues. I could give you an estimate. That's a number that fluctuates. I'll be honest, the executive branch has a pretty high turnover rate. So I will definitely pull a number for you and give you an estimate. And I'll give you a percentage of, how many folks we represent that are dues paying members and how many folks we represent that are not paying dues as well. I think some of the questions earlier were about folks being able to choose whether or not to be members. And for those public sector units, people have that choice of being dues paying members or not. But I did want to clarify that those folks not paying dues, they still get the same level of representational service when those folks call a steward, or when those folks call our grievance reps, or if it gets to the point where our chief counselor, our deputy counsel is working with those folks. That's regardless of whether they're a dues paying member or not.
Yes, there's obviously a lot of benefits to joining the union, obviously, but you obviously know you have a certain percentage that have said no. And I think I heard you say earlier that it could actually hurt the programs that you have if you don't have enough paying union members. So would you say that this has hurt the public employees union by having a percentage not paying dues?
I think that if there was a higher percentage of dues paying members, you're always going to be able to provide a higher level of service. I think that there's no doubt, I think that we are a membership driven organization. We are membership run. We have a board of directors. Our stewards are members. So I think that one of the challenges is when you don't have folks that are necessarily all paying dues, that falls on the rest of the members to at times pick up the slack for those folks that are not paying dues. So yeah.
Years ago, I had family that belonged to the union at the paper mill here in Old Town, and they went on strike. There was supposed to be some payroll offset from the union to help them offset what they were losing. Is that also a part of what dues go into?
Actually, we actually have a portion that actually goes to, we have a relief fund that we set up. In the unique situation for us as a public sector union, one of the things that we ran into several years ago was when the legislature decided to shut down state government due to a budget inaction. We had our members actually forced out of work and were actually locked out of work. And what we realized in that process is that we needed to build a fund to support those folks at that time. We actually worked with private sector businesses, banks, credit unions, and others to really make sure that people not paying their mortgage, people not paying their car payments wouldn't be a burden for those financial institutions, as well as for those individuals that we represented, members and non-members in that situation. And as part of the dues now, there is, I believe it's a penny on the dues, and I can get that information for you for the work session, that's actually set up to offset that. Recently, we had folks that were part of Home Care for Maine when they shut down due to the fact that the state has not actually addressed the reimbursement rate issue. We actually had folks that when they were laid off and that business closed, we actually supported some people through that relief fund. So I think that's the closest thing we have to that. I know that, when the folks from S6 went out on strike, they actually, set up a relief fund, and individuals, businesses, other union organizations, labor organizations, supported that fund to make sure, that people we're taken care of. I think that's one of the exciting things about the labor movement and sort of solidarity as a whole.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Representative. It's good to see you, just in a different committee this time.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McCabe. Same old committee. I'm just
Here we are.
Some of those things that you cited that you would be able to look up for us, are those things public knowledge, or is that confidential within the union?
Oh, no, our
choosing
members
to disclose it.
Yeah. So I think we're going to get you some information on the. There was a question before around sort of the fair share concept and the Beck notice and the Beck decision, so we can get you some of that past information. Our organization, as far as the membership application and dues, are disclosed. And I can draw your attention to those as well. So I can't speak to other organizations, other associations, and other unions, but that's something that we disclose to our membership. Our dues structure is such that our dues are set by folks at the annual meeting. Those are folks that are delegates. They're elected by the membership to set those dues by a vote of the membership. So it's not anything I do with any wizardry or anything like that. I'm actually not even part of those meetings. I am forced to stand out in the hallway unless the members bring me in to ask a question or to provide a clarity to some aspect of the budget that's been presented to them.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Actually, clarification. So those questions that Representative Drinkwater asked, those are actually public knowledge. For instance, how many teachers in a particular district may not be a member of a union?
That I can't speak to that. I can't speak to the I think for us, I would be able to give you some estimates as far as our membership. It's sort of ever evolving in our world. I think you would be surprised, maybe not. I know the folks in the DHHS committee and elsewhere definitely tracking the employment of the executive branch and tracking retirements and things like that can be pretty challenging at times. So that number definitely fluctuates. Our number goes up and down too, based on, I think Representative Drinkwater would understand this, based on the course load of the adjunct professors as well. They are a unit that I know the education committee is well versed in, and we track those folks based on, when they're teaching, they become dues paying members. And times when they're not teaching, they typically fall off of our membership rolls. So I would definitely grab a snapshot in time and happy to talk with the committee during the work session about that. And then I did just want to clarify too, like you've heard before, our political program, we have a voluntary contribution program as well. And then we work with our international and receive grants around some of the actual political and electoral work we do. So it's very similar to what you've heard earlier.
Thank you.
Representative Sylvester, please.
I'll remember to unmute myself someday. Just a follow-up on Representative Bradstreet's question. A lot of folks will get confused about whether or not a public union is a public entity like a city or whether or not it's a private entity. But as a 501c5, unions being basically a private nonprofit, all of that kind of information that you were talking about is, dues and, expenditures and all those things are open to all of your members to see, including kind of being able to come in and look at the books, right? But not to the general public. So if I wanted to wander in and see, what you were doing with your books, you wouldn't have any more obligation than any other nonprofit that I might, Goodwill or Salvation Army, if I wandered in there and asked to see their books. Is that correct?
That's fine. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, and there is some disclosure too that might be, of interest that we do with Department of Labor. So, that might also answer some of your questions.
And I want some appreciation for having put that into question, Representative Bradstreet.
Any other questions?
More than happy to give you all the credit for that.
Any other questions for Mr. McCabe, please? Thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate you being here.
You're welcome. And you should see that testimony. I did email the link because it wasn't in the drop-down menu to attach my testimony. So it should be showing up shortly once I figure out that tech glitch.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next up, we should have Jeff Joyce, followed by Jeffrey Young.
Hello.
Good afternoon,
Hello?
Mr. Joyce. Yes, sir. You're with us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Clerk Thompson for the hard work she does. I'd be remiss as a labor guy if I didn't thank her. I know these times are making things more difficult for her, and she's doing a great job. My name is Jeffrey Joyce. I'm a resident of Gorham. We are well represented at the House and Senate up there, and we are greatly appreciative. I'm a member of Teamsters Local 340 for almost 3.5 decades. I'm also honored and humbled to be a member of their executive board. We represent almost 5,000 members throughout the state of Maine, and just as important, their families. Teamsters Local 340 represents many diverse occupations throughout the state of Maine, including but not limited to bus drivers, nurses, pharmacists, EMTs, paramedics, firefighters, dispatchers, police officers, sheriff's deputies, corrections, freight operations, including New Penn, Yellow Roadway, UPS Freight, Shaw's, and their mechanics, airport personnel, Department of Public Works throughout the state of Maine who keep your roads clear and drivable. Folks at City Hall are working a lot of late nights, the coronavirus going on, and the University of Maine system, which allows the kids to have a good experience. They keep the boilers running. They keep everything in working order throughout the state. My story is I want to put this bill in perspective. We all go grocery shopping. It could be Shaw's, could be Hannaford, IGA, what have you. This bill is about me going through to the cashier, the hardworking bagger, bags my order and puts it back in the basket for me. The cashier requests my payment, and I explain to her, all those people shopping, they will take care of my bill. I don't have to pay that. Depending on how often you go grocery shopping and how big your family is, if it's under $500, it becomes a Class C crime. Over 500, it's Class D or OUI, assault, domestic violence. I'm a labor Republican. I don't necessarily vote according to the letter after the person that I'm voting for, but I'm embarrassed that my party, who I take great pride in the fact that I pull my own weight, I'm always willing to give someone a help up if they need it. They would do something like this. They say that it pay their fair share. Governor Paula Page, a couple years ago, asked for electric cars to make their contributions to the road. Again, fair share, and it's crazy to hear a union person talk
Mr. Joyce?
about fair share, but
Mr. Joyce, unfortunately, that's your time. I'm not sure if you can hear me as your audio is breaking up.
About people getting paid or not paying their fair share. It
Mr. Joyce?
down the ability of the union to negotiate collective bargaining agreements.
Mr. Joyce, sir.
That is all. Like
Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, sir.
I can, yes.
Mr. Joyce.
I can. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm very sorry, but we had a real difficult time with the audio portion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We had a real difficult time with your communication. The audio system didn't work well. You did go over your allotted time, but and I would suggest, if you have the ability to do so, is submit your testimony in a written form, please. But we're going to try to give you some questions.
It appears that he dropped from the call. I'm going to assume due to the signal.
Yeah, well, hopefully,
Oh, and now he's back, so never mind.
Mr. Joyce. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm having a tough feed here.
Yes, you are.
Can you?
I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer some questions.
I would love to, sir.
But for your benefit, I would suggest that you submit your testimony if possible through a written format that's available on our site.
I certainly will, sir.
Yeah, I think we lost a lot of your translation, so.
I apologize for that.
It's no problem. That's, part of what we're dealing with. Any questions for Mr. Joyce, please? All right, sir. Again, I don't see any hands up on my end, so thank you very much for your time, and I thank you for being here. You probably waited an awful long time to do so, but we appreciate your testimony and look forward to reading it in its full capacity online. Thanks.
I thank you, sir.
Following Mr. Joyce, we have Jeffrey Young. Make sure I'm on. Mr. Young.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester. My name is Jeffrey Neal Young. I am an attorney with Solidarity Law. I've been practicing labor law for over 40 years. I'm here to testify on behalf of a number of unions that I represent, including IBEW Local 1837, the Maine State Nurses Association, the Steelworkers and Ironworkers Local 7, in opposition to LD 97. I'm going to dispense with my written testimony and try to address some of the questions that have come from Representative Drinkwater and Representative Prescott based on my legal experience. I echo some of the things that have already been said by the other opponents to this bill. But turning to the questions that we received, I wanted to make sure everyone understood. First of all, the closed shop is illegal in this country. It was made illegal by the Taft-Hartley Act back in 1949. So no one can ever be required to join and become a member of a union. Closely related to the concept, and I think that's what folks may be thinking of, is the union shop. And in a union shop, folks can be required to pay dues or the equivalent of dues to the union, or to, if they're opposed, don't want to join the union, to a charitable organization. That was the case for both public and private sector unions up until the Janus decision about 2 years ago in June of 2018. The Janus decision said that no public employee could be required to even pay any kind of agency, or what unions refer to as fair share dues, because it was contrary to the freedom of association under the First Amendment. So what we're left with now, and what this bill really would mostly impact, is unionization and requirement of joining, or not joining a union, but paying union dues to a private sector union. In the private sector, there's a decision called the Beck decision. The Beck decision basically says that an individual can have to pay the dues or the equivalent of it for core union activities, which include grievance and arbitration procedures. Core union activities do not include political activities or charitable activities. Nobody can be compelled to pay for that. I see my time is up. I'd be happy to answer any further questions with regard to these legal niceties, which require I've been practicing for 40 years. It takes a lot to really fully comprehend them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I have Mr. Sylvester, Representative Sylvester, and then followed by Representative Bradstreet. The audio.
Thank you. I think that organizing is maybe I'll just leave it on. Well, I think organizing is one of the easiest things to understand as a non-chargeable component of dues. And so I was wondering if you could continue your explanation of the Beck decision in terms of how unions are able to come up with things that are representation on one list and a thing that is on other lists, and how union staff have to account for their time doing those two things.
I think that first of all, there is a dispute about the Beck decision basically said that a union can only charge for core functions and cannot charge for non-core functions. There are some functions that are obviously core functions, such as representing people in negotiations, handling grievances. There are other functions that are non-core functions. Those include charitable donations by the union. Those include supporting political candidates, regardless of what party that candidate might be from. The issue that you raised, Representative Sylvester, about organizing is an interesting one, because obviously the membership can achieve better contracts if they can organize other individuals in the same sector. So there's a dispute, frankly, about whether organizing is a core function or not a core function under the Beck decision. Some unions elect to charge it as a core function. Others do not. I don't think there's, to my knowledge, a final decision about whether organizing is a core function or not. But what happens in a union, because you can't charge for non-core functions, is that the employees actually have to keep track on a day-to-day basis of how much of their time is actually expended in different types of activities. And that gets reported in the unions that I represent on a monthly or a weekly basis to somebody in the union. And ultimately, all that information goes to an accountant at the end of the year. And the accountant then takes all that information and tries to say, okay, 75% of the time that was spent by the union employees was spent on chargeable activities, or money was spent on that, and 25% is non-chargeable. So if your union dues are, I'm just going to pick a number to make it easy, if they were $1,000 a year, hypothetically, the non-member would only be required to pay $750 because 25% was non-chargeable. The member would have paid the full $1,000. Does that answer your question, Representative Sylvester?
It does. Just one quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And so the folks who chose to only pay the 75%, who would be the Beck exceptions, they would only pay that amount of money, but then they would not be able to vote in union matters. They would not be able to hold office. They would not be able to be on the negotiating team and such core functions like that of the union. Is that also correct? Is that the trade-off?
That's correct. If you elect not to be a member of the union, then you don't have the right to engage in the types of activities that you've just indicated.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate explaining the difference between deciding not to be a member, but still having an obligation, and being a member and paying the full dues. We really appreciate your legal expertise on that.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Representative Bradstreet?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Most of us are novices when it comes to labor law, so appreciate your input. In a nutshell, then, does this LD 97 propose to extend the findings of the Janus decision to include the private sector? And if it does, are you opposed to the principle behind it?
Yes. I'm sorry, were you done, Representative Bradstreet?
Excuse me? Yes, I'm done. Yes. Yes.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I put two questions into one. I'm trying to save time.
Fair enough. Yes, it's been a long day, hasn't it? Yes, in effect, what a right to work law does is it extends Janus to the private sector. In response to your second question, yes, I am opposed to extending Janus and the right to work to the private sector. And the reason is this, that, and this has been touched upon by others ahead of me, that the union still, whether you're a member or a non-member, as the exclusive bargaining representative of employees, has the obligation to represent all of the employees in the bargaining unit, whether or not you pay dues. So, for example, Representative Bradstreet, if you work for an employer and you are fired for some reason that you consider unfair, the union still has to evaluate whether you should have been fired. And if it thinks that you were fired unfairly or without just cause, it has an obligation to take or consider whether to take your case to arbitration without regard to the fact that you are a non-dues paying employee represented by the union. And that's where the term fair share often comes in from unions, is that, and free rider that Representative Falkingham referred to at the outset of his testimony. Union has to represent everyone without regard to whether they're dues paying or not.
Thank you, sir. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you. You're citing the Beck decision. Can you give me the Beck versus what and what year that was? That might be educational in reading that.
Yeah, I believe the Beck decision is about 1982 or 1983. I'd be happy to send a note to Alyssa Thompson and attach the decision for everyone.
Yes, I would be interested in reading that. Thank you.
Very good, Representative.
Representative Drinkwater, do you have an additional question, sir?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Sorry, no. I'm getting tired. Representative Bradstreet.
I just lowered my hand.
Very good. See?
Thank you.
It appears if there are no other questions, Mr. Young, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your expertise and testimony, and as well as your availability of some of those resources. Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right, so I have, next up is going to be Mr. Jim Durkin. And he'll be followed by Linda Dean. Mr. Durkin. Here we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Durkin. You're currently muted, sir. Sir, we can't hear you.
How's that, Mr. Chairman?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the record, my name is Jim Durkin. I'm here today on behalf of more than 2,600 hardworking AFSCME Council 93 public sector workers in the state, and here in strong opposition to LD 97. As was stated earlier, as far as the public sector unions are concerned, we've been a right to work country since the June 2018 Supreme Court ruling on the Janet's case. But we believe all unions need to be here today in solidarity to oppose this latest effort to make Maine the first right to work state in our region of the country. An effort that didn't truly originate here in this state, but rather within the headquarters of the National Right to Work Foundation, more than 600 miles away in Virginia, where this legislation was drafted and ultimately cut and pasted almost verbatim into the bill before you today. But given the requirement to provide free representation to workers who choose to let their co-workers pay for the benefits of union representation has been a reality for us for some time now, some may wonder why we're here today to oppose the bill. And, you know, there are many reasons, obviously. We've heard a lot of them today, but the short answer is we know the dire consequences that have followed when states pass right to work laws. And I'll name just a few. When there isn't strong union present to fight for things like workplace safety, more workers are likely to get hurt or even killed on the job. And when workers don't have a strong union fighting for decent wages and health care, they're forced to increasingly rely on taxpayer-funded public assistance programs and have less money to spend in the local economy. So while some businesses may prosper from providing lousy wages and benefits, many more suffer, especially the smaller businesses, from the reduced buying power of workers. And then, of course, there's the fundamental question of fairness. It's always been part of this debate, and it was just touched on by the gentleman that preceded me. Many legislators know that workers who choose, for whatever reason, not to support the union by paying dues, they still receive the same pay increases and the many other economic benefits included in the contract. But in our experience, very few are aware that right to work laws also require the union to provide free legal representation to non-dues paying workers who may have been suspended or fired or simply denied a benefit of protection or a protection included in the contract. Unions are legally bound to provide a vigorous defense of these workers, and that can cost thousands of dollars, especially if the case ends up in arbitration. So we can't help but wonder how many Maine lawmakers who will be voting on this bill are still unaware of this fact. And if so, how many have chosen to accept as undisputed truth all of the arguments put forward by the individuals who drafted this legislation? I'll close with this. If this bill does become law, I dare say you won't hear again from the people in Virginia who drafted it, but you will hear from and see the many faces of your neighbors, your friends, and even family members who are hurt by it. And you'll see its negative impact in the communities in your district for many years to come. So I thank you for your time and consideration today, and especially for your continued dedication to public service and commitment to our collective health and safety during these extraordinarily difficult times.
Thank you, Mr. Durkin. Questions of Mr. Durkin, please. Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you, sir. You said you have to defend a non-paying if they are fired for whatever reason. Is that a state law or is that a local agreement with the union? I'm confused. You're saying you have to vigorously defend them in court,
Yes,
and it could cost
duty of fair
thousands.
representation.
Is that state law or is that a negotiable item?
It's set in law from state to state.
So why aren't the unions in Maine, because they are a strong factor, why aren't they trying to change that law that you don't have to represent non-paying union members?
Well, you have to go back to the original goal of this, sir. And ultimately, the goal is to weaken unions, to drive a wedge between members. That's our opinion, anyway. We believe in bringing the benefits of union membership to as many people as possible, and we believe in representing as many workers as possible.
Well, if it costs tens of thousands of dollars to defend somebody, even though they're non-paying, wouldn't it be to the union's advantage to say we should not have to do that And let's change the state law so you don't have to do that. I guess
Well-
that's more a comment than a question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions of Mr. Durkin? Mr. Durkin, just my curiosity, I thought somebody might mention this. In the Northeast, New England, what other states fall in line with Maine in terms of the overall laws regarding the union?
So we have 4 states. We have Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont.
Okay.
And you know, I'm not sure what area you're asking about specifically, but you know, let's just take, for example, the ability to charge that fair share fee before the Supreme Court decision. In most states, it was never mandatory. It was a permissible point of negotiation. So it had to be secured in the contract. It wasn't just mandated.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Durkin. Since Janet's decision, has there been any appreciable change in the number of public sector union members who choose not to be union members?
Well, excellent question, and I'm glad you asked it, sir. One of the advantages, for lack of a better term, that the public sector labor movement had leading up to this case was there was actually a case before Janus called the Friedrichs case. That case ended in a deadlock because of the death of Justice Scalia. And because it was a deadlock, the 4-4 decision, the lower court's decisions were upheld. So I guess what I'm getting at here is we had 4 or 5 years, and there was even a case before that called Harris versus Quinn that eliminated the fee just for home care workers nationally. We had a lot of time, the advantage of a lot of time to educate our members about the true agenda behind this, which was, again, to weaken labor unions and drive a wedge amongst its members. And ironically, the proponents of the Janus case and the cases before it, they talked about things like free speech, that individuals shouldn't be required to pay, whether it be dues or a fee to an organization that they may not agree with. When the Janus decision finally came down, the expectations leading up to it, there were as many as 30% of union members would stop paying dues because they could get free representation. That never materialized, again, because we did a very strong education campaign. But strangely enough, right after the Janus decision was handed down, all of a sudden our members are getting phone calls, emails, saying, why are you paying dues when you can get representation for free? They forgot all about the free speech part of it. We had people dressed up as Santa Claus in the middle of summer coming into workplaces and saying, give yourself an early Christmas present, a raise, stop paying the union. They have to represent you no matter what. So for us, that really kind of revealed, they really revealed themselves in terms of what the true agenda was, which was simply just to try to weaken the labor movement.
Any other questions, please, of Mr. Durkin?
Thank you.
Sir, again, thank you for your testimony, your patience in terms of waiting to get on, and all you've had to offer. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes, take care. Our next speaker will be Linda Dean. And Linda will be followed by Rick Kaler.
Do I have to start the camera?
Yeah, go ahead, Linda. Yes, you can.
It won't let me for
Oh,
some reason. Oh, there it goes. All right. Sorry.
It's okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. It's certainly been a long day. My name is Linda Dean. I'm from Livermore, Maine, and I'm recently retired from the ND paper mill in Rumford, which is owned by the same Chinese company that owns the one in Old Town. We are a union. We are a union mill, and we're not the only union mill that that company owns in the United States. Just to set the record straight. I'm here to speak in opposition to LD 97. This bill is supposed to allow employees who are covered under a collective bargaining agreement the freedom of choice to opt out of paying union dues. However, the person who does not pay their dues still reaps the benefits of the bargaining unit. The raises, the workplace safety, and representation if they have a grievance with management, thus getting all the benefits of collective bargaining without paying for it. This law has nothing to do with protecting anyone's right to work, but a way to increase company profits by dividing workers, lowering morale, and weakening a union financially. Even the Chamber of Commerce, who supports right to work legislation, requires all members to pay dues to belong. It's important to know the history of right to work. The term right to work was popularized in 1936 by a lobbyist from Texas named Vance Muse, who was an openly proud, racist, anti-Semitic communist baiter. He began his right to work campaign in Arkansas in 1944, warning that if the effort failed, and this is a direct quote, I hope it doesn't offend anyone, white women and white men will be forced into organizations with Black African apes whom they will have to call brother or lose their jobs. As a side note, Mr. Muse is also well known for his work opposing women's suffrage and repealing child labor laws. It is no surprise that all the historical slave states are right to work states with higher poverty levels, lower income, more consumer debt, higher infant mortality rates, and less access to medical care than non-right to work states. Today's proponents of right to work may use a less offensive language to sell their agenda, but the result is the same: to weaken the collective voices of working people, make jobs less safe, and suppress wages, health insurance, and retirement so that corporations can make more money. With union favoritism at an all-time high in the United States and more workers organizing and joining unions around the country and in Maine, legislation should be passed to help level the playing field of workers organizing, not hinder them as LD 97 does. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Any questions of Ms. Dean, please, by anyone? Thank you very much for being here today. And I know it was a long wait, but appreciate you hanging in there and sharing your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I hope you all have a good evening too.
Next up is Rick Kaler, and Rick will be followed by Robert Burr. Good afternoon, Rick.
Good afternoon. I'm not seeing myself on the video here.
I think Alyssa will take care of that for you.
Okay, you can hear me though, correct?
I can't turn on his video. I can ask him to start. You should have a little message popping up asking you to start.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for taking the opportunity. It has been a long day. My name is Rick Kai. I'm a resident of Poland, Maine. For context, You should know that I'm a registered Republican and have been most of my adult life. I've been president of the Lawson Firefighters Association for over 22 years and a firefighter in the city of Lawson for 33 years. Many in the labor movement characterize right-to-work legislation as the right to work for less. While I believe the results of this type of legislation will eventually lead to working for less, a more appropriate term would be working less safe. As a firefighter and local president, I've seen how advocacy for safe staffing and enforcing employer accountability is a constant struggle, more often than not leading to legal battles. The decision of forward a grievance or not, or enter into arbitration should be based upon the merit of the situation at hand and the inability to come to a mutual agreement with your employer. Standing up for safe working conditions should never be limited by your financial ability to provide proper representation. If an employer knows you have no money, you might be at the table, but more than likely you are on the menu. An honest critique of the true intent of right-to-work legislation is to ensure fewer union members, fewer grievances and arbitrations, and perhaps the most important reason is to diminish the political clout of the labor movement. To be fair, political parties for different reasons have performed poorly at acknowledging who a union member really is in 2021. One party mistakenly continues to assume blind loyalty, while the other party does everything it can to turn the union worker away, i.e. right to work. Honestly, both parties are out of touch with what a majority of the union members hold important. Right to work seeks to erode the voice of the employee by financially constraining their representative bargaining units. One singular employee has no voice and is at the mercy of the employer. To say otherwise is disingenuous. The legislation under consideration is built upon the tenet of divide and conquer. It is unrealistic to assume that without protections of labor organizations and organizing in general, that any one employee stands a fighting chance. Support for right to work is not, as the employee would characterize, for the employee. It is against the employee. Good employers have nothing to fear from union membership. I'm a proud Republican and a proud member of the International Association of Firefighters, and I speak in opposition to LD 97. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kyer. Representative Drinkwater with a question, sir.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to keep this going and going and going, but we'll try to keep this brief. We heard previous testimony from a public employees union representative that his fear is that it's trying to drive a wedge between members. Seeing how you're part of the public employees union, have you seen that it's driven a wedge between members?
I think as firefighters, we're probably a little bit different than other unions. Firefighters are pretty much, we live together, we eat together, we spend holidays together. So as far as regarding firefighters are pretty solid group that I don't think you would see the same under different circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Kyer? No? Well, seeing none, I think that, sir, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. And again, I know you probably waited a long time, but thank you for being here and offering your testimony. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for what you guys do. I'm sure you have longer days than we do.
So I have, let's see, Mr. Burr, Robert Burr is next, and then I'm seeing might be a Michael Rowland behind that. We'll wait and see. So, Mr. Burr, please.
Can you hear me all right, sir?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. This is Basil. She says hi. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Robert Burr. I'm the business representative for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. Our membership is made up of heavy equipment operators, mechanics, apprentices, equipment house employees, surveyors, wastewater techs, and public sector employees. I am speaking on behalf of 5,200 members that urge you to vote against LD 97 right to work legislation. We fought for our freedom to bargain, advocate, and earn fair wage to provide for our families. There's a long list of workers and employees coming together to ensure equitable wages, benefits, and safe working conditions. Right to work is not even about freedom. It will restrict our freedom to have meaningful voice in the workplace and allow state government to dictate how workers and employers should conduct business together. All workers deserve the right to sit at the table and bargain for a fair contract without state governmental interference. In conclusion, our state legislators should be focusing on aiding the recovery of our communities from COVID-19 pandemic by creating good paying jobs with benefits, not pushing laws that will hurt the income and freedom of all workers. I want to thank you, all the members of this committee, for taking the time to listen to our concerns. And if I could also say props to Alyssa for doing her work behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Any questions of Mr. Burr, please? Sir, thank you much for being here, for waiting. I'm sure it was a long day for you in doing so.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Have a good evening.
You too now.
I think we have at least one more. Michael Rowland.
Let's see, unmute, start video. Am I here?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, well, thanks for waiting for me. Good morning, my testimony says, but I'll change that to good evening. Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Michael Rowland, the Director of the Bureau of Labor Standards for the Maine Department of Labor, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the department in opposition to LD 97, an act to ensure the right to work without payment of dues or fees to a labor union as a condition of employment. As you heard from many, the union security agreement requires employees as a condition of employment to become members of or otherwise contribute to the expenses of the union they have democratically chosen to represent them. In 1947, the Taft-Hartley Act amended the National Labor Relations Act to allow states to outlaw such agreements between employers and their employees. Since then, 27 states have chosen to exercise this option to outlaw the union shop. LD 97 seeks to add Maine to that number. As former Labor Commissioner Marion Martin pointed out in 1963, these so-called right-to-work laws make it even harder for working people in Maine to form unions and collectively bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Commissioner Martin stated the following. You have the full quote. I'm going to cut to the chase. In her speech to the Chamber of Commerce in Presque Isle that year, she said, "I question the right of any one or a number of individuals to upset contracts to create labor unrest and discord where labor management relations are excellent." The department agrees and opposes this policy because it is unnecessarily restrictive, detrimental to the interests of workers, employers, and the economy. Similar legislation has been proposed and defeated in Maine numerous times over the last 7 decades, including a public referendum in 1948 that failed by a margin of 2-1. Unfortunately, a decision by the Supreme Court, as you have heard in 2018, invalidates the union security clause in the public sector. This bill would extend similar restrictions to the private sector. We urge you to oppose this bill. Thanks for your time and attention. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Rowland? Representative Bradstreet, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rowland, for being here. I'm not sure how common it is for a member of the Department of Labor to testify in favor or against a particular bill where there's maybe some ideological differences, but I think you have a method or a way that you decide how the department is going to testify. Can you enlighten us about that, please?
Well, we actually, we went through a process last year when the bill, almost identical, I think virtually identical bill was submitted with the same purpose, and had a good conversation about whether the Department of Labor, first of all, has jurisdiction, which it does not, over labor relations. At the federal level, that's the National Labor Relations Committee, and at the state level, it's the MLRB board. But we do agree that the purpose behind the National Labor Relations Act and state labor legislation, similarly extending rights to public sector employees, is in the public interest. It's in the interest of promoting the mutual interests of workers and their employers, and in fact, the economy and the state, to promote stability that promotes productivity and other public good things that are in the public interest, and that the purpose of collective bargaining is to ensure that kind of stability. And to disrupt that relationship, which is what this law would do, would disrupt the stability of employment and productivity in the private sector, as well as the public sector, which you've already heard has been interrupted. So in the conversation that we had going back to last year, when this bill, or 2 years ago rather, when a bill like this was introduced, that's the conclusion that we came to, that the department has an interest in promoting that stability.
Thank you, sir. Representative Drinkwater, please.
Thank you. So if I can just quickly summarize, I'm hearing my Department of Labor telling me that if union members were to say, I no longer want to pay union fees, and that's going to be very disruptive to the workforce in the state of Maine. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, what I'm saying is that under current circumstances, an employer and the workers represented by a democratically elected union have a right to sign a union security clause in a contract that permits the employer to require the contribution of each employee in the bargaining unit to support the efforts of that union to negotiate and bargain for issues of interest to both parties. That's what the union security clause does. We support the right of the employer and the employees to enter into such an agreement because it promotes stability.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet, sir.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. It may have been a different issue, maybe some different jurisdiction, but again, I'm wondering what the dynamics are for that are behind the scenes where the Labor Department decides to testify one way or another on a particular bill. I know some portions of the Labor Department have a board, and the board votes, and I think there's the 7-member board. It may be a different department within agency within the department. So maybe you can enlighten me on that. Thank you.
Well, we don't have a board on an issue like this. There's a board of occupational safety and health within the Bureau of Labor Standards that does establish rules and standards for safety and health and enforcement in the public sector. Other than that, I'm not aware of a board that would be involved in making a decision about a piece of legislation like this. We have conversations at the level of the commissioner's office and the directors of the various bureaus. And that's the process that we use.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Rowland? Sir, again, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your testimony, your expertise, and patience in terms of waiting.
Thanks.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Alyssa, if you would, please, do you have anyone else in the waiting room at all?
No, everybody that is still in here has already testified. So I think that the best bet for a work session is going to be to hop over to a regular meeting. I already have the email right here. I just was waiting to click send. That would be right at the top of your guys' inboxes, just because it will give you all the ability to go to caucus if you want using the breakout rooms.
Okay, so.
If that is what you would like to do.
Well, first, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me first, assuming we've heard all the testimony that we're going to relative to LD 97. And with that said, I will now close the public hearing on MLD 97. Okay. We do have a work session to get to. And that's going to be relative to LD 29, if I remember right, and LD 37. I have 503 right now. We're going to have to shut down, right, Alyssa? Leave here.
Yep.
And rejoin. We're going to reconvene at 5:15. So that gives you about 12 minutes to do whatever it is you need to do. I see Representative Bradstreet, your hand is still up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do request to have time to caucus.
Prior to our meeting, or do you want to listen to the analyst and have your caucus shortly after that?
As long as we can have time to caucus, I guess we're fine. I'm not sure if any of our members have to leave or not. We haven't conversed about that particular part of it.
Okay, I'm looking to, I don't see Miss Senator.
So Garen is at the bottom there on my screen, but she is here.
I am back.
So the question would be, if we as a group feel a caucus would be better prior to our hearing from Steve, or would you like to hear the analyst and then take your caucus? It's going to determine what time we reconvene.
I think maybe hear the analyst. What do you think, Representative Bradstreet?
Yes, I'm in favor of hearing the analyst first. That way it may direct some of our conversation in caucus. I'm all for that.
Okay, so I still have 5:04. Let's reconvene at 5:15. We'll give the analyst an opportunity to inform us of everything related, okay?
Okay.
He's sending another link. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes, it's going to be, it should be in your email, correct, Alyssa?
Yeah, it should be right at the top of your inbox. I sent it like 2 minutes ago. I just want to ask really quickly in case anybody has to hop off and isn't able to come to the work session. I know that Representative Morris and Representative Bradstreet were somewheres within the State House complex. Was anybody else physically here today? I have to indicate it on my attendance. Seeing none.
We'll see you at 5:15.
Sounds good.
Very good.